official coverage of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World's coverage across both Masters and for Fusion World. We're going to be crowning some world champions and celebrating the best of the best for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game. I'm Aspire, and joined with me is my fantastic co-caster, Android. How are we doing today?
Good.
Yeah.
No, yesterday was man, it was actually kind of crazy, right? We went through all of the finalists, the digital finalists for Fusion World, and that was just crazy. We had a lot of crazy matches in general, and then we went right into the Nationals finals, or North American finals, finalists for Dragon Ball Masters. And of course, we saw some absolute mastery, and pun intended, as far as the decks and as well as how they played every single match. And I think this is just a guess. This is just a bold prediction. We're going to see some more of that today.
Absolutely. 100% agree. Yesterday we saw the crowning of some very highly skilled champions here. The 2 times now for Brian Samuel being a North American champion and contesting for the World Championship title today as we cover. And, of course, we'll have Fusion World's coverage later on today, 100%. Congratulations yesterday to CO for being the digital Grand Finals champion here. So, as we jump into the Dragon Ball Masters Top 8, a little bit of a reminder in terms of format. This is going to be best of 3 across the entirety of Top 8. This is Dragon Ball Master World, so we've got players flying in from across the world here, and I believe top 3 players from yesterday's North American Finals will be attending here. So Evelyn here on the left fighting off for their top 3 spots to earn their way into this World Championship. And Dean over here on the right, hailing from Australia. Had a good chat with him this morning. A little bit of nerves, but I told him, hey, once you play that first card, that all starts to go away, and we just lock in. So we've got Wova Shenron here on the left versus starter deck Vegito.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to get to that point. I don't know if people know, as we resolve an I believe the Oceanus here. Oh, that might be different. But either way, the thing about this is that we talked about it yesterday, right? As far as how Masters has new sets every so often that give support for Vegito, or not for Vegito, but for different decks like Vegito, right? And honestly, it just happens every other format, every format, whatever you want to say, where there's 1 or 2 decks, like the Blue Drilljack that we saw yesterday in our runner-up for Masters Finals, that, you know, players like to stick to different decks that they just favorite, right? And I think that's no different when it comes down to this Blue Vegito deck. There's not very many new-ish cards, maybe within the last, like, 5 or 10 sets, but you got to realize that this is like a 3 or 4 year old leader, and you know there's only a handful of cards that we might recognize in the newest set, or like the newest releases.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you talk about a Worlds format, right? Like, this is distinctly different from having to play in a Swiss tournament that may or may not have Top Cut, where you're playing an entire room of hundreds of people, and now you're just kind of gauging what the room is playing and edging your match up there, right? Whereas in terms of for a World Championship, it's a bracket-sized tournament. You know you're going to be playing very specific players who may or may not have certain preferences, and now you're playing the room in terms of choosing a deck that makes the most sense for winning 3 best out of 3 matchups. And that plays out very differently than trying to get the best deck for Swiss. And I will say, a little bit of a disadvantage here potentially for some of our international players who've flown in today, because they didn't know what American representatives would be until yesterday. So you can't play as much of that early mind game of trying to understand who will take what. So you have to lean a little bit more into expecting meta here. And we do see a couple of variations here in Evelyn's deck. We see the counterplay Vegeta down here in the energy. We see the Ice Shenron in the drop. So a little bit different in terms of the different techs that are being played here, it seems, than what we saw from Brian Samuel yesterday. But Nova Shenron has clearly shown its power, you know, at being one of the decks that has multiple slots in this top 8.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, We're probably going to see a lot of similar cards on Evelyn's end, but obviously we haven't seen this 4-drop Sin in Brian Samuel's winning deck list. On the other end, with Vegito, again, Blast from the Past. If you don't know, basically Vegito likes to have blockers. He likes to have things that KO, that kind of thing, just so you can have those effects. And one of those effects is kind of like the long way of saying having a alternative awakening, which basically his auto says. Whenever on your opponent's turn, whenever your blue unison card would be placed in the drop area, or one of your blue battle cards is removed by opponent's skill or KO'd, you can flip this card over and draw 2. So you can basically do that at any point. Obviously, it's pretty important in this format and most likely future formats where you can awaken alternatively. Obviously, our Nova Senron has already awakened with its unison and now the extra card on the field. But with Vegito, you kind of have to just wait until your opponent chooses to swing or basically removes it with another effect. So we'll see as Evelyn does pass and basically says, no, I'm not going to let you awaken just yet. And we'll find out if Dean can kind of navigate around that.
Yeah, I do think yellow is also very uniquely positioned to be able to deal with Vegito in the sense that you can force rest modes on certain cards to be able to navigate around being able to proc his ability.
Yeah.
So depending on how much of that we have available to us, obviously Evelyn will have more options going into games 2 and potentially 3 with the side deck. But just yellow uniquely can kind of say no in multiple ways of Vegito, especially a deck like Nova Shenron where you're just accruing so much kind of free advantage here and there that you can play slower, especially when we see Evelyn here actually being on the old 9-drop Sin. So this is throwback to me because I love the OG Shadow Dragons with their original release, and 9-drop Destruction Incarnate is probably one of my favorite cards.
That is actually kind of a really big annoyance for Dean because, like, sure, you're gonna be able to pass the turn for a lot of your blockers and things like that, but you're going to have to probably lean on barrier cards because it can't choose, right? So it can't choose anything that's being on-played. And you can remind people what the effect does because,
yeah,
it's
I mean,
good.
he's a big, beefy blocker Revenge, which, that in its own right does its own thing. And then has an auto. When your opponent plays a battle card, you may choose that battle card, ignoring barrier, and negate its skills for the turn. And then it has one of the things where most Shadow Dragons on their top end have, where when it's KO'd by skill, when it's removed from the board by skill or KO'd, you get to draw 2 cards and play up to 1 negative energy ball, which allows you to be able to once again go back up the chain. So it's a very sticky body and almost auto win for a lot of different matchups, depending on what they're trying to do, right? So now we're in a position where as long as the Nova Shenron's around, it can prevent you from losing to like a triple strike or whatever, unless it gets dealt with first. So it just forces your opponent to kind of like have to tax their way through the matchup and find alternatives to be able to deal with certain cards.
Yeah, that is very much true. As we do have the Goku versus Frieza unison being played and on the field as we find out what's going on with Evelyn's turn. Yeah, I think this 9-drop is going to be really good as we do, I believe, swing with the block. Or actually, I think it's
so
being
we're
rested.
Yeah, so we're rest mudding the Rhoda.
Yeah. Which, again, kind of annoying.
Pretty good. Ooh. All
Okay.
right. So we see a Trunks counter here. A lot of these like floodgates that hit cost, pretty punishing for the Shinshana, for any of the Shadow Dragon decks, just because they can go into 4 and 8-drop so quickly. But again, I do believe that this version of the deck does not mind going slower, just because of the types of Shadow Dragons that we're teching in and playing.
True. Yeah, I think this is like more reminiscent of like the older Sin Shenron leader of that deck, and this is just with Nova's like newer Awakening, its support, its Z deck support, its auto obviously, and then of course it's Z extra card. So like it's just kind of a mold in between, probably a little bit more control than it is a little more aggro for the normal like Nova deck list. But the only downside here, which is an upside for Nova again, hand size, right? We have quite a good hand size on Evelyn's end, but not so much on Dean's. We haven't really awakened. We only took 1 life now, and we only have about 5 or 6 cards in hand, and that's going to be a bit of a detriment as we keep swinging.
So we did manage to get a couple of swings in. We do go into the 8-drop Nova Shenron. We're going to draw our 2 cards here. 1 energy up left for Evelyn. We could swing, but it'll cost us something. So instead, no, we're just going to set up the body here. Now we have some incredible bodies over on Evelyn's side. Got the 9-drop Omega Shenron. We've got 8-drop Nuova here. So lots of powerful things ready for the next turn. And then Dean's still not awakened. I do believe if we get to a certain life total, eventually Vegito says that's fine. I'll just awaken that way. Let me just double check with the card here. When your life is at 4 or less. Obviously not as beneficial as the alternative awakened condition just because you don't have as much of a buffer. But only so long we can be locked out before Vegito will at least be able to awaken.
Well, we're going to play this Oob, sorry. I literally did it backwards. Isn't that funny? Yeah, we're going to play this Oob. Probably going to be bottom decking the Sin. It's not going to have any of the other effects like the Z effect throughout the turn or any of its keywords because the 9-drop will resolve before anything else.
Oh, okay. And then we see the Vegito counterplay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
This card, a lot of hype when it first came out.
Yeah.
A lot of text on it. The specific text here. Auto, when this card is played from your hand, your opponent can't attack with non-leaders unless they choose one of their active mode cards and switch it to rest mode each time. And at the end of the turn, send this card to its owner's warp. Additionally, your leader is a Z leader, which it's not, and it gets some additional text. So, effectively just a preemptive negate here to try and slow down any of the aggression that could come their way. But, of course, the Oob still procs off and is able to do some board cleanup here. So we've got a few... and I'm going down into the 1-star ball, but not the 4-star for the Nuova. So pretty good removal turn here for Dean. And now looks like we're going to be doing a little cleanup duty on the Unison.
Yeah, speaking of Unisons, this Goku versus Frieza Unison, it is quite of an interesting ad. Every turn, basically, it is a +1. You get an energy back at the end of the turn. And it just can't attack. But it is only 1 Z energy, 2 cost, and is a 20k body, basically, which is really interesting because, 1, you're forcing your opponent to continually, like, use resources and good attacks to swing into it because as it goes on, not only the free energy is really nice, but the -7 basically bottom decks ignoring barrier for their entire board. Your opponent's entire board. So if these Sin Shenrons get a little too crazy, whether it's a 9-drop, 7-drop, whatever it may be, this is a really good like emergency red button for Dean to use later on.
Yeah, 100% here. So see how Dean decides to move here. Clear focus, as we've seen yesterday with the few Nova matches that we covered there as well. A lot of focus on the Unison. It makes sense. The Unison is how the deck just kind of gets its advantage engine going, how you get all those free combos for free. It's how you get your leader draws. So being able to get rid of it, if you get rid of it, it's also 1 energy tax on your opponent for the next turn because they want to get it back online. Just because it's kind of how the whole deck ticks. So effectively, you just kind of want to push Nova into a corner in terms of slowing it down enough and inch your advantage away to where you can really get the benefits of going with your big slam bodies. We saw that yesterday with how impactful things like the 8-drop Bojack were in terms of winning that match. Seeing the secret rare there also being a huge boon, where we do know that Dean is also playing the Beast Gohan. So if we can fade a Haze Shenron, which if I peek into the deck list, we do got a few to work around with. High impact card, especially against blue decks. So something to keep in mind. But we do know that if we inch our way into a position where we can go bomb into bomb against this deck, it can actually break through. Yeah,
and I think that's an interesting thing that you said about deck lists. It is a Worlds tournament, and normally Worlds is open deck lists, but I'll have to confirm that that's the case because I think a lot of the time for open deck list tournaments, or just like anything that has open deck list for Masters, is pretty important to know what's in something like the Z Energy deck. So, or Z Energy deck, Z deck, and those are the things that you have to kind of consider because those are like the most techable or like festival spots in my opinion because it's just a deck that no one really knows until you see it. With everything else, engine pieces and things in energy and things like that, it's a little bit better to know.
Just got confirmation that it is not open deck list.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and we know how impactful the metagame around what secret rare is my opponent on, right? What do I have to play around? If I'm playing
Yeah.
against a blue deck, am I going to play against something that's going to essentially skip my entire turn?
Yeah.
Am I going to play against something that's a bomb that burns me like we do with the Gohan? So a lot of when yellow, am I playing against a super combo? Am I playing against, in this case here with Evelyn, against the SS4 Gogeta, right? So it's that metagame is huge. Not knowing what your opponent on is huge. Not knowing what their sideboard options are huge. So one of those advantages that do kind of lessen as the rounds go on and the players talk and the players on stream, and we kind of get more visibility on what each other are on. But
Yeah.
this top 8 situation is where those techs are incredibly powerful, and you're going to get the most inches away from being a creative deck builder. So
Yeah.
especially if you're up against a deck in practice, I can't imagine that Evelyn spent a lot of reps getting ready for this tournament, playing against starter deck Vegito.
Right. Right. Yeah. It's interesting because knowing secret rares is probably like knowing secret rares, and as well as like knowing the Z deck, what's in it, are going to be the two biggest things. And now, if you don't know, it's just like going in any other regionals. It's just like going anywhere else. So you kind of have to be a little cautious and don't overextend basically as we have this peel-off come out. But I mean, speaking of Z deck, this Sage Shenron is definitely wreaking havoc when it comes down to tapping down any of these blockers and things like that, because it is literally just a 1-cost 2 Z deck energy way to tap down any of the blockers and just prevent that draw 2.
And Dean is at 3 energy, still unawakened.
Yeah.
Plus energy. This is like unheard of in Masters at this point.
Yeah.
And just like, we know from the ages of us playing, which we finally do get our awaken here.
Yeah.
Of playing Masters, how the disadvantage you're at when your opponent's awakened and you're unawakened, and now you're not fighting in for damage. If you do want to do it, you have to combo up into your opponent, and that just a whole feels bad. So great job on Evelyn's side here in terms of just making it really awkward for Dean. Now finally getting into a point where Dean's awakened can kind of make some shifts in tempo. Down to 5 life on one side, 6 life for Evelyn here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good part about Vegito, where you do get the auto, and it is a once per turn, where on your opponent's turn, basically the same thing. If one of your unisons or a blue battle card is removed or KO'd, you get to untap one and draw one. So these are the things that Dean is hoping for, while being or not really hiding, but utilizing the effects of floodgates and really good counters and effects like that, such as peel-off. So it's just a really good way to get the increment of value on your opponent's turn without doing too much.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where the decks that have really emerged in terms of the older decks that have been able to keep up versus the newer decks. The way that Master started, I get a draw on my turn with the swing, and that's kind of where it's at. Then we got quicker awakenings and being able to draw additional cards via additional means. Now it feels like at a point where you need to be a leader that either draws multiple cards on your turn, or you can draw on both turns. So here with the Nova Shenron, we see that with the combo ability of the Unison. With Vegito here, able to stand the test of time because you're able to get that advantage on both turns. Assuming that you can force your opponent to have to play a certain way to make it work.
I'm starting to think the deck out would be a good option for Dean. This is a best of 3. But there is a world where we can maybe deck him out, because you got to realize that as Evelyn keeps playing these, which we haven't really seen. There might be one in the energy actually. We haven't seen the EX Evolve Nova. But we're drawing 4 to 5 cards every turn. You gotta realize that is kind of crazy. We're probably going to be drawing out our deck and seeing the majority of our deck as we go, and we continually replace these 1-star balls, which we can get it from the drop. But if something does happen, if you're overwhelmed or something like that, those are the things you have to kind of consider.
Here, Evelyn having a little bit of buffer, playing a beefy 60-card deck.
Never mind.
I will say
deck out's not an option.
It has been interesting seeing, because the consistency, the draw power that's available in Masters, seeing deck builds shift from the kind of normalized advice of, hey, you want to have as small of a deck size as possible to optimize your consistency.
Yeah.
Now it's so normal to see decks at 54, 56.
Oh yeah.
Just because you know you're going to see those cards over across a game.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I know that is definitely a considerable option, and I think in general, it's one of those things of like both of these decks are kind of control, kind of like taking their time. We've seen a lot of other matches where they're just kind of swinging for the heavens, right, and just going for it. But now both of these guys are just trying to, we're just trying to take our time, take our time.
Alrighty here. So 4 life for Dean, 6 life for Evelyn here. We are back on the 9-drop. Sin? Is he an Omega or is he a Sin? He might just be a Sin.
He's a Sin. Yeah,
He's a Sin. Yeah.
Fairly certain.
And then we do have the D magic here. So blue doing blue things. And then looks like that'll be a chill pass over. So decent board. 9-drop, very annoying. You can play around the 9-drop by playing like a cheap thing first and then going into the body you intended to do. A little bit easier for Vegito, considering you play things like the 1-drop Rhoda and what have you. You don't really care if that card gets negated because it'll have its skills back by the end of the turn, where now it becomes a blocker again. So see if Dean can line up any position where he's able to net additional cards here via blocker effects. A little bit harder to rest mode all the blockers if you have multiple of them. So
yeah,
see what the setup is here. In terms of bombs, there is the Boo Unison that's available. Nothing too crazy out of the deck. We do have a one of Powered Reclaimed, so we'll see if we're able to get that through. In the Z deck, obviously, blue has a lot of tech options, so we do see a smattering of toolbox cards available to Dean here, so kind of see where he ends up landing on there. But this does seem like it's going to be more of a game of inches. Looks like Vegito really trying to lean on being able to outdraw, outnet the opponent. That said, do have a powerful 8-drop Broly, which came out in BT26, one of the new generic tools that blue has access to. I'm sure we're going to be able to see some of that this game as well.
Yeah, I was looking through the deck list and seeing what kind of options we have as for on-demand removal. That's kind of like the biggest thing in this matchup for me is like, let's try to get rid of this 9-drop Sin. And it looks like we are playing Deborah. I do believe we're gonna get rid of the Goku and Frieza, which is interesting because like I feel like you can, wait a couple turns to do the -7, but the Deborah is really quite good, especially paying for 4, and which has a dual attack blocker.
Yeah, let's see if Evelyn has the same hatred for this card as Brian Samuel did yesterday.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. I mean, they took turns hating very specific cards, but I'm not too what's the word? I'm not too mad at it for sure.
Yeah, it's just because of Deborah's ability to kind of shut down multi-attacks, which this deck really wants to do with the 8-drop Nova.
Yep.
It's also a clean removal for
specifically.
I will say a little bit of a bummer that you send the 9-drop to the bottom of the deck, which is almost exactly where it wants to be if it gets removed somehow, because it gives you the ability to go back into it. But nevertheless, you're now still forcing the Shadow Dragon deck to have to go back up the chain. Eventually, maybe they run out of 4-drops to be able to go into the massive 9-drop Sin. So
yeah, that's the biggest thing. Like, even if you are bottom decking the 9-drop, the 4-drop is gone, right? Unless you can be able to get that back. And Evelyn did take some time to read that. It is just a -1 for Deborah, choosing a battle card and ignoring barrier, placing at the bottom of the owner's deck, and then you can untap 1 energy, which I don't believe Dean did. He did pay 4 energy for this, but still has their marker as far as I can tell. So that's one of the things that I don't know if it's a misplay, but maybe. Oh, at the end of the turn. Okay, I'll just make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're gonna swing with the Trunks. Let's just get rid of this Unison. It's gonna be Unison on Unison hate, unfortunately. The The other thing that I was thinking about, speaking of Unison hate, is that I think a lot of Vegito's, or at least like Dean's Vegito, Unisons are just super annoying and gives like a lot of value for Dean overall, which means that your opponent is going to be incentivized to remove it. And in that case, then I'm more than happy to do that as Dean, because I'm just going to go ahead and get the draw and as well as an untap.
Yeah, it's also the fact that like Unisons are extremely scary in Vegito because, and it's something that people forget all the time, but Vegito can turn your blue Unisons into triple strikers, and they get 10k.
Right.
So if you're in a position explicitly against a Vegito deck where you don't deal with their Unisons, and then you have a Unison like Dabra who can dual attack, now you're potentially facing like a 30k dual attacking, triple striking Unison, and because it's a Unison, a lot of different tools you may have to prevent it from attacking or interacting with it or removing its skills may not specifically target that card.
Yeah.
So you need to play extremely carefully against it. I have 100% lost my top cut spot in regionals to a Vegito I forgot even had the ability to do that.
I mean, read your cards, folks. I don't know.
So it's just very subtle and something
Yeah.
you don't think about until it happens to you, and you're like, oh, I don't know, I have something. Now, thankfully, Shadow Dragons have lots of blockers and means to be able to kind of play around that. But if
Yeah.
there's ever an opening, you know that Unisons are even more dangerous, especially in this matchup.
Yeah.
Versus kind of what we've seen in for Brian Sam, who already did not like Dabra very much.
No, it didn't seem that way. Yeah, that was pretty obvious. And so far, Evelyn is just chilling. You know, Evelyn doesn't really have very much animosity to it. And as we swing, I believe, into leader, and maybe into the Unison, it looks like we are going to tap down the Dr. Rhoda. Rhoda is not very happy being a turn 1 play, going to turn 4, and just being tapped down literally every single turn. It is crazy.
Yeah, the definition of I'm just here for the vibes.
I know, right? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I would say, you know, we're waiting. I believe we're waiting on this combo step, and I think the thing about it is just like Dean might have to shift to getting things on play and getting the options that or using options there. But it looks like we are thinking about using this Gohan Piccolo, the old campaign rare.
Yep, so combo there, then we'll be able to potentially pay 1 to remove something off of the board. So always nice when both decks have the availability to remove things at combo speed. So go ahead, pay 1, get rid of the Nuova Shenron. Always nice when you can get rid of the 4-drop so that they're not able to go back into the 4-star Shadow Ball.
Yeah. I thought that was his or Dean's Z energy, but I think that's his drop. And the Z energy is on the left, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Hasn't really been using too much Z energy then. Has used it for the Unison,
Yeah.
so
I mean,
guess that's where I went all.
It's one of those things where the older leaders, unless they have immediate support that force it, can operate without Z energy in a different axis than newer leaders. So it's more so, even looking at a Z deck, it's more so there for all the different tech options that are available for the deck, right? The different toolbox things that you're looking to do.
Yeah. So, by the way, it's funny that we are seeing Sensu Bean. That's it. I don't really have too much else. It is probably the longest running used card in the history of Masters.
Set 1, baby.
Set 1.
Here we see the 8-drop Omega Shenron Allies Absorbed. This is a kind of a boss monster different to the 9-drop here, kind of looking to close out the game. Has an activate main if your lead card's a yellow Shadow Dragon. You send 1 mono yellow Shadow Dragon card with energy cost between 2 and 4 that isn't since Shenron from your drop to its owner's warp. You get to add 1 card from your life to your hand, and this card gains skills of the card. So it's effectively a build your own boss monster. So if you have a bevy of different Shadow Dragons that can have Double Strike or Barrier or Block or Revenge, if you get rid of the Sin Shenron, effectively allows you to be able to apply pressure, get an additional blocker, what have you. So it just kind of turns into whatever you need at the time, and leans on the benefit of running multiple of the different Shadow Dragons.
Yeah, it looks like we did take the 1 life to go down to 3 for Dean. The thing about it is that I'm curious to see what Evelyn actually did copy. If Evelyn did end up copying skills, because it's Haze, because Haze has double strike. So
Could
it must have
also
been
just
something
be
else.
for the 30k body.
Yeah. I would say, there's a lot of different options you can do. Speaking of this book of a hand, no surprise there. But looks like they elected just to get the 30k swing and not much else going on. Oh, okay, another 9-drop. Oh, okay.
Yes, I believe we're putting that under the 7 dragons to be able to get
okay.
our draw. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so it's a cycle. It's a cycle.
I was going to say. I was going to say. I was like, where's the evolve? Yeah, we have a good amount of cards technically underneath that extra card. And we went into surmounting. Guessing this is just for the card draw, unless I'm confused.
Yep, so
Or it could, yeah, it looks like it's just a card draw, along with taking a life. So that's basically a draw 2. There is another way to get some of your 1-star balls or anything else that you're going to be using from the deck, so that way you can clean up your hand and utilize any of the Sin Shenrons.
All right, here we go with the dual attacking Nemba now. So big flood board here on Evelyn's side. Got the Haze Dragon, got the 8-drop Omega here, and now into some versatile bodies here. Doubt Vegeta's going to be doing too much on the board, but knowing little dual attacking hits from this Janemba.
I still think this card's broken. I know it's a controversial word, but yeah, this card's really good. I would love to hear someone's opinion that is the opposite of that. This just does a lot of stuff. Although it is just a 15k body, it can become a 20k that swings twice. Having deflect is pretty good. And then being able to KO something ignoring barrier is also very good, which, in this instance, maybe in other matchups is a little bit better. In this instance, it's a little different because you're just going to get that draw and energy on top for Vegito.
Yep, 100%. So we've got the swing here into, we've got the swing block with the unison here. So down to 1 marker for this Deborah. Now we will combo up to deal some damage to it. Looks like we're spending 2 of our Z energy here.
Yeah, a little unfortunate because we are holding on to this 1 energy. We are going to actually pass, which is not great when you really think about it for Evelyn, because now Dean's going to get the value from the Deborah for the dual attack for 1, and if need be, which is probably going to happen, to -1 and then get rid of this the Sin on the board. So
with the potentiality of just playing another one afterwards.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll have to see if we're able to. I mean, we have an opening now. If we really wanted to, we could just give it triple strike also. So
Why not?
So, see what we opt into here. That's like in its own right pretty scary. We do see the 2 energy. Are we just going to go for it here and then kind of decide where we go after that? We'll have to see. One of the big things about the yellow counterplays, a lot of them do not prevent the attack itself. We do have a Nimbus as a choice for Evelyn. Not too sure if they have it in hand, but it's something that they potentially see. Token negates. There's a few things here available to Evelyn.
Yeah, I would say if you want to get rid of the Haze and as well as the Sin, there's a couple ways. We see the Broly on board or in hand, which I think that is what's going to be played here. Very good card. It is a really good support card for a lot of blue decks, if not all the blue decks at this point. Came out in the previous set, in which you can pay 2 if your leader is a blue, blue leader, I guess, or a blue Broly, and or a Broly, actually a Broly card. That's actually pretty good. I always thought it was just a blue Broly. Activate main, you can choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards and bottom deck it. And if your opponent has 3 or more energy, you get to switch to active mode, and it gains double strike for the turn. So basically you swing for that 35k, and then you restand it, bottom deck something, double strike into the face.
Yeah, 100%. A big, impactful boss monster that we'll likely be seeing quite a bit in this best of 3 here. Meanwhile, we do have the counterattack here from Evelyn. I believe that was Forbidden Power. So, counterattack if your leader is yellow, your opponent can only attack with battle cards one more time for the turn, which is huge, obviously, for just trying to stave off things like, you know, attack from the trunks, attack from kind of whatever else is played afterwards. But that is specific to those. Has an activate battle. Also, if your leader card's yellow, you can choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, and switch to rest mode. So a lot of flexibility there in terms of what that card can do.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Evelyn plays this over the Bardock unless they play both. I'm not really seeing that in the list though. So that is definitely a choice because when you get down to it, sometimes, and we saw it in Fusion World, it's a little bit different if this is Masters. Sometimes your hand is everything, and if you don't have the energy to use it, you know you really need to lean on that combo power. And Bardock being at 20k, that's pretty good. Like both of these cards, they're pretty good in what they do. It's just, I guess it just depends on preference. And the other part of that is the activate battle. So we'll see if that comes up. It's just that this doesn't negate the attack either.
Yeah,
so
it's a little spooky because Broly can attack again, which is what we saw here. But we do see the token negate kind of take its place instead here. So Evelyn opting to take 1 life as opposed to 2 makes sense to me. Still isn't hedged against things like leader swing and unison swing, but at least the blocker there will be able to take care of one of those if Dean doesn't have a way to be able to deal with a little annoying token block. It's kind of funny how, like, for the most part, it's kind of funny because we have Vegito here, which is kind of an exception to the rule. But for the most part, you don't play cheap blockers in Masters because your expectation of them surviving is never good.
Yeah, but if you play a lot of them.
Well, and if you play them at the counter timing, all of a sudden they're so much more viable because like you're timing it with your opponent when they're unlikely to be able to deal with it.
Right.
And
all of it's ID'd, so I don't.
Yes, and all of a sudden it's really strong.
Yeah. No. I agree. It's one of those things of like. The trade-off is worth playing them, but the only issue, just like you were saying, is just like it just gets removed so easily. Secret ID here is going to be really good because it I believe is up to 5 costs, which includes tokens, which has no cost, so they're automatically removed as long as you choose them. So, pretty sweet. It's a long-time card, and no surprise that it's in this list.
Yep, so swing draw into the unison. Dean up on hand size. Evelyn's board clear. We potentially could go for the big unison swings now following up after this. We'll have to see what the options are. Very scary here for Evelyn in terms of just being kind of wide open. We do go for the Black Kamehameha for 1 energy. 2 energy open. We don't have any more swings of battle cards, unfortunately, so we won't be able to go in with the ID. But potentially what we could do is swing Deborah, because you don't want to give the 3 cards if you end up going for the triple strike right away. Maybe you don't go for it, but you do at least have a swing.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to go for the triple strike. I mean, it's a very big possibility. This Secret ID can't attack, so it's just going to be combo fodder.
So you just combo away, yeah?
Yeah, it's just going to be combo fodder. The thing about this is that we saw this in Blue Bojack and I believe one other match, right, where we were using the Black Kamehameha as basically the finisher. And when you think about it,
okay, hold up, here's the take.
They
went down to 3.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, I think what's gonna happen is that we're gonna swing and
see
basically
where
dump.
We're at.
Yeah, see where we're at for one. See if we have another token negate, which is gonna be an option. But then we're going to be using everything at our disposal, including that Black Kamehameha, which is going to give us a very, very good way to get to a high point, like 100, 150K, I'm saying. And we might have a UI Kamehameha in hand. I don't know.
Well, we have to pay the 2 energy if we're going to give it the triple strike.
Yeah, but we have Sensu Bean, so we can actually use that as well. But I feel like we would have used Sensu Bean on the first swing, just so you can get that extra 5K anyway, but I don't know.
All right, so we do have the swing here once again, and then
we might do it.
We might do it.
We might do it. Our hands are not looking good though. It's more of a thing where, yes, we have a couple of counters in hand. It's kind of hard to see, but the real issue is hand disparity, where we have like 6 or 7 cards as Dean, but as Evelyn we have like 12.
Yeah, but because this could potentially be lethal, you have to combo out of it. So we can see a
Yes.
shredding of the hand. Yeah, so the 2 energy
Here
here.
it goes.
We got the triple strike on the Deborah, the additional 10K here. So swinging in for, what is a base 20K? So we're going in for 30K right now off
30K.
rip.
We're probably going to be using the Black Kamehameha. And we're probably going to combo most of these things.
Yeah. You could just leave the blockers to be safe.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
definitely
that's fine.
could. So we're going in for additional 5K here. So 35.
If we combo, we have a super combo here, so that's really good. If we combo at least 4 cards here, we can set up for D Magic, so that's something. Just as a, we just got to be a little more careful, because our hand size as Evelyn is looking kind of scary.
All right, so yeah, so we do see here, so the commitment here, super combo.
Here we go.
Choose what we bottom deck and then draw 2.
Yeah, just deciding as Dean.
So bottom deck that, draw 2 cards. I think we just drew potentially, no, that's not the secret rare. So where are we at with this? Are we going to commit the Black Kamehameha to this attack? Our silence is an anticipation chat.
Yeah. I was thinking of how doing it the other way. Of course, with their hand, even without the bean, obviously you can't use it on offense. But the thing about it is that, like, again, you have the 2 blockers. You have a decent amount of cards in hand. Oh, we're
leaving it at that.
Okay.
Interesting. All right, so that was 30, 45. So
yeah.
45K here. So not as big as it could be. Just not feeling like we have the means to be able to get there. A little bit unfortunate here. I mean, unfortunate. Look, Dean is there and I'm here.
I suppose.
Yeah, did not push the envelope. Another super combo. So super combo into super combo. You love to see it. Being able to draw our cards, fix our hand. So at the moment, not really losing out too much in terms of the amount of power here pressed in. And looks like we do combo out of the attack here, so.
That was the majority of Evelyn's super combos, though, right? So
yeah, but like
we have a pretty fat hand. We did threaten lethal, which is nice. We can't use the -1 because Evelyn's board is cleared. But if they do choose to swing at the unison, then at least we'll be able to untap 1 and draw 1 too. And we have the 2 blockers, so there's a lot of options where we don't have to rely on something like D Magic or something like that on this following turn, because we're not taking game here, unfortunately.
Yeah, so now Dean just has to kind of consider what his best options are. I mean, we've got multiple blockers. We're down to 3 life, though, so a little bit spooky. We did clear out most of everything, so we will go ahead and remove the marker from the Deborah. No targets, but end of turn, we're still going to get the active mode blue energy at the end of the turn. We've got multiple blockers, which means we might be able to get another energy and another card draw. So set up for our next turn here. We did play it a little bit slower, but might just be just playing around some spooky things here on Dean's side. So we'll see what he's able to do on defense in the follow-up, and we'll see how Evelyn can take advantage of just, surprisingly enough, not having to work that hard to defend themselves out of a lethal strike. So kind of just chipped away at some of that hand size, but not too much since we had the double super combo in hand. Kind of feeling comfortable, honestly. We're going to go ahead and set up our unison once again, and now we're kind of just back on our typical grind at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the strengths of Nova is that, like, hey, you're just going to draw cards. You're going to be able to do the thing that you want to do pretty much every single turn. And as we play the 4-drop, we're going to rest the Dr. Roto one more time. Oh, boy. That's tough. That's tough. That's just never going to proc off, I don't think. Another blast from the past. Good old Poutine. With the auto, whenever something is rested, it gets played. It does have barrier. It is annoying. And whenever they play a battle scope with a skill or activates a counter, you can arrest something again. So that Dr. Roto, any other blockers, etc., are just going to be in Poutine's iron sights. There you go. I was trying to find it. Trying to find the word. And now we're going to be playing the Gogeta Secret Rare. It's a pretty crazy card for what it is, in which I think we're looking at Vegito's effect as we go. It does have Quad Strike. It's a 45k. It can basically remove all of the opponent's battle cards. Does quite a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So,
and we're going to add some energy markers, I believe. Okay, well, we're going to go into the X-Evolve Nova, drawing the 2.
Okay, and then considering where our follow-up swings are, being able to see Secret Rare, obviously a huge boon for the deck here.
Yeah, the card's crazy. The card's crazy as a late-game option. And I think we're not swinging with it just yet, even though obviously it presents lethal, just because I think we're just trying to figure out the options that we have in our hand.
So here we go into the SS4. I believe this might be the Absolute Annihilation alt art. So very annoying taxing effect here, especially as you're aiming to go on defense. We saw the impact that this card has had yesterday when Brian Sam tactfully deployed it on lethal here. So being able to do the same thing here, especially since you're not forced to have to commit your swings into the with the Secret Rare right away based on the established board. And then, of course, we've got the Poutine there, just kind of vibing. Also forcing a bit of an annoyance here.
Yeah, and I believe basically the strat here is just having Absolute Annihilation, using it after the Gogeta Secret Rare, utilizing all of the energy markers. You can tell how many energy markers we have based on the dice that's on the one energy marker. We use obviously 3 of them. After we swing here, we pop the Broly, and going through the Vegito effect to untap 1 and draw 1. So giving us a couple of different options at least for Dean as we cycle through our hands.
I think here we're just trying to plot out how do we get there? How do we break through? We do have a lot of option energy-wise. We did end up giving Vegito his proc, but we do still have that SS4 there being an annoyance. Looks like we are going to go in with the Quad Strike.
Yep. Already with attacks of Absolute Annihilation, so obviously like D-Magic or whatever it may be, it's going to be taxed on the 4 extra cards. We do have one. It's kind of hard to see in our hand, and looks like we are going to play it. We have to pay an additional cost for an Absolute Annihilation, and then we're going to untap 1, or actually 2, sorry about that, afterwards.
Yep. Pay 2, get the 2 back, still have defensive options up.
So we definitely get out of the lethal swing. There are a couple other ways where we can try to get him down to another life total that makes a little bit more sense.
Yep, we're going to go ahead and pay an energy marker here. And then shipping away some cards. There go the Shadow Dragons.
Okay.
Into the Triple Striker.
Yeah, so this is the alternative. I was seeing if they were going to play this instead. It's a pay 1 and remove 7 Shadow Dragons, draw 1, and then play from your hand. It is a Triple Striker. We got around the D-Magic, and we're going to see if we have an alternative option. I think we have another D-Magic in hand, so I think Dean is probably just going to go ahead and play that. It is basically free.
You know, it says something about D-Magic that I think it's perfectly fine to also pay 2 to untap 2.
True.
like I know that's just effectively big Whis coercion, but
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
still
it
feels
is.
okay. Kind of speaks to the power of that card.
Yeah. I think it's more just like it's nice to have that sparking option. So
All right, and we still have that Black Kamehameha in our back pocket as well in case things get a little shaky, be able to draw an additional card. We have the peel off in our back pocket to be able to get rid of any spooky keywords here. So it does seem like Dean has the right defensive tools to be able to live to see another day. A couple of energy markers still here left on Evelyn's side. See what they're able to do with it.
yeah, just deciding how we're gonna keep going. What's interesting is that we do have peel off in hand. So if we try something a little crazy on Evelyn's side, we can probably get out of it by removing keyword skills. That 8-drop Omega Shenron, the one with triple strike, doesn't have limit, so we can just play another one if we want to, if we have the cost for it. It does have unique, so if there's a way to get rid of it first, sack it off, whatever it may be, that'll be another option. But I think going down to 2, this is dwindling down Evelyn's turn. This is supposed to be the kill turn, but it looks like we're just not getting there just yet.
Yep, so I'm going to go ahead and combo from our 7 dragons, get our draw. Draw into another Nova Shenron. And then thinking on combo, going to combo away the said Nova Shenron. So we've got 1 card left in our Z Energy, so like we're looking to load that up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely trying to get some options there. We're going to go to 25K here. We have used a lot of our own options on Dean's end. And we're eyeing down this Gohan Piccolo. I don't know what the plan is for that. Poutine does have barrier, which is probably what we're talking about right now.
Yep, Poutine do just be there. Bro,
Yeah,
Poutine's so good. Sorry, Canadian bias here, guys.
Oh, okay. That is the wrong Poutine.
It's just a reminder for anyone who doesn't know what Poutine does. Auto, if your leader card is yellow, when an opponent's card is switched to rest mode by one of your card skills, you may play this from hand, so it's a free play. Then once she's on board, auto once per turn. When your opponent plays a battle card using a skill or activates a counter skill, go to one of your opponent's battle cards and switch it to rest mode. So very annoying, especially for this Vegito deck, as you go ahead and rest out its blockers and kind of just put more work towards preventing the activation of his leader ability.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to think of what options Evelyn may have. There is a world where we do play the successor 6% for Gogeta Omega Shenron, which I mean, we drew like 6 cards this turn, so I'm sure we have one in hand. And I don't know if that's going to be on Dean's radar as we do resolve this Zeno super combo.
Yep, Bean into hand.
Probably
down
split
into
here.
energy goes the Unison. Let's see if we elect to then Bean into. Yep, so gonna go ahead and do have to pay an extra for that though because of the Annihilation.
Yeah, you do have to pay it. That's just a reminder. I think that's Dean's slight misplay because I think he forgot.
I mean, you're still good to be able to use the energy anyhow. You're going to get 1 energy back.
Yeah, which is fine.
But it does cost extra. And it's just one of those things where those kinds of permanents can really sneak under you as you're trying to, like, I mean, look, there's like 20 cards on board right now. So trying to remember what everything does can be a little bit tough here. But nevertheless, we do still have D3 energy available to us. And then optionally, we could potentially go into the Gohan, maybe get rid of that Nova Dragon that way. So we're going to combo the Boo.
Yeah, I think we're just trying to, again, really strain out our options as Dean as we have this unrelenting force from Evelyn.
Yep, so here's the Boo, little piece of support that we got in BT25. So Majin Buu confrontation with a noble heart. Auto limit to 1 for blue if your leader is blue, and if your leader is a Z leader, or if you have a blue Z card in play at the end of battle in which this card is used in a combo, you'll be able to play it. Here we're just going to be utilizing it for combo fodder, but it is a little bit of spice added to the deck. As an auto, when this card attacks or activates the blocker skills, you get to use up to 1 mono blue card with a 5k combo drop in a combo with its skills negated for the turn. So for a deck that wants to be able to use combos for cheap, has barrier, be able to stick around and then get some free fodder block, always welcome.
It's a barrier blocker.
Yep.
Which is why he played it, but the issue is that he Evelyn ended up using the
the secret rare.
Secret rare.
Yeah.
And now
I
it's gone.
didn't expect it to live, but
Oh.
is there. Like, it's just one of those things that,
Yeah.
a nice extra tool.
Yeah, it was like yeah, I'm here, and now I'm gone.
I mean, it's
By the way, Dr. Rhoda, complete disrespect. Every single turn, I'm telling you, was it was arrested, and now it got wiped out by a secret rare.
I will say, kind of crazy that we're still here, though. We saw triple strike, quad strike,
Yep.
Nova Shenron, multi swings.
Yeah.
We're still not even technically done because we have additional more attackers if we really wanted to. Still 2 energy available for Evelyn. Like, we're still here.
Yeah, it's
and
actually crazy.
so kudos to Dean through all of that, and under an absolute SS4 too.
Yeah, we're really trying to navigate. Like I said, we're really straining every single card that we have in our hand, and every single resource that we have, because it's just one of those things of how far can I take this? And even if I do defend against this crazy turn, what happens next turn? Like, how do I take this 3 life when Evelyn has more than 10 cards in hand after all of this? As we're trying to decide if we want to use the activate battle for Black Kamehameha.
All right, so it looks like we are going to go ahead and commit the Black Kamehameha. We're going to pay the 1 energy, so we'll get 15k over to our leader, be able to, believe then draw a card, make a token. Maybe I'm misremembering?
For what?
About the Black Kamehameha.
It has 2 activate battles. And I believe the one that was
Yeah,
used,
it's just the 1 is free and 1 costs 1 energy.
Yeah.
Does that count as activating an extra card and thus costs more because of absolute? Maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. I'm sure with the judge on the field or at the table, they are discussing it.
All right, so there we go. Combo here, and then Poutine now gone into the SS4 versus Omega.
Yep. Okay, so this is basically it. That's what the alternative was, and that is game 1 going to Evelyn. Wow, what a crazy turn. What a crazy turn. And it all really ended up on the secret rare Gogeta coming down, giving all of the markers, and basically giving every single option to Evelyn. It was actually crazy of the amount of things that Dean had to deal with because of that.
Yeah, 100%. Just the fact that we, fought through the onslaught of SS4 Secret Rare. Triple Strike, Omega Shenron. Nova Shenron swinging twice, right? Just goes to the, just kind of goes to show, I mean, blue in general, fantastic defensive capabilities.
Yeah.
But then when you add on top of that Vegito with all the additional blockers that you run and having to play around all of those, which yellow does effectively. But, I mean, Evelyn was just in such a good position to be able to just deploy threat after threat after threat, especially with the secret rare being able to get those additional energy markers, effectively saying, this is my turn, and it's going to keep on being my turn, and I've got more than enough resources to keep on keeping it my turn.
Yeah, Dean did a really good job, like I said, to strain and just keep it going. Try to find every single piece of resource that was available to him, right? But the thing is that Evelyn found every option in their hand, right? And it just really got extended by the Gogeta Secret Rare. The other part of it is that every single turn, Evelyn just basically presented a difficult situation for Dean. It was from the 9-drop to another 9-drop to drawing 6 cards in a turn to getting a triple striker to a quadruple striker into successor into having 14 cards in hand. So I think that's one of the things that we may have not seen that on that level with Brian's match yesterday with Nova, but that also will kind of show the different options of what secret rares can do. Because we did have the Gohan Piccolo secret rare yesterday, right? But now having the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta secret rare, giving all those energy markers and basically giving an extra turn for a player, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, 100%. I think one of the big pivotal points, not going in for lethal on that triple strike. I think recognizing that Evelyn had a massive hand and the opportunity to just try to dwindle that as much as possible, knowing that you still had a pair of blockers, you still had D-Magic in hand, right? I think at that point you just have to kind of see your openings and kind of go for it, and knowing that at the very least you're going to be able to minimize the amount of threats available on follow-ups after that. So I think a bit of a unfortunate timing there, maybe playing it a little bit too safe, but this is where we have the ability to kind of adjust for that as we go into game 2. Got sideboard options coming now. I don't doubt that we're going to start seeing Court Skies making their way into these main decks, but on both sides. Blue having not as much as Bojack, but a few tools in terms of wanting to play cards out. Against yellow, naturally you have the ability to prevent them from going into their 1-star balls after you remove the big bodies. If they do go into the 1-stars, then it's going to be a bit of a punish there. So a couple of tools. I mean, Absolute Goku ramping up on that one just because it can be such a timely tool against blue. So
Yep. I was just looking at Dean's sideboard on the other end. There wasn't too many options. I mean, adding an additional 17 counter, maybe a Koitsukai, depending on what we see, because we didn't see too many Bardocks, we didn't see too many things that Koitsukai could kind of hit. We did see Poutine, so that could be something on Dean's turn.
Poutine's so good.
I know. Okay. I don't know which one you may have.
I skip breakfast, all right?
Okay. Yeah, we need to fix that, I think, for you before we get more references. We do actually have 2 Mafuba in the
I do like Mafuba.
I think Mufuba is actually kind of funny because if you're reserving that for the 9-drop, then you're just not getting all those effects for an entire turn.
Because it's removal, not removal.
Exactly. It's just like there's not really a better way to. It's like literally Mafuba. So very very much on theme, and that might be one of the things that he's going to consider. So we'll see how it goes. One of the other things that I was thinking about is that like we were getting swung and swung and swung over and over again, but we didn't see a peel-off come down on Dean's end. So I'm actually kind of surprised. Hopefully we'll see that in this game too, as our players are now getting ready and finishing out their sideboards.
Yep, 100%. So I have to look here what we're looking into in terms of just getting this game carked off. We got Evelyn here 1-0 in this top 8 match over Dean. Dean representative from Australia. See how we pulled together that little peek preview of our Fusion World contestants fighting it out in the back there. Best of luck to those players fighting out for their title as well. Of course, our coverage of Fusion World will continue over into this same live stream after we've done our coverage of Masters. So into our second turn here, we go for Dean. Looks like opting to go first here. Early on, looks like we got the 1-drop ball from Evelyn. Early Broly, holy.
Yeah, the only issue is that you don't get the 3 energy option, but having an early Broly is pretty funny. So maybe trying to go a little bit more aggro, as obviously it is a tempting thing to remove, and you can get something, or you can get an awaken pretty early as we do pass. So it's actually funny or interesting that Dean is doing this as maybe beat. I'm not sure.
I think he just decided, like, bro, my Rhoda ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, honestly, that might be it. Also, we see our hand. If you take a look, we do have the one of Majin Buu Unison. We have a couple super combos, and we do have I think an Android 17 game. I might be wrong on that one, but pretty much every single thing in our hand is like I don't really have anything else to play. So I'm just gonna play this. If you remove it, thank you. If not, it is a 35k swing that might get double strike. So yeah, that's actually kind of funny.
All right, so into the 4-drop we go here. 24k blocker. A little bit annoying here for Dean, but I'm sure knowing that if he gets punched a little, he doesn't totally mind because odds are being able to. You know what it is? It is a target that is worth removing and not just rest moding. So it might be an alternative way to try to force Evelyn into a position where, like, hey, you need to remove this card or it's just going to be here. And it's a threat you can't just ignore like Rhoda, because I can't threaten you with Rhoda, but I can threaten you with Broly.
Yeah, plus it can restand.
Yeah.
So if it does get rested somehow or whatever, just restand it. You'll be fine. It's not a blocker, so it doesn't really give value on the opponent's turn. So yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it is just bait. It is one of those things of like, if you remove it, you should probably remove it. Like, you know, it's just one of those things to consider. Plus, it is removal pretty much every turn past this turn, because I believe it is the 3 energy requirement for your opponent.
The
Activate main.
Yep, but
Yeah, so
marker isn't a real energy, right?
yeah, after this turn.
Yeah, after this turn. Yeah. But I do like the change up here. I think, like, hey, my original strat of just leaning on the early blockers didn't get there. Let's try to change it up. This is the kind of flexibility mindset you need to have on the World Championship stage here. So Evelyn at 6 life. We've got Dean over there at 8 life. Looks like that'll probably go down to 7 at this turn. Draw of a super combo. Always love seeing those.
Yeah, we saw 3 of them last game. This being game 2 of the best of 3. It is interesting to see. Well, not really, I guess. Nova just kind of draws so many cards. We're bound to see some super combos.
So down to 6 life now for Dean. And pass with 2 up. Virtual 2. Energy marker aside.
Yeah. The kind of 2.
Thinking on charge here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't think we open too crazy good on Dean's end. As we charge here.
Yep, so down there goes Gohan, and then maybe Rhoda does make an appearance again.
I mean, yeah.
All right. So we out to Rhoda.
Yeah, Rhoda comes down. We'll see how many times it gets rested this time.
And now thinking on swing. Thing is that when you swing into the unison the first time around, you're still looking at effectively a 15k because it can combo onto itself. It can then get an additional 5k from its ability. So here we're just going to block with the 4-drop, get our draw from our leader, probably leave that as is, and now see what the follow-up is. I mean, we do have Broly just there.
Yeah.
Menacing.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't target the barrier blocker to remove. That's probably fine. It is a 35k. Of course, next turn will be pretty good.
All right, so go ahead and do a throwaway combo here. Load up our Z energy. Swing with Broly. Swing on the 24. And then looks like that'll be 1 energy for Nimbus.
Okay.
No pitch, so just a raw negate here.
Yeah, no surprise there.
And then we've got the 2 energy, Z energy. Gonna dig into our Z deck here. And pullout is gonna be the Frieza versus Goku.
Yep. So that one's gonna give +1 marker and the extra energy. I think we opened with this before in our initial game 1. We didn't use the -7. I think we had like 5 markers on it, and I think we just got rid of it a little too early for the Bojack. But I don't blame Dean, because we really did need to get rid of that 9-drop. So we'll see if this Goku Frieza will last a little bit longer, as it gives extra energy at the end of the turn every turn.
Yep. So into Evelyn's next turn. Charge of the Haze. So down a Haze. It's nice information for Dean to kind of play around. We do still see the Poutine in hand, which will be annoying once that gets down on the board.
Yeah.
Into our Z deck we go. Out comes Hayes. Rest mode the Rhoda.
Well, that's one. Can we get a track?
Rhoda rest counter?
Yeah, can we get a rest counter? Let's just put that on the screen. Someone in the chat, maybe. I don't know.
All right, so Trunks here. Going to get negate. We're now at 3 proper energy here, so a little bit annoying for anything beyond that. And then the on play. Going to go ahead and rest mode the Trunks. Get down to Poutine.
Yeah, that's already annoying, right? I do believe, don't tell Dean this, Poutine is a one of, so if you do get rid of it, then you don't have to deal with it for the rest of the game.
All right, and then we're going to go ahead. Combo away from our 7 dragons here. Get our draw. And then shove the SS4 versus Omega into the 7 dragons here.
Okay, swing with the leader. Looks like we're probably to go into leader. None of these options are amazing because you don't allow them to awaken or make them take 1 life, right?
Attack Rhoda.
I mean, at this point,
No.
at this point, at least give him a little respect.
We're going to go ahead. That'll be a take here on Dean's side. Down to 5 life. Awakening the hard way like we used to back in the old days.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my parents had to walk through 10 feet of snow to get to school. I had to self-awaken down to 4 to awaken.
I feel like we are already being made fun of for being so old in this game. And you're already going to add on to it. You're probably right, though. Yeah, I remember draw 2 leaders, untap 1 leaders.
Hey, man, when we had to awaken the hard way, and I was playing Awaken Power and just victory striking my opponents who are still
God,
at 8 life.
Don't say that word. Don't say that word. That's pretty funny. I think as we go into our ES Evolve Nova, or actually no, sorry, this is the option. Every time Evelyn puts down something above it and is in technically the battle area and they draw, it's always confusing. I was like, wait, aren't you supposed to draw 2 for that? No, it was just the 1.
All right, so going into our 4th energy charge here. Charge of the Oob or Rhoda Alt, depending. Looks like we are going to chip up our marker.
Just get the energy at the end of the turn.
And now Broly's live.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we can get rid of the 9-drop. Right?
It does have Revenge, the 9-drop, so...
You might have to activate it now.
Yeah, it's a tough position. The card's super... I mean, look, as someone who has entertained the Shadow Dragon deck, who has regional tops with OG Shadow Dragons, I love the 9-drop. But I can recognize his position as being one of the most annoying things. So yeah, here we go.
We're just doing it.
Broly Act Main, we're going to go ahead and get rid of that. Likely going to see the 1-star Shadow Ball make its way back onto the board. But at least now you don't have to worry about that. And then draw 2 cards. Man, this is a good card.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We do have double strike now. Don't get the swing, their extra swing, but double strike is pretty nice. Our judge stepping in to double check. I think we're
just clarifying on the Act Main, I think.
Yeah. Just deciding, excuse me, where to swing. Yeah, I was going to say probably to the Unison. Has double strike. It's going to remove 2 markers. Burn a counter for it if you need it, but probably not going to do that. You may as well swing with Rhoda at this point, because
I mean, first you got to clear the auto, but yeah, 100%. I mean, Rhoda might as well just be a beat stick at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, we're going to swing leader into Unison. Going to use the auto to draw 1 off of the leader, and then draw 1 off Dean's leader. Now deciding what we want to do for the rest of our attacks.
Yep, so we'll go ahead and get Trunks into the Unison. Unless we see a negate here, likely see the... Yep, that's it. So Unison gone now.
Mm-hmm.
Pay 4 energy for one of my favorite cards of all time. Got Majin Buu here. Going to be able to draw a card, gets a active energy end of turn, double up on that. So then we got a cheeky double striker.
Yeah, this is a one-of for a reason. It's a secret rare, basically. And you know, the only thing I don't like, not so much don't like, because obviously this is just the superior Unison. It's just a bummer that like that Goku Frieza is just not getting any value outside of getting an extra energy. You know, it's just like this is what happened last game, where we got a bunch of markers and then we just got rid of them. So a little bit of a bummer for that one. Majin Buu, no surprise, coming down. And looks like we're passing.
Yeah, I mean, get our defensive options, get our active. So still have to resolve the swing here.
Oh.
I guess? Or are we
No,
just trying to figure
no.
out like what the order of things?
Yeah,
oh yeah,
yeah,
we're just trying
yeah.
to figure out the order of things.
I
Okay.
think they were just asking about the end of turn.
Yeah, because I think the way that Boo works specifically,
It's main phase.
it's main. Like once you
Yeah.
go to charge, right? It's not the end of turn. Yeah. So I
Yep.
think we're just clarifying on timings.
This is important. You know, this is a Worlds tournament, so every timing, every option, every specific interaction needs to be clarified.
All right, so swing with the haze here. You think Rhoda's going to get the block? Spoiler.
No.
No.
No. It's going to get arrested again. It's a sad time, honestly.
Yep, Rhoda in rest mode here. Going to be able to use our Unison, get a combo off. We'll get a draw from that. Thinking about it, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not too bad at all. Gonna draw the card here. Really sticking true to that energy marker on Evelyn's side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've seen the secret rare just yet. Probably gonna see it a little bit later as we continue to draw cards.
Yep, haven't seen it on Dean's side either.
Yeah, we really didn't see that last game either. So, do have 2 super combos on Evelyn's side, so we're stacking those up. Just deciding what we want to do. Could go into another Sin if we do have a 4-drop. Maybe another 9-drop. Who knows?
We're in the tank.
Yeah. Rhoda's in rest mode.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just trying to keep everyone updated on that.
Just Rhoda standing in the corner of the room. They don't know I'm a blocker.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Jeez, man. Poor Rhoda. Yeah, looks like we're paying 1, going into our deck for the Sin. I'm going to go and play the 4 costs. And I'd imagine we have a 9 cost in hand again, but it could be wrong. 4 costs is still pretty good. Just as a body and technically as a blocker. And the other annoying part is that when it is played for a battle card for the 4-drop, it can keep Rhoda rested.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just another slap in the face.
All right. Oh, Ooh, going into the Oolong.
That's interesting.
Very nice.
Oolong's a interesting callback.
Remember when you used to Mira and then Oolong right next to him?
Yeah, the good old days, quote unquote. This is this is interesting because it can choose Broly on the other end for the 35k swing to copy its power.
Yep, and now that, we have indicated previously that triple striking is definitely in our wheelhouse for Evelyn here. We've had to check our drop a couple of times as well, so probably making that count. Trying to see if we can kind of sneak in there with that cheeky double triple strike. But that'll be all she wrote here for the turn. Pass on over to Dean with a pretty sizable board, all things considered here. So,
I mean, it's cool. Yeah. Not bad at all.
Yeah, we love to see a healthy Boo Unison as well. Little solid double strike option. Thinking on charge here.
Might charge the Boo or the Oob, which is interesting because I believe he only plays one Oob. No, he plays two. Maybe? I believe he plays two. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So, one of the things to consider for Dean, if he doesn't have another one in hand, it might come in handy for some spot removal. Now these games are pretty long. Let me see if I can get an update on time as well. This is a best of 3. I believe they have, what, an hour and a half in total?
Or untimed. I'd have to double check.
I think they are at times.
So we do have the activate main on the Broly here. We'll get rid of the 4-drop blocker. Kind of open reins here now for some swings. See if we try and take care of the Unison first before starting to chip away at the leader / board. So trunk swing here. I wonder where that term came from.
What's up?
Swing.
Probably another card game.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I would mean like attacking, like in a fight or whatever. You could be swinging your arms and hands and stuff like that. So
the motion of like turning the card 90 degrees depending on how you hold it.
Yeah, you're swinging. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like entendres there.
All right, so one marker down for the Unison. All right, Rhoda. Get in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this board, comparative to like the last situation that we're in for Dean, although our hand size is not that great, we also are not awakened despite our 4 life in hand, or 4 in our life, as I understand. It's a little bit better for comparative to like the last game, like I said. So
yeah, so swing. So now that we've gotten the Unison down to 1, we're swing with Boo Unison. 20k double strike. Where's the target? Think said no to counters. You know what? Just awaken your leader and give it triple strike. Why not?
No, I do think the awaken's being held, so that way he can get both effects on Evelyn's turn. But we'll see if that's the case.
All right, so double strike swing into Evelyn down to 4. Does get through, so now we're 4 all.
Yep.
Still 5 energy here on our Vegito side. We do still have the ability to be able to swing with this Broly as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we have a few different swings that are going to be pretty.
All right, so 4.
Scary.
Are we just going into Deborah?
I wouldn't like that if that's the case. Oh, okay.
No, okay.
Oh,
wow. All right, Android 21.
Another blast from the past. This is a Z battle card. It's a unique blocker. I guess it's pretty recent. Set 20. When this card is played, you place the top card of your deck into your energy, so you ended up ramping. And then you choose one of your opponent's battle cards and place it at the bottom of the deck. And then, when activate main, you can choose one keyword on a card, place it underneath the card, and this gains that skill into the opponent's turn. It's pretty interesting that you can add one of those cards into the Z stack for your opponent. And it looks like we're just going to go ahead and remove 2 of Evelyn's cards there. So pretty cool card. Always a cool one to have. Having blocker again. Well, hopefully he doesn't get arrested.
Yep, so now we're going to go ahead and awaken.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be the normal way. Probably just trying to get an extra energy here. You're going to get an extra one at the beginning of the turn for Evelyn from Majin Buu. But it is nice to have a 20k beater as your leader.
Yep, so swing here into the Unison. You'll get our draw. Unison gone, so there'll be the 1 energy tax next turn to kind of get back online. But Evelyn trying to play it close to their chest in terms of staying at a low Z energy amount, trying to prevent any punishes that could be coming down from Dean's way here. So see, that does make the tax a little bit more painful when you're trying to go into Z energy plays. So we'll see what the follow-up is.
Yeah. Yeah, going to Evelyn's turn.
Yep,
Looks
so
like
there's the tax.
Yep, immediately going right into another Unison. Yeah, Z energy is not a big deal considering the incentivized nature of the auto for the leader to draw every single turn.
Yep. Into the 7 dragons, Nova goes. We draw ourselves a Nimbus. Lots of energy here available for Evelyn to make things happen. We're going to go ahead and just get the Nova Shenron out. All right. Now's your time, Rhoda.
Okay. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I feel like we're going to be rested one way or another.
Yep, so rest mode in the Broly.
It's not too bad.
Just right into the 8-drop, saying, you know what, I'm not looking to get this removed.
I think we're probably trying to avoid that for one, because obviously we have a few open energy. Could get Gohan Piccolo'd, right? As we swing here, we're going to go ahead and pop most likely the Broly. We're deciding on the counter step as well as blockers. We have 2 on the field. Well, 3, I guess.
Just considering our autos, there goes the Broly, so finally off the field. Sticking around since turn 2. Now making its way off the field. And then down a marker goes the Unison. Going to go ahead and activate that. Then we're going to have the leader proc from the removed battle card as well. Being able to get the untap in the draw.
Okay. Swinging leader to somewhere. Maybe leader. Nova Shenron just effectively being its own 15k beat stick.
Yep, block here from 821.
And just going to fizzle out there with no combo. As far as I can tell, anyway. Just looking at maybe responses on Dean's end. I hate to say it, but, you know, we're not like, if this is just 90 minutes, which I didn't get confirmation just yet of how much time is left here. Dean may have to decide a little bit quicker. You know, Evelyn's up at game 1.
Wrote a block?
Oh, wow.
Hey, they knew I was a blocker.
Wow. Untapped 2. That's insane.
That's it. That's all she wrote.
Yeah. Did we get our effect?
We already got it from the Broly.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right, we did remove that from the Nova Swing.
All right, just checking what's left in your 7 dragons. A little bit of everything at this point. Going into 6, potentially 7. We have turning the Tide in hand.
It's pretty funny.
Dude, I love that card.
It's pretty funny. You know, I said recent when I said set 20. We gotta realize that there's like 10 different sets between a lot of different like cards, like from Sensu Bean to the leader to Android 20 to turning the tide to Trunks negate. There are like sets on sets on sets in between. Oh
Man, there's something to say about going into your 7th energy turn,
Yeah.
charging the 7 energy play. I mean, look,
Right.
you know, there's a world in which you get it back for with Zeno if you ever end up in that kind of a board position.
Sure. But probably not.
But probably not.
Probably not.
All right, so 4 life for both players here. Pretty solid position. Now we're just kind of playing this game of inches.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we do play 2 Turning the Tide. So, you know, we might see it again.
Maybe. It's a
But
pretty
I'm-
good finisher if you can get in a position for it. Oh, there we go. Beast Gohan.
Okay.
Super rare hitting
That
the board
makes
here.
A lot
How many
more
cards?
sense.
How many cards in hand, Evelyn? More than me. So big, huge turn here. I mean, lots of energy on Evelyn's side. So counter plays are definitely in position here. Could have the right size negates. Haze Dragon potentially in hand to be able to get rid of it. So you got to be careful about your timing on when you want to be able to get your restands off.
Yep.
But yeah, Evelyn's like, you know what? Let me read that real quick. We do still have the 2 markers on the Unison as well, so we can go ahead and Vegeta. So counterplay here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't swing. I mean, I don't know if Dean was considering that first.
So
Swinging at the Unison to remove a marker before playing this, but maybe just a little scared about floodgates.
Yep. So yep, so rest moding the Beast on here. Of course, you could go ahead and restand it, but back to the hand, everything goes, and now it's kind of open season here. We'll have to see if we end up on a Nimbus or some kind of other floodgate here.
I'm sure we do get Nimbus or something similar. I mean, our hand is quite large. We have options on options.
Yep, we got the
do have to-
burn.
Yeah, we do have to bottom deck one of the cards and go down to 3 with basically no interaction there. Excuse me. And it just makes us in a better position as Dean for triple strike, right? So if we do actually,
Hey, we have the other turning of the tide in hand.
oh, okay, so yeah, okay, I was correct then.
No, Jiren!
There's
Oh!
no way that we were ready with the Jiren.
Oh, no
That's-
shot.
That's actually crazy.
All right, so Jiren says, for those who don't know, that's going to be a one-way hand to the
way.
deck.
That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. Not only that it is a one of, it is a one of because of the side deck, but it is one of those things of like, this is a direct counter to turning the tide. Like you have to think about that. It is a direct counter to turning the tide. It is a one of in Evelyn's deck. And she got it with the open energy. That's the other thing. We had 3 open energy. Evelyn saw this from like 5 turns ago. Like we have the open energy for everything, and this is the 2 energy that she used it for. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Can she even?
Are we allowed to use the Jiren?
That's what I was saying. I was like, wait.
Oh, no.
Oh, we probably. Oh, we might have to check with the judge. Oh, it's a little far now. It's a little far now.
All right, we're going to go ahead and verify the board state here. Of course, we do want as much of illegal. So we'll see. We're a little bit far off in this point here, so we're going to see about anything there. Gameplay continuing on at the moment. All right, we're just going to get some corrections here Probably see a pause in play. All right, so communication with the players here.
Okay, we're back.
All right, we're just.
It took a second.
All right.
It took a second. It took a second. It took a second. We
Um,
were a little too hype about the Jaren. It was the one of. It was the counterplay. It was everything. To clarify, when you do play Vegeta,
any of the free counter plays.
any of the free counterplays, and you do have the 2 unison markers, you can't play any counterplay afterwards. Anything that has counterplay afterwards. This is something that I think what happens in high what's the word? High intensity tournaments where you get a little too far ahead of yourself. We did.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, it's just you're in the flow of things. You've got the perfect counterplay in mind. It's that one line of text, right, that's in the bottom of the card that kind of rarely comes up because rarely do you have that kind of follow. So we're going to see where it kind of lands here. We're going to see. I mean, we are a couple of turns now, I think, right? So
The issue is the draws.
Yeah, we have had multiple draws now past the point, so we're gonna have to see where the judges land on this. We're gonna have to kind of see if there's like a rewind potential or where we've at. So we're verifying the card text here, and just seeing where to go from here because this is a huge swing, right? I mean, it's one player lost their entire hand.
Here's the thing.
There's no way to kind of correct that, so we're gonna have to see kind of where the judges make the call. This is best of 3, so
yeah, it is a best of 3. So if Evelyn does end up losing this because of this, because it is something that is kind of irreversible. I'm not the judge. I'm going to leave that to them. The only thing we can do is just inform them. And generally we don't do that, but I mean, this is something that is a little important, right? Like it's one of those issues. Like I don't want to be on either end.
Yeah, of
as
course.
the players
I mean,
or as the judges.
Yeah,
it's
a tough position right now. So we'll see where the judges land on that.
Yeah.
As an evaluation, obviously this would be a very strong board for Dean going into potentially a lethal turn with the turn in tide, right? You had the 30k critical on the turn in the tide himself. You had the Majin Buu to be able to do the follow-up from there, potentially be able to combo away at Trunks, and maybe you don't close out the game, but you're in a potential where like your opponent just might not draw into enough outs to be able to make them happen. So
yeah, it looks like we do have the head judge coming in hot. Just to figure out what's going to happen in this result. One thing to consider is that this is game 2. We're about an hour and a half, almost an hour and a half into the game. It's supposed to be 90 minutes, and I don't know what's going to happen afterwards. I don't know if they're going to be playing the third game, which it does look like we are going to go into a third game.
Looks like a scoop up here. I'm going to see what the follow-up is here. I think, both players missed it. Obviously, Dean, it's a 2-player thing. Dean also has the option of recognizing that text exists, so it does go for both players on mind here.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
We'll just kind of wait for confirmation here to see where it plays out. I believe this is a game loss for Evelyn, forcing us into a game 3 situation. So we'll get our corrections there as soon as we can. Which, to be fair, I think this is likely where this game was likely to head if it weren't for the Jiren anyhow. You go ahead, rip the hand away with Turning the Tide. You crit swing with Turning the Tide, double strike swing with Buu. And even if that doesn't get there, you're in a position where you can get the active mode from the Buu. You have a blocker. You have the life buffer. So you're in a comfortable position to be able to kind of mitigate anything in a world where somehow that wasn't able to get through. So
yeah, I mean, I'm going to see if I can get some clarification on that. Obviously, in a lot of different situations, that's going to be a game loss. Obviously, just what you were saying. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff that we need to consider. And the part of it was that just like you were saying, Dean probably should have recognized, like, hey, you use the counterplay. You can't use any other counterplays after that.
Yeah.
But, again, it is up to the judges to rectify that. I'm sure that like obviously it took a second to get the head judge to get the final say. It is just one of those things where in a Worlds tournament we have to verify everything
Oh,
and make sure that we're all good to go.
Of course.
So,
That said, though, in a world where like the alternate universe where we didn't play the SS4 Vegeta earlier, and then we did slam that Jiren,
yeah.
dude, the hype was off the charts. That was crazy. Dude,
Well, that's what I was-
the one of on like, I've
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so we did just confirmation that we are going to be pushing into a Game 3 scenario, which, to be fair, I think, analyzing where the game was going based on the turning the tide is where it was going to go anyhow. So both of these players fighting it off in Game 3. We're in the top 8, seeing who can break their way into a top 4. So who will it be? Will it be one of the North American representatives, or will it be the Australian representative?
Yeah.
Nova Shenron versus Starter Deck Vegito.
Yeah, it's been a battle. It's been a war even in this match. So a lot of stuff going on. Unfortunately, with this game too, Evelyn was definitely on the trajectory to take the entire match, especially going into time with one game up. Now the playing field has been evened, and it's just one of those things of like, okay, what do I do now with the given time and as well as the given opportunity? And Evelyn really just has to figure that out.
Yeah, 100%. So here we go. I think this is going to be the first game in this match where Dean is starting second. Gotta love that beautiful energy marker there. I believe that is from the... I could stand to be corrected. Is that the Fusion World one that we were given out at NA Finals a few months ago? I believe so, because I think I own it.
Which one?
The energy marker here.
Oh, the energy marker. Yeah.
Not NA Finals, but just... finals in general here. So go ahead and charge a haze. So it's nice to know here on Dean's side that that's one less haze you need to deal with throughout this game here. Gamer speed here for Evelyn. And that's it. You just got to reset, refresh, set your mind straight. Game 3, brand new game. Forget about what happened in the past. Where do we take it from here?
Right. Yeah, I think it's just one of those difficult points of the game now, or the match really, that like, if it does go to time, how are we going to figure that out? Like, am I going to be swinging 2/3 liter? Am I going to be taking life myself? That sort of thing? Or are we going to have an even amount of life at a certain point and then go to battle cards? So it just really depends on what the time procedures look like, if it does get to that. If not, Dean has a second chance at life.
Yep. So swing here, take from Evelyn going down to 7 life. And then we play Oob. You know what? Maybe we respect Oob a little bit more.
No. We didn't get a draw, unfortunately. We don't have no unison, but it is a blocker. Maybe we'll get rested.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get rested.
Maybe you won't be shoved in the corner of the room. We'll see. So here we go. We're going to set up for an additional draw here. Find ourselves the Ice Shenron. And at the hand, pay 1 energy, go back into the deck, get ourselves the 4-drop Sin Shenron, prevent the leader from able to, I think, restand, if I remember correctly. So that's always some nice, annoying tech play available to the deck when you're playing this 4-drop into 9-drop line. Then we're going to go ahead and pay 1 energy, use the Z energy, go into our Z deck, get ourselves our Z Unison, 1 marker up, and then allow ourselves to be able to awaken from there. So a lot of heads-up play here. We're going through the motions here. 7 dragons come down, and then we're going to dig our way through and get all our Shadow Balls out of the deck.
Yeah. Kind of just going through the motions for the first couple turns for Evelyn. And Dean, warming up his hands a little bit, trying to get his second chance at life at full speed. And, we're just going to have to figure this one out. It's just it's really unfortunate that we had to lose that game as Evelyn. And we just have to kind of recoup and recover. Try to get our head back into the right space, because obviously it was a big hit for sure.
What a heck of a turn 2 here. So went up all the way to the 9 drops in Shenron here. We've got the Unison up. We've got the Nova Shenron locked and loaded in under the 7 dragons. Awakened. So very cool, common, collected position here. We didn't swing because, you know what, we're not going to get that Oob swing. Plus, you don't really net a draw with Nova Shenron on swing, so, like, you don't mind. And now we're in the tank. How do we go about this?
I guess we're going to play the Billy one more time.
Yep. Doing another thing of, you know what, I'm just going to put out this annoying body that at some point you're going to have to get rid of. It's just going to be really annoying to get rid of stuff. We do have the auto on the Syndragon to be able to negate its abilities for the turn. Vegito not being able to attack because of the 4-drop Sin Shenron played previously. So we'd have a quick charge here. Gamer speed for Evelyn. We go ahead and load up our 7 dragons, pay the 1 energy, get out the 4-drop Nova. We do have another Haze Dragon in hand, so if ever Dean tries to get spiffy with it in terms of playing any big beaters, could potentially get rid of things like the Broly or the SCR at any point in time.
Right.
We've got pretty kind of a spread hand here. A lot of Sin and Omegas for Evelyn. More defensive cards here on Dean's side, as is expected of the blue deck. And nope, you know what? Rest mode Oob. They also don't always a blocker.
Yeah, it's not Dr. Rhoda, but we can get a counter for it still.
All right, so swing here with the Unison. Use the auto, going to go ahead and combo from the 7 dragons. Get the 5K and the draw.
Yep. Leader to Awaken, get the auto here. Going to help this very small Unison.
It's going to be a take here down to 6 life for Dean. So 6 all now. Of course, life something that we need to be very aware of in a timed best of 3.
Yep. Looks like we have about, if I do the math right, 13 minutes left. So we have enough to play a game.
Yep.
But not a full game, right? So
we
all tied up, but we still have plenty of time, kind of.
Yep, lots of time to kind of make progress in terms of the game state, but we do need to be aware of our life totals. Playing for time is definitely a valid strategy. Not playing slow, but playing for the moves that allow you to be able to get to the end of the game in consideration of different tiebreakers. So lots of game to be played here, but Evelyn having the Nimbus, having a few defensive options in terms of hand does allow some things here. We will see the Haze Shenron from the Z deck kind of come down. Rest mode the Broly, Ev swing. So Evelyn here incredibly aware of the situation that they are in and trying to pressure as much as possible for the advantage here. So we will see the peel off come down.
Yeah, looks like we're trying to remove one of the skills. I'm going to go ahead and rest mode it.
Going to get the draw here. And then I think we're choosing the blocker?
Yeah, well, they're
on Sin Shenron?
I'm not sure, but I think they were just trying to figure out the auto timing.
Yep, and then there's the Haze, so we're going to lose the Broly here. We're going to get the Awaken on the Vegito here, get a draw and a active energy.
Okay. Still on Evelyn's side. Trying to figure out how to respond here.
All right, 1 energy, and you can go ahead and use
Beerus?
Beerus, yeah. The name is
the
Rumble
Beerus
Gods.
destroys. Yeah,
Yeah,
Beerus
yeah,
destroys. Yeah.
The other UI.
Yeah, it's like the knockoff UI. It's I like to call it the campaign rares that isn't a campaign rare because they all got one back in the day. Basically, it's a +10, and then if it's your opponent's turn, you draw 1, and bottom deck at 2 cost.
So shifting back over to Dean's turn here, 5 life, so 1 life down from Evelyn here. Life totals very important in this game 3, 10 minutes on the clock situation. We do have Masked Identity in our back pocket in case we need to get rid of any cheeky blockers here. Start off with what looks to be the leader swing. I'm going to go ahead and swing into the Unison. And then looks like we are going to block with the 9-drop Sin Zeno top deck here.
It's not too bad.
And then we're going to go ahead and use our Unison ability, get that free draw into the Nemba.
Might come in handy later on for some removal.
Looks like we might just throw away combo to just get something into our Z energy.
Yeah, I think this
And
is
then,
more.
Pay the 2, pay the 1
Yeah, for our Unison.
to net 1 energy.
Yes. Yep. Out comes the Frieza Goku. Gonna get that untap. So +1 marker.
End of turn, right? For the
Yeah.
And then there's Rhoda.
Oh no.
All right, they don't know me. Hit the board.
They're all gonna get arrested, man.
All right, so active 1 energy, end of turn. Pass it back over to Evelyn here. And Absolute Goku could definitely be a bit of a pain here for Dean if it does end up coming out. Thinking on charge.
Did use the Beerus. Haven't seen too many other extra cards in their hand for Dean. But we do go ahead and charge the Janemba.
Out comes the Nova Shenron.
Okay. Kind of getting down to the wire as we continue to go through this turn 4. Probably about 7-8 minutes left.
Big swings on the way here, so we're going to Trunks negate.
Pretty good one.
Big thing, though, is that it doesn't stop attacks. These Nova Shenrons are still going to be able to attack without too much stress. We'll actually get the blocks here, so you'll have to see that.
Hold on. I love that Rhoda got arrested and he's not able to block. I don't know. I think like every match, we've had a card that the other player hates. Rhoda is that card for this match. It's kind of crazy.
So lots of swings here to have to deal with on the blue side, especially with the current state of the world. We do have additional negates in hand, but a lot of attacks to go, especially as Evelyn still has 3 energy available.
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be the take here. So down to 4 life. Super combos now live. Swing with the Unison. Single digits amount of time left on the clock. All right, combo the ice from under the 7 dragons. I'm going to use the peel off, bottom deck the combo.
Guess that's fine.
Leave that as is. Swing with the Nova Shenron.
The second. It's interesting that we have 2 of them. Our previous turn with the peel off that's on the board right now, I do believe they Dean removed the X Evolve, so that way can't use that or whatever it may be. Maybe it removed something else, but I'm not entirely sure. But 2 of them here could call for 1 bigger Nova to come down. Do you have to use a super combo? Just deciding what to bottom deck now. We do have a Turning the Tide. Yeah, let's just get rid of that.
Yep.
Let's get rid of that. Draw the 2. We're at 4 life.
Thing is that, like, also if Evelyn's holding a Nimbus,
Yeah.
you're just so limited on ways to be able to deal damage now, equalize on life.
Yeah, yeah.
So, advantage here definitely on Evelyn's side, both not only in life totals, but board presence means to press damage while open up on defenses. Here we do see the combo of the Gohan Rare, thinking on combo for the Trunks. And then we're going to go ahead and send that over to the Z Energy and then pay the 1 to remove one of the 4 drops.
Guess that's not too bad. We are tapped out as Dean. We got the block and untap already. There's a lot of stuff that Evelyn is just trying to throw at Dean. And we have the option to kind of continue with the 3 energy. Can still do a lot with that. We can pass with like 1 or 2 up as well. Like you said, Nimbus, anything else. As far as the counterplay or floodgates is going to come in handy. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. But we're going to continue to do it. Our hand still looking decent. Probably about 9 cards or so. Maybe 10. We'll take a look and see whatever Evelyn holds them up. Yeah, about 10.
All right, so 3 energy up, pass up over to Dean. And, I mean, look, we're a few minutes into end of round here. Evelyn understands what they need to do. Just need to defend, Steve up, and stay in this high life total. Going to see a markup on the Unison here. If we're able to get in with the triple strike,
I mean, yeah, you'll bring Evelyn down, but you know it also depends if we can actually get it through and hand quality, that kind of thing on both ends.
Is that not once per turn?
Which one?
The pay 2 for the leader for the triple strike.
Oh, well, one. One. I don't know if that's going to be an option.
All right, so leader swing here.
Yeah, the other part is that this Unison can't swing, for one. So that's something that Dean will have to consider.
Yep, swing on the Unison, lose a marker.
Okay, not really progressing game state. We only have about 4 or 5 minutes, I believe, left in this game. This is game 3 after our unfortunate loss on game 2. And yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that we just kind of have to press on the gas a little bit, right?
We gotta up the tempo here. We gotta get that gamer speed in. We do go into the Deborah.
Okay, so this is the Unison. I was feeling like that was gonna happen.
But we're rested out now. We only have 2 more swings with the dual attack. So at best, we're equalizing on life here. Gonna go ahead and tick down the marker, get rid of the 4-drop.
Yeah, get rid of the 4-drop and center the sin. It's interesting. I guess it's just one of those things of like not wanting to deal with Nova Sin, I guess, and then Successor, that kind of thing. I'm not sure. And, you know, the other part of that is that we will get an energy back from the Goku Frieza effects at the end of the turn. So we'll have an option there for defense. But, again, you know, with only a few minutes left into the round or this game, this is not doing anything for us.
Yeah, it's a very tight position here. If we just defend this, we're in a very comfortable position for Evelyn, especially since we've got a lot of things to be able to do in our turn.
Well, the other thing about this is that Evelyn does use draw 2 super combos as far as the Krillin. So now we just got word that the players are now in overtime. So this is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
If I had to take a guess, it's probably 5 minutes.
Yep, it's 5 minutes or 3 turns, which comes first. So we're going to be passing turn here, and then going to get our energy back up from our Unison abilities. But now Evelyn I mean, just off the rip of having so much to be able to do here with the energy, with the turn, things are looking very dire for Dean in this position. Gonna go ahead and plus up the marker here on the Unison, send a 4-drop Nova into the 7 Dragons, then pay 1, get that Nova Dragon out there. Rest mode the rest mode the Rhoda.
That was unfortunate.
And then swing onto the leader, I think. Or, I mean, I guess we could technically also go for the Unison here.
All right, Dean. The gas pedal's right there. You're going to have to press it down. We're still, plenty of energy on Evelyn's end. We got the open energy from the Unison. Just trying to figure out what to do. But with overtime, again, 3 turns.
Yeah, we got
not very much time.
We got Evelyn looking up at Dean, being like, "If you want to run this clock, you can."
I don't think it's really I don't think it's a good idea to run a clock against a yellow deck in general.
I just also, I mean, and this could be just like player heads up in terms of just like overtime procedures here, right? Different games handle it differently. Some games don't have a timed turn, so that could also play into it as well.
Mm-hmm.
So swing here with the leader. Gonna go ahead and use the Unison ability, get that combo. Thinking about it?
Yes. Yeah, looks like we are comboing here, drawing the 1 for the leader effect. And this should be into life. I think we have a bean in hand.
Always nice, little 5K boost, get an additional energy.
I'll listen to Unison, okay.
Thinking on play here, looking towards Z-Deck.
Yep.
Considering all our options.
Yeah, just going through it. Knowing that Dean has 1 turn, like period, because he took the turn 0. This is turn 1 for Evelyn. Turn 2 goes to Dean, and then right back to Evelyn for the last and final turn. The issue is that I do believe the turns are timed, so we are unfortunately getting to the end of this.
Yeah, we are running up here on the amount of time available for us. Pass.
I mean, we have 4 open, and
we have 4 open.
We have all the options in our counter steps as we can. We're gonna charge D-Match. You don't need that. We need all the gas we can take. And the best way I can really think of is to draw as many cards, find out what kind of boost we can make. Maybe you can get a Black Mei out here, and then just swing for triple strike.
Swing for triple strike.
Twice.
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 So find a way to get rid of this 9-drop blocker. Try to fight through potential Nimbus in hands. Maybe. Dean thinking out his line.
I mean, I would go for it, man.
Yeah, it got a masked identity. Unfortunately, will not hit the 9-drop. But what it does is a free play that'll proc the 9-drop, and then you don't have to worry about the ability. So then you could maybe play a Broly, be able to then remove the 9-drop, and then maybe go in for a triple strike. I think that's
the least of your worries. Your biggest worries are what Evelyn is going to tap down that energy on Dean's turn.
Yep.
As soon as you find that out, we can find out everything else.
Yep, so here's the masked identity. Will Overwhelm in, And then we're going to go ahead and get rid of Nova Shenron. And then that does proc the 9-drop, removing its abilities. But, of course, not like Mass Identity has anything of value in terms of abilities at this point in time. Now we're thinking through our plays.
I would say, the unfortunate part is that the 9-drop isn't once per. It's just a auto.
Yep.
Just auto. So
don't get to choose when it procs. It just procs on the first thing played.
Yeah. The only thing that gets around doesn't get around is barrier. So I don't think there's any barrier cards that Dean's gonna play. We're gonna swing here. I believe in the effort of playing around Nimbus.
Thinking on counter.
And just wondering which one to use. And in my opinion, if you have a Nimbus, Nimbus is probably going to be the first floodgate. Looking at Evelyn's list, we do have, let's see.
All right, 1 energy. Nimbus.
There's a Nimbus. Okay, we're going to have the pitch for that.
There's the pitch of the 9-drop.
We also don't play much else. I think Nimbus is going to be one of the better options here.
Yep, we got another one in hand as well.
That's funny because we charged 1, so that's great.
In the tank. Go ahead and proc down on the Unison. Get rid of the blocker. It's clear skies now, besides obviously negates that may be available here.
Yeah, you're playing around Nimbus. Don't really have to deal with the Sin for any of the cards that they play, etc., etc. Do have dual attack on our Unison.
And then swing here with leader on lead. Gonna go ahead and use our Unison here. Combo the last card that's under 7 dragons.
Yep, getting the draw. A little bit of defense to protect our 6 life. There is at least a couple we have to get through. Here is the Unison swing, the first one. Might have another one. We do have another Unison in hand. I do believe that is kind of looks like Raditz. I could be wrong. I couldn't see it, but it looks like Raditz, which is another option as a Unison. You have just enough energy for it, but
double checking the leader and how it reads here on the Unison swing.
Yep.
Thinking on counter. We'll have to double check with back end here, see if it is a maybe untimed turns.
I'm not sure, but as far as I know, it should be just 0, 1, 2, 3 with
Oh, you know
That's
what?
what
Maybe
it
it's 10 minutes because of best of 3.
Oh yeah,
That could be. That could be it.
Yeah. We'll get confirmation on that.
Here, we're thinking on it. Big think here because naturally life is a big discrepancy in terms of deciding tiebreakers, especially with the threat of the triple strike here. We will pay the 1. I'll probably go in for the Nimbus here. So, yep, Nimbus negate. We will get the restand here on the Deborah. So that is another swing here. See if that's able to make its way through.
Yeah.
Not a ton of combo power available in Evelyn's hand here. Just giving another double re. Looks like it is a untimed overtime. So 3 turns here. So active turn player was turn 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So this will be Dean's last opportunity here to be able to make a push in for damage.
Okay, makes a lot more sense now with Dean having their final turn, period, right? So this is one of the things that you have to kind of consider. This is one of the last games you'll ever be able to play in Worlds, and as soon as you're out, you're out. So I think one of the things that we have to consider is that we have to consider every single card text and every single interaction as a player. And with the last game being what it is as far as like missing that small text.
We got the pay. We got the wombos. We're going in. We're dumping. We're saying, you know what? I just kind of need to go in here.
Yep. This is it.
But Evelyn will still get 1 more turn, right?
Correct. As far as I know, with Dean being turn 0, I believe that is the case.
All right, so here's the push. Swinging in for 30, 40, 50, 60, 75.
Okay.
Gonna go ahead and pay. And if Evelyn out combos of this, this will effectively just be over regardless. So it looks like we're doing the math here. We're throwing it all. Super combo, you need the card in hand, but of course we don't have 4 life here, so that'll be the take 3. And Dean's moving on to top 4.
Can we get a confirmation on that one?
All right,
okay,
so we're going to get some confirmation on that from the looks of it and the excitement of the players. Dean
based on emotion.
Through.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, is that the triple strike, maybe Dean was last turn?
Yeah, maybe Dean. Maybe the turn 0 was for Evelyn here. So
interesting.
Either way,
okay.
We'll get confirmation on that side. But congratulations,
yeah,
from the looks of it, to
yeah.
Dean for breaking 3. So Dean could get confirmation. Dean was
wow.
able to break through with the triple strike. Unison play, get rid of the blocker, open up the way, fight through Nimbus.
Yeah,
dump.
Yeah, that was like.
And you know what?
Yeah.
Heads up potentially on not chipping away early into the Nova Shenron to make sure the super combo stayed turned off.
Right.
You don't get the additional draws. You don't get the additional filters. Don't get additional draw into super combos to make your way through here.
Yeah, that was actually insane that we got the triple strike and we dumped everything and we actually got there. And I think one of the other detriments was like just having the super combo in hand. That could have helped, but we decided to stay at 6. That's what it comes down to for some of the card choices that you have in the card pool, where you can go with the Z energy super combos, you can go with the 4 or less, you can go for whatever other condition. And this is what a detriment as far as the part where we can't draw with it, and this ended up going to time.
Yeah, 100%.
2 very long matches and 1 very interesting match. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Look, very exciting top 8 here. Congratulations to Evelyn for making it all the way through North American Finals yesterday, making their way up into the top 8 for Worlds today. Congratulations to Dean for breaking through into top 4.
Yep.
We're going to go ahead and shift on over to a quick break as we get the players set up. We'll be wanting to shift into the next round as soon as possible. So guys, don't go too far away. Get yourself some snacks, get yourself some water, get yourself ready for some more Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters World Finals.
Welcome back. We are here again with the Dragon Ball Super Card Game World's Finals Championship. And, of course, we just tuned into the top 8 with Evelyn versus, of course, our winner of the match, Blue Vegito. And, it was a little messy.
Kudos to Dean for breaking through there in the top 8 into the top 4.
I was trying to avoid, the way that it was going about, but the triple strike was actually quite good from Dean. We just pulled it out through time. And now we do have top 4. It's going to be a little different. before that, I am Brian, or Android. Joined with me here is Aspira.
Yeah, very excited here to be it's gonna be center ground in top of the action, and players are here firing it off. And we got Brian Samuels fought his way through top 8 versus Vincent Gutierrez here with Red Cooler. So very interesting here. I think Red Cooler having definitely some ups in terms of being able to, Dragons get a lot of bodies out. They go deep into their deck. They get a lot of cards out of the deck. Thankfully, Dragons usually tend to play on the higher end, playing 55 to 60 cards. So you get a little bit of leverage there. But you have to be careful because of the defensive powers of this red deck in terms of being able to mill out your opponent. The matchup could be leaning on Vincent's side here as we press on at the start of this game, and a bit of clarity as we go into this top 4 match. It is a timed rounds. However, it is a untimed overtime. So players have turns 0, 1, and 2, which is why we saw the victory from Dean there in top 8, because he was indeed the final turn. So just something to keep in mind as we go into this game, especially with a more defensive, mill-oriented strategy with Red Cooler.
Yeah, pretty interesting that we see this here. I've seen Red Cooler pop up every so often within the last year, like in events, and people just trying to make him work. Red's a little interesting in the way of fighting against other red decks and as well as yellow decks, trying to get around some of the interesting ways that they have for prevention. Even with this newest set with Green Zamasu being released, it does have, of course, its own milling strategy, and the thing about it is that I think Red Cooler is pretty good, because now we have a few different generic options in red that you can actually utilize. And taking a look at the deck list for Cooler, there are a couple of different cards. Well, we might see the Hellfighter Twins come out as an option, but I'm going to keep that close to the chest, as Vincent will show us throughout this match.
Yeah, 100% here. I'm a big mill enjoyer myself.
Okay.
Typically on the blue side here, but Cooler is one of those decks I think that also positions itself really well for these top cut like situations, right? We've seen its appearance before in the North American Finals last year. We see its appearance again here now in this World Championship. It's one of those things where, because you don't have to play a Swiss field, you can make a more pinpointed choice in terms of your deck, knowing what people are likely to take in a world situation. So knowing that, the field might end up being more things like the yellow Shenron and other strategies like that, the deep draw decks like red Vegeta, it puts you in a position to make these kinds of meta calls and get an advantage in terms of just having to break through 3 rounds of elimination.
Yeah, I mean that's the case here. Just trying to break through all of that. Vincent did win his top 8 match. I'm not sure what he went against, but it's a showcase to get to this point here in Worlds, and it's a showcase to get to this point in top 4. As we do continue to go through, Brian might lean on this barrier blocker, the Sin. We've seen this yesterday. If you tuned in with us, with Brian actually taking the North American Finals result as the champion. And this is, I believe, the same exact deck. It's going to be similar to what we saw with Evelyn last round, or in top 4, or top 8, sorry about that. But obviously, there's a big difference in the card choices leading on Bardock, Floodgate, and no 9-drop Sin, all that mess. So, same leader, a lot of the cool cards still in the yellow pool here to showcase, but 2 completely different playstyles.
Yeah, so 100%. So here we've got the winner promo for the Android 13. Now we're just verifying effects here. So a little bit of variation here on Brian Samuel's Nova deck than what we saw with Evelyn in the previous round. No 4-drop into 9-drop chain, and more so just orienting towards more of the Nova Shenron stuff with a few tech cards. So things to keep in mind as we go into the turn 2 here. do get out a swing with the lead here. Going to be able to get a draw.
Yep, going to go ahead and swing. We're going to have the effect of our own draw engine using, I believe, that is a pretty dark-looking dice. Kind of hard to see how many markers are on the unison. But we're actually going to get the swing, get the draw to proc the audio, and going to continue to go on for Vincent's turn.
Yep,
afterwards.
Down goes the 10x Kamehameha. Just kind of sitting there and heads up play in terms of if you got nothing better going on, you might as well just set yourself up with the Z attack to kind of just chill on board and be in your back pocket for when you truly need it.
Yeah, I do like these Z extra cards. Every color does have one, which is nice, and every color does do something a little bit different. Obviously, with the boost and the activate battle that you pay 1, it's going to be pretty good for Cooler as far as his autos effects to mill. But it does go back to Brian here. Just thinking about what to do with our 3 energy. We're going to swing here with our barrier blocker.
It's going to be a take here for Vincent, going down to 5 life now, and then swing with the unison.
And not too bad, not too shabby. Yeah, the interesting thing about Cooler is that it doesn't. It does probably do need to awaken. Like, we're getting pretty close to our awaken here, going down to 6, and with an additional swing and draw. The thing about it is that, you know, the auto, for those who have not seen Cooler, it's a set 9 leader, so it's been a minute. It does swing and draw. And one of the power of your opponent's battle cards is decreased. You mill a card and make them mill a card. And if it's your opponent's turn, and one of your battle cards is decreased for the power, you get to draw a card. But on the flip side, it is any time.
Yep. So going down to 3 life here for Vincent. Feeling very comfortable going to these lower life totals here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least we're going to be able to awaken.
So here we go, playing the Nova Shenron off of the 7 dragons here, drawing into another super combos. I believe that's 2 at minimum in Brian Samuel's hand here. Got Pair of Energy still up, be able to extend the plays there. Gonna pay 1. And into the 8 drop we go, drawing our 2 cards. And then swing into lead, so down to 3 life already. We'll see if he decides to go down to 2.
That'd be kind of scary.
All right, Beers. All right, the Beers super combo here. Set of super combos that came out with the first set of multicolor cards here, being able to restand a blue-red, and then we go into Bean here, so head up play. We do have the 2 colors necessary for an arrival now, so Cooler, one of those decks, our turn, and likely this is what we're going to see here. We're going to see the play here of the Cooler being able to get the mills and draws, and then likely what we're about to see, awaken,
yep.
Play another one, get another proc off. So heads up play here for Vincent and trying to take as much advantage as possible of the timings of these triggers to get as much advantage as possible.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Brian is swinging so hard. You know,
Ooh, SCR out and milled.
Yeah, that one's tough. That one's tough. I mean, there's only 2 things that you would like to see, although we do have 2 of them in our hand. It's going to be super combos and secret rares that you want to get out of their deck and mill without them even having any say in it. So, yeah, this was a pretty good turn. Like I said, I'm pretty surprised as Brian that he's going so hard on these swings, knowing that Cooler can do these things, you know. But on the other side of it, this stuff might happen anyway. You know, the only out I would say is probably something like Koitsukai or some other counterplay that kind of prevents the effects going off. But hey, now we have a Cooler, and our turn for Brian is slowing down.
So still didn't awaken. Still didn't up arriving a second time, so very
Yeah.
interested to see what Vincent is trying to play off here. We do have the 1 energy to commit ourselves to Frieza. We'll be able to draw a card here. So 6-drop Frieza here. And
Yeah,
then we
looks
get
like
a
this coming
swing.
down.
What does that bad boy do?
Oh, you're asking me. It's a 6-drop. It is a. You can pay 1 energy if your Ludo card is a yellow or a Frieza. Obviously, it's yellow here. And if you have 3 or more energy, of course, you draw 1 card, so it's always good to replace itself. You place, and then place up to 1 of your yellow Frieza clan from your drop underneath a Wicked clan. Obviously, this was a card made for that deck. But when it attacks, you choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards and switch to rest mode. If it's a Saiyan card, you get to KO it and the restand. So there's a 25k body that draws and can rest something.
Got it. Prejudice Frieza. Understood.
Yeah, which is interesting because on the other side, the winter stamped 13 says any non-Saiyan as well. So like they have both hatred for for Saiyans on both sides. It's pretty interesting.
All right, here. So sending that over to Z Energy. Then looks like we'll be able to finally ship it back to Vincent's turn. And of course, respect to every player. We are working alongside language barriers here as well. So we've got translators on site, making sure that we have as much ease into this World Championship as possible.
Yep. Always nice to have. Got a big crew here for the finals.
Swing into the cooler. Cooler goes. I'm going to restand with the Nova.
Just reading the card. I'm trying to ask the questions here. I'm not sure which part of the card that they're confused about. Maybe the Ace of Wall part?
Or the clarity on the restand. When does that happen?
Oh, sure. That makes sense. So we're going to try to get this cooler out of here.
So looks like we rewinded on that there. So no combos.
It's hard to see with these dice. But I believe the first, I was going to say the EX Evolve carries over for power if the minus hit.
Also, confusion might have been the on-swing remove a card, and you thought maybe that the cooler was just getting removed as opposed to swung into.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so probably just some clarity here. So we're going to go ahead and combo, and now the cooler is going to go.
Okay.
Down to 2 life here for Vincent. Still unawakened.
Yeah, interesting that we aren't getting to a pretty scary part of the game with only 2 life here.
And then we're going to use the 10x Kamehameha.
Okay.
Out of the attack we go. Back to our turn.
Sure.
Charge to 3 for virtual energy available.
Okay. Just removing the dice for any of the power decreases. Okay, just figuring out the barrier blocker and clarifying the autos for that one. So whenever your opponent plays a battle card, you can choose it, negate for the skills, and if you do, it switches to active mode. Basically a double blocker, kind of annoying at 24k.
All right, and here we go with UI Goku.
Yep, coming down pretty hot.
Going to go ahead and neg the Nuova Shenron. Be able to get ourselves a draw there. Mill, going to mill out a Time Magic.
Yeah, pretty interesting. You get more and more information about your opponent's deck as you do mill. This is just a pay one. Came out the new set. We saw it, I believe, yesterday with Red Vegeta. You get to minus 20k one of these cards here.
Yep, swing on the Sin Shenron. Going to use the auto on the Unison here. Combo away one of the... I'm going to go ahead and combo away a Omega. Get ourselves a draw. All right, and then we're going to get a restand of the Goku here because we've comboed 2. We do have red and blue now available in our combo area. If we look into a rival anything, might just be leaving it at that. From the looks of it, we've just left it at that. So up to Brian Sam here to try and see how much he wants to save this Sin Shenron.
Surprised we're not doing like a Boo Arrival or something like that. Because I think we're at the point of being able to remove that Nova. But I could be wrong.
Still a lot of... Yep, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and full out combo out of that. Goku still has the ability to attack once again. Still have the leader swing, still have the leader awaken.
Yeah, we restood because we did combo. And just trying to decide what we want to do immediately after. As I look over, I do see Blue Bojack still playing in our other top 4 match. I'm not sure what the other deck is, though. Hopefully we can find some more information about that. For those who are wondering about the other match. I still think it's funny that we have Red Cooler in top 4 of Worlds. But with this tournament, it always kind of happens. Because it's a very exclusive tournament. And you always have to think about what people are playing.
Oh, all right. So Orange Piccolo and Beast Gohan here.
Yep. Yeah, pretty cool card. I love the arts. It's stanced up and posing for the camera for both. What do we call it? Orange Piccolo?
Yeah.
Master Piccolo? I don't know. Beast Gohan as well. Whenever you play it, you can use rest mode battle cards without unique skills and combos until you're on the opponent's turn. And when it's in, well, basically you pay 1. If your opponent has 3 or more energy, you play this card, you draw 2 and discard 2.
Yep.
And when it's in the battle area, when this card is in the battle area, it's using a combo. Choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, and it gains minus 10k. So more and more minus is a 30k beater, and it's just a cool looking card.
Yep. Good old red staple. Just kind of seen around in multiple decks here. We finally awaken with our leader. Get that restand of the 1 energy and the draw. So 4 energy to play with here. We're going ahead. Another Android 13.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like these are all pretty generic cards. This promo 14 or 13, sorry. It's just one of the probably like 4 or 5 cards are generic enough that has minus abilities for Cooler, which is I think why Vincent went ahead and chose to do this, or chose this deck.
Yep. So we haven't dug too deep into Mills at the moment, but when you account for that, between the amount of times that Brian Sam has dug into his deck for X, Y, or Z abilities, we're steadily chugging away through a certain amount of cards here.
Yeah, I mean, we aren't really like milling, right? Like, we're not like mill to the mill. But we are chugging along.
Yeah, it is one of those things, though, that scales with the more cards on board, the more opportunities you have to be able to get more hits on. So,
yeah, which is why we're minusing, but we're not like minusing to kill them off.
And then we're going to use Gohan's ability here, combo and rest. Thinking on neg, so it looks like we are going to go ahead and neg the Nova Shenron. Down it goes. Just verifying on that effect. All right, so I think the neg did not happen.
It doesn't look like it. Like I said, these dice are a little hard to see, so it's a little hard to tell how much it is. I think that's a 1 on the Frieza and a 2 on the Nova, indicating 5K per.
Leader swing here. Comboed out with the Ice Shenron, so we'll see if we'll be able to chip away again.
I think this is time magic. We do have sparking, so we're going to be able to take the 1, and we're choosing the Goku to make sure it can't attack or restand.
Yep, and feel a little bit better about sparking, negating when you know those are like cards that are already out of your deck. So playing against a mill deck, they're just kind of draws that you're unlikely to get because your opponent's not going to prioritize attacking into you. And because of that, it just kind of means we're in a position to kind of take it more liberally without feeling so concerned about our life total. They're draws that do not play into you not having enough cards in deck. So,
right.
All right, and then we got the Gohan rare here, doing a little bit of removal board cleanup as we minus the board. So now we got rid of the Nova Shenron, being able to, Brian Sam being able to go back into the ball. And back into another 10x on board.
Yeah, why not? Got the Z energy. I'd imagine Cooler's not using too much of it outside of maybe some specific cards in the seed deck. But not too bad to use energy for now. I'm trying to see Vincent's hand. It's looking pretty healthy at the very least. A lot of usable cards. I would imagine one Beerus super combo is going to change the way that his energy looks like.
Back to active mode for the Android and Gohan. And now we're going into the 4th energy turn here for Brian Samuel. Vincent down to 2 life. Not feeling too cozy.
It's not too bad. You know, like I said, we have Beerus. We have the Arrivals. We probably will be playing Explosive Dance, which is just a really good card in general for red.
All right, so 1 energy here, Z energy into the required tax to make sure we have our Z Unison back on board.
Yeah. Going to be using the Z extra card on board, finding out what's going on with our hand. Not an incredible amount of cards in hand for Brian. I think only about 8 or 9, which is a little low for Nova, and all things considered. But we're going to go ahead and swing. And the Explosive Dance comes down. This one's interesting. It's, like I said, probably a red staple for a lot of different cards, or a lot of different red leaders. You negate the attack if your life is at 4 or less, which obviously it is. And you need a Z extra card on the field, which is why he played it last turn. When your opponent attacks with a non-leader card during that turn, they have to place any number of their Z energy in their drop, so the total value of the card's power becomes greater or equal to X, where X is the power of attacking card. It's just a very long way of saying do some math, and it's a very interesting floodgate.
We'll go ahead and combo from the 7 dragons here. Rest mode, the Android. Little heads up in terms of our other top 4 match. Of course, we do know that Dean made his way there. And then Daniel, our North American 2nd place runner-up, currently contesting for their placement in the top 4 as well. All right, back into this match. 1 energy here, follow-up, going into a drop Nova. Leader swing here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just deciding the next parts for this combo. Gonna go ahead and draw for the leader effect. We drew previously for the 7 dragons.
Gonna continue coming through Koitsukai, making his way into the combo area. Definitely one of the cards that are incredibly impactful in this matchup, especially a deck that is so our turn reliant.
Our turn.
All right,
Put the meme on the screen.
here's the Beerus. Gonna get a restand of our cooler energy. And then get the proc here to be able to restand our battle cards.
We're also main decking Koitsukai, by the way.
On
That's
Brian
pretty
Sam or
interesting.
for Vincent?
On Brian. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he's got more than the sideboard after that.
Yep. He sure does.
All right, and I believe we're comboing away, or rest moding here, the Goku.
Sure. Okay. Just deciding what our next move is. Got plenty of time in the match. About 90 minutes total with untimed turns, as we found out last last time. Okay.
Go ahead and pay 1 into the Gammas.
This card's art is pretty sick. Its effect is pretty good too. You get to basically choose itself, and it gains 5k. There's another auto, but that's for the Hendo leader, or Hito leader. Sorry, Dr. Hito. But you basically just draw a card during the activate battle, and then you get to choose one of your red cards. Then he gains 10k.
And then
But,
combo away into the Z energy it goes.
Yep, I was gonna say. I was like, well, well,
I mean, it's almost like a super combo in a sense. It replaces itself.
sure.
And then you can combo it away.
Yeah. The boost.
Successor. Into the SS4 Omega here. Got the discard.
Imagine if Goku and Omega fused. Because you said Super Saiyan 4 Omega. Omega. Well, I guess he already has
A
like spiky
fusion
hair.
into a fusion.
Dang, that's deep.
I guess technically Omega is also a fusion.
Yes, he is. So
Technically.
double fusion. Okay. Never mind.
All right, so lots of discards here. 1 energy up for Vincent as we lead into the passing of the turn.
That'd be interesting. I mean, because Brian did choose for Vincent to discard 2, from what it looks like.
Yep.
It does gain double. I think the thing about it is that he doesn't want to swing and allow Vincent to continue to get value on his turn and to continue to mill, or whatever it may be.
So 4 energy here for Vincent. Got lead, Z extra, a pair of red battle cards on the board. Swing with the UI Goku. Into the Unison. Do have a blocker here in form of the 4-drop if we wanted to.
Yep.
Looks like no procs here. We're just going to go ahead and lower the marker.
Sure. Yeah, cool thing about that card is that The auto effect is for any time that you do combo. So if Vincent ends up swinging with something else and comboing, we're just gonna see that restand. And
Yep. So
It's up to
play
Dave.
another UI Goku here.
why not?
Get a neg and a draw.
Yeah. I mean, you swing with that one, you can restand both, I believe. So that's pretty funny.
Yep. Does
no
look
limit
like we
one.
have a Boo Hercule in hand as well. So being able
Yep.
to extend our negging power play there.
I mean, we only have 6 cards in hand too, by the way. So it's like I said, these forces are dwindling.
Yeah, but Brian Sam only has like 6 cards in hand. So like if you can
And they're not very
mitigate
good.
this board right now.
Yeah.
So it looks here like we are going to block.
Yeah, I don't think Brian's hand looks all that great. We saw a Nimbus, a Super Combo, and a couple other cards that just don't really help us here. So I think that the draws are going to come in clutch.
It is definitely defensive. I believe we drew into a Bardock now.
So another card that doesn't help. And now both Gokus do a restand because of its autos effects. Again, don't have to be in battle for it. It just has to combo. So now we have another couple swings. Now this is 25K instead of 20. A few energies still open.
Go ahead and pay 1. Neg down the SS4 versus Omega. Get the leader proc. Get a mill. Another Kotsukai in drop here. Swing into, I believe, the Unison. No point in swinging into leader, knowing that you don't want to give him additional cards. Draw here for Cooler. 2 energy still up. That'll be Unison down, so 1 tax on the next turn. Also, if you want to start getting your draws back online, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think about 12 or 13 cards left in deck for Brian Samuel here. So we're definitely running thin on options, but next turn could hurt. We do have double Koitsukai in the drop, so that could be extremely painful here for Vincent, as we have currently the leader and the 4-drop to deal with.
Yeah, which is interesting. I think the other part of that is that, like, we probably have to kind of go in as Brian here. You know, the double Quetzalcoatl is going to hurt for sure. And we're going to be able to, as we get our Unison back out, we're going to be able to filter out some of the defensive cards that we just don't need right now, whether it be a Nimbus or a Bardock or whatever it may be. So we'll see if this works.
Unison ability, I'm going to ship a card down into, Absolute Annihilation in the draw here from the Unison ability cycle. 4 energy up. Yep, so Absolute Annihilation saying now's the right time for this.
Okay.
So tax now on anything that Vincent decides to go. We're going to swing into lead here.
Which I'm guessing is for the explosive. I can't imagine there's really much else that we would have to be playing around. Yeah, it's definitely going to be the explosive. We're going to have to pay 2 for this. Yep. There's not very many other cards I can really think of because Cooler is very battle card heavy.
I think about 4 or 5 cards left in hand here for Vincent. We got the swing with the 4-drop. Gonna have to pitch away his Z energy. And then looks like a block here. So still at 5 life here. So super combos not live. Or maybe it is. Maybe these newer super combos allowed to press a little earlier. So full combo here. Will clear out the Goku. About 4 or 5 cards left in Brian Sam's hand.
I'm more worried about like how many cards he has in deck.
About 6 cards in Brian's hand here. A lot of negates, so not a lot of pushing power, but does have another super combo to be able to kind of clean up that hand a little bit. We got the block with the UI Goku here. The only threat left on board is the Unison. At the moment.
Yeah.
You got the 1 energy here.
Which is not very much of a threat, by the way.
Into the 6-drop UI Goku.
Yep.
Gonna get rid of the red UI here. Swing. Gonna have to pay Z energy for that. This is a tough position now for Vincent. The tech here might be able to break through. Counting, looking, how much do I got in deck? Do I have enough? I think we're chill. The super combo here. So 4 cards in hand after that, none of which are overly aggressive. So we're going to go ahead and bottom deck that Nimbus. Then see if we can draw into more gas. Drew into another ball. Not too sure what the draw was after that, but at least it's a little bit more of combo power.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we're just trying to filter out. We're actually checking deck, because that's what I was trying to think of. I was like, as a cooler player, I feel like you should be checking the deck like once per turn. And it looks like we have maybe 10 cards in deck for Brian.
I think Brian recognizing here that this is probably the push turn, because next turn, if Vincent has the opportunity, the mill out is probably where it's going to be. So, and then update, Hercule procs on having enough Z energy. So,
yeah,
good for me to know. We will Beerus super combo, get a restand of an energy here. And like you were saying, Absolute Annihilation only has limited usage when we're such a battle card heavy deck. Okay, so we're clarifying here on the Absolute Annihilation for the 10x Kamehameha as well. I believe the understanding is that Absolute Annihilation does impact the 10x. All right, so we're just going to get a clarification here.
Yeah, just waiting to see what we can do here. Absolute Annihilation still in play. The defensive Senzu Bean is still a thing.
You would just have to get a second energy up to be able to do so.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, you have to play another Beerus or something, but I think he only has 1 multicolor. Unless the second card there is. It's kind of hard to tell with the glare.
So we're thinking likely able to get out of this attack, but just wondering what needs to be done to make sure the subsequent follow-up, whatever it may be, has a means to be able to kind of break through that.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we're just opening 1 energy for a follow-up play after that, but...
Yeah.
We're in the tank. Looks like that's a take. So, yeah, so Beerus combo here, opening up 1 energy, but that'll be a take from life here. Down to 1 life. We have no energy left side here, but we still have the Unison. We still have the 6-drop.
And we still only have 10 cards in deck. Bring me less for Brian. That's the thing.
All right, and looks here like we're getting some clarity on the tank's Kamehameha.
Yep. I mean, having the open energy for the 10x is a thing. We're still playing through Explosive Dance, as far as I'm aware. Hopefully we do catch that anytime that we do swing with a non-leader card. And, of course, the Explosive Dance for the pay 1, if he does use it. You place 3 of your Z energy into your drop. Remember for the game, you draw 1 and then choose up to 1 of your cards. Doesn't have to be anything too crazy. Gains 15k, and then you minus 25k for 1 of the battle cards. So if we haven't got the proc yet off for Cooler, we can do that.
Okay, it looks like we're rewinding.
Oh, I think we didn't pay for Explosive.
If I recall, we did.
If we, I'm not sure what the confusion is then. I want to say they didn't pay for explosive. The issue with that is that like if you didn't pay for explosive, then you can't use a super combo, right?
So if you could just double check on the 6-drop
Yeah.
for me what the requirements are to play it. It looks like we may.
Messed up on that part. So if your leader card is yellow, and your opponent has 3 or more energy, and you have 4 or more Z energy. That's what it was.
I do not believe we had 4 or more Z energy at the time of playing the card.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see here.
That's a bummer. It is a bummer.
So rewind. I think we were able to keep track of what is where. So yeah. So we're currently rewinding now. Back into hand. That goes. We did put Vincent back to life. We rewinded the Beerus back to hand. And then we've got the 1 energy and the 3rd Z energy still there.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're back into the flow of things. So a little bit of corrections had to be made here, but we worked our way through it. Now we're back to 1 energy up here for Brian Samuel. Unison swing available. But once again, back in this position where Brian just doesn't have gas, really, if we're not able to play that 6-drop right away.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the Unison swing here. Going to have to remove a Z energy due to the dance.
Mm.
If I'm Vincent, I'm feeling very happy about that rewind.
I mean, shoot. We have 10 cards in the deck. We don't have to deal with a 30k swing. There's a lot of stuff that you can be happy about for sure.
All right, so thinking on combo, we could try to super combo here, try to dig into maybe another 1-cost threat. We do have Nimbus back up here if we decide to go on the defense anyways. So here we're going to go ahead super combo. We're going to go ahead and bottom deck a dead card and see if we can apply pressure here. So that'll be draw 2. Looks like we drew into, I believe, a Nova Shenron. Only got a quick glimpse there. Yep, a little bit too far gone to be able to use the 7 Dragons ability. So I won't be able to do so. All right, now we're back into the tank here, deciding on if Vincent. We're looking at cards in deck. I think I saw 8. I think I saw about 8 cards left in deck.
Yeah, it's getting pretty low. And that's probably 2 or 3 battle cards on Vincent's end. When it comes down to it, we're gonna have to survive this this part. And I was gonna mention to see.
All right, looks like we're just getting some clarification from the judges.
There we go.
Okay. Yes, full rewind. The Goku being removed from the 6-drop here. So
I was trying to get in touch with one of the judges. I don't know if they realized during the roll line that the Goku got popped.
Big difference too.
I mean, yeah, it's a barrier.
It's just another
Swing.
card on board. Yeah, it's a card for Vincent to be able to, especially with like Nimbus being a thing, you want to be able to swing with the battle card first to get as much value there. Looks like we are just going to take down to 1 life for Vincent.
Okay.
Brian Sam taking a look at his deck, thinking what he's got to do. Do I play on the defense? Do I play on the offense here? Into the Z energy that goes. 3 Z energy for Brian.
Yeah, have to keep adding up the Z energy to play around those explosive dance. And I don't know what he's going to be able to do with 1 energy. I'm going to be real with you. Unless he has, like, Overrun or something.
Didn't see too much in his hand in terms of options of being able to go off. I don't think he's got a Nova Dragon to be able to go into at the moment either. So maybe the mill out. Fanning through our hand, considering our options. Shaking head. Brian Sam not happy with the state of things. I think we have an understanding here that if the turn passes, there's a very good chance that we just get milled out. Here we go. Pay the 1. Go into the Omega Shenron. We're going to draw a card. Yep, so gotta go ahead and ship our Shadow Dragons out from the drop.
Sure. I mean, being on 1 life, pretty scary. It's just like it's like 2 pretty scary situations for both players, having almost no cards as we copy the skills here. In deck for Brian versus the 1 energy life that we have for Vincent, and versus a deck that has many 25k and 30k beaters that we're seeing here.
And we're just reading all the cards now. We're going to go ahead and take a life for the Shenron. We're going to swing here into lead. Going to have to pay for that Z extra here.
Yep. Well, the explosive.
With the explosive, yeah. Pay the Z energy off of it.
Yeah. I think what's really happening here is, like, for Vincent, do we have anything to do a rival, like with Beerus and the Boo that we have in hand? Which, by the way, that Boo is kind of a dead card at this point for combo.
Yep. So going ahead, dumping a 15 on top for 45k. We're going to freeze a combo, Whis combo, draw a card. Get a restand. We still have the Beerus in hand as well. Still got the 10x on board as well. We've got the Sensu Bean, so if we're able to go and untap a second. So Beerus being able to restand that second energy. We do have Sensu Bean available to get another 5k and keep all that up as well. Doing some math here, seeing if we've gotten there.
Yeah, shout out to Vincent to get all of the options we can here. We're paying the extra energy for the Absolute. And we're getting the +5. We're currently at 20, 30, 45, I believe.
All right, and we've comboed out of the attack.
50, yeah. So it's
get the restand, however, dual attack from the Nova Shenron one more time.
Yeah.
We knew this was coming, so we'll see how much more Brian's got in the tank for it.
More like if Vincent got anything for it.
No, he's got the 10x still, so.
Oh, sure. I guess that's something.
And now our cooler's a 20k.
Also true.
The beauty of Sensu Bean.
Also true.
Let's see here what it comes down to. 3 cards in Vincent's hand, if I'm seeing. 4 cards in Vincent's hand. So we've got the 2 for 10k combo here. So 40k, shipping 40k into Vincent here. I think both players know that if this turn grabs by, it'll be a pretty good shot for Vincent to be able to close out and get the mill out here.
I mean, with 2 little bit energy, I think he's fine, especially with the Z extra on board. Unless Brian does the overwhelm special. Only 5 cards in deck.
Left in deck.
Which means you have to mill 4, basically.
Yep.
If you survive this.
Draw start of the turn.
We do have the Boo. I don't know if he has anything. Oh, he has a Gohan Piccolo. Gohan Piccolo and something else I couldn't see there. Again, we have the 10x Kamehameha.
Yep. I mean, I have to imagine if we're thinking about this is because we have it. It's just about how do we want to go about it and how do I win the turn afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's the point for sure that we're trying to make here.
All right, so walking through it here, we do decide to proc the 10x here.
Okay. That's pretty much what our get out of free jail card is. Wait, what did I just say? Get out of jail free card is.
Yep.
That's one of those.
Then go ahead, procced out of this combat here.
Did we mail for that?
I think we do. Right, because I think
I wanna-
10x goes in neg. So we do have the Overwhelm.
There's Overwhelm, yeah. That was pretty much what I was saying before. I was like,
Yep.
we kind of need the Overwhelm here.
There's the swing, 25. Going to use the combo from the Z Unison here.
Okay.
Vincent does not seem happy. Maybe unsure about what the conditions are to be able to use that combo. Maybe didn't account for it, figuring all the Shadow Dragons had swung. So that's additional 5K. So now we're swinging 30K here into this 20K leader. Do we have it?
I don't think so. Last time I looked at his hand, there was only 10K combo plus the Hercule Boo, which he's not going to be able to use.
Yeah, so very surprising here. We also had another Sensu being in hand. Surprising that we didn't opt to play into it before then popping off with the before popping off the Z Extra.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent looking through, trying to shuffle his hand, trying to figure out where we're at. 30K swing might be enough to get there.
Just thinking here. Just asking about the Unison, and I guess considering all the options for it.
Uh, 5-5, 30.
Yeah, you can't get out.
No, not able to get out of that. So I think that's going to be take life, and that's going to be game 1 to Brian Samuel.
Wow.
Close. Yeah, I think Vincent was feeling really good, but not accounting for that last 5K coming off of the Unison there.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking that only Shadow Dragons were able to get through.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. I mean, there's a couple of different factors. One, like if you have the Overwhelm, if you have multiple swings or swings that you didn't see, that kind of thing, and of course effects. You know, I think that's one of the things here. At the top level, at the highest level, you have to consider every single effect, every single interaction, everything.
Yeah,
And,
especially unfortunate when you consider that he had the Sensu being in hand.
Yeah.
He could have given his leader that additional 5K before going into the Z Extra
Yeah.
to then give himself the extra 5 he needed to actually out-combo the swing. So very tough margins here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think just being at one with so many things being thrown at you is just hard.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, shout out to Brian. Obviously, he made his way through every single card in his hand, and at least in my idea, I was like, he only had 2 or 3 energy open. I'm like, what is he really gonna do with that? And what is he gonna do trying to play around this explosive dance? And I think the part of it was that he kept putting Z energy back into cards into a Z energy to pay for that. On every single swing, although that's like a double tax, you know, you're guaranteed to get some cards out of hand that way. And he knew that with less than 10 cards in deck, he was toast. So yeah, he really had to push as far as that goes.
Especially since he knew what was in his deck. I mean, he Hercule 2 or 3 times that game. So when you account for the fact that he's been botting decking cards, drawing cards, in reality, at this point, he probably almost knew like 98% of the structure of his deck, just shy of a couple of cards in life. So
also an upside. You know, again, one of the things about Masters, especially in this Worlds format, it's the mastery of a deck. As I know that. You know, Vincent has been on this deck before, and just like how we were seeing before with Blue Bojack and yesterday, and as well as today with Blue Vegito, right? It's just one of those things of understanding everything a part of your deck, but it just kind of was not enough in the way of not understanding everything or what's the word? Being aware, being cautious of everything of your opponent's deck. So. Yeah, just a classic Masters match on that one. And we're going to get into game 2 pretty soon here. What do we have to do differently as Vincent, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Vincent almost got there, to be fair. So it's just about tightening up on those inches. I mean, being aware of the threats that your opponent is going to throw your way, understanding precisely how the Unison works. Obviously, you're going to gain a little bit there as well. didn't end up seeing his own secret rare, which is consideration there. Brian got his own milled out.
Yeah, that's something.
So going to have to see where we kind of go here as Brian leads 1-0. And, of course, sideboarded games. More Koisekais coming in, no doubt, for Brian as he wants to punish that hand size as much as possible. And who knows, maybe this time around we see Vincent not go down to 2 life on turn 2.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to bring up. I think one of the adjustments is not even a sideboard, as we probably will see the part of different playmats, of course, which I love these playmats. I'm definitely going to pick one up. The part of our life as a resource, right? It's just we did use our life as a resource for sure as Vincent, but maybe slow down just a little bit as we get into a higher energy level, if we can. It just really depends on who goes first. What are we doing? Obviously, we're gonna go second as Cooler as we bring out the energy marker here, and then just hopefully we don't see too many Koisekais on Brian's end. I mean, that's one of the cards I would say as an extra one to come back into this game too.
100%. We've got Cooler going second here once again. Looks like Brian opting to, or Vincent opting to go second.
And take it off the watch. It's like when Goku takes off the ankle bracelets. This is real now.
Oh. Thankfully, we've got our games 2 and 3 to recover from decisions we made in game 1. Something to consider if we get into a game 3 situation as well, though, is that Brian Samuel's deck is much better at being able to push out that early damage. And so if we end up in another position where life to time is going to determine the winner here, Vincent's going to have to maybe try to find an alternative route to be able to start applying some early pressure, maybe get some early arrivals down to kind of contest life and put himself in a position to be in a better situation come a life count.
Mm-hmm. We'll see, though. We'll definitely see as we continue to figure out finish out our mulligans and as well as our draw. Probably want to open a couple super combos on Cooler's end. Maybe open a couple more Coolers. Just really all depends. When it comes to Nova, I feel like, EX of Love here, just depending and just being a little easy on those since they are a draw too. But most of the time, the first few turns for Brian and as well as Nova are going to be the same.
Yep, we've got ourselves a promo Omega here, shipped into the Z Energy. Set ourselves with Nova, pay 1, set up the 1-star Shadow Ball, and then pass on over to Vincent. Start with a Energy Exhaust charge, and then swing, draw. That'll be a take for Brian Sam, and pass. So very quick, very simple turns here for our turn 1s on both players. Presumably here, just thinking on charge, but then we follow up with kind of the same lines of going into the Z Unison, get ourselves an Awaken, go into the 4-drop here as well, kind of standard turn 1, turn 2s here for Brian Samuel, and then we'll see if we can also break our way into maybe a Nuova Shenron afterwards.
For sure. Which again, kind of the same thing over and over for pretty much all the matches that we've seen with Brian, right? Like pretty much the same opens. We got the barrier blocker out. We're still using the leader effect to search out what we need to. And of course, as we get into this turn and probably the next, we're going to see a Unison come out pretty soon here.
Yep, so Haze Shenron here to hand. I'm going to have that in our back pocket for anything too spooky coming early from Vincent. Although, to be fair, this Cooler deck doesn't go too high in energy. Once you get to 4 or 5 energy, that kind of covers most of your battle cards. Mm-hmm. Here we go into the Z Unison here. We're going to go and follow that up with an Awaken. Going to get the 7 Dragons out, shove some cards under that, and go from there.
Yep.
All right, so we're just making sure that life gets taken a specific way. That's fine. To be fair, Brian Sam has been taking life that way since the beginning of the tournament, so
it's probably something in the rule book.
Maybe.
I am not sure. But we are going to go ahead and thin out our deck. I do believe it is up to 7, right? So
It is up to 7, but I think Brian Sam here realizing he doesn't need to do too much in terms of just not feeding too much into the mill strategies. Just 4 is enough to kind of get things going between putting cards himself down there and getting some free combos.
Yep.
We are going to shove the Nova down there, so going to have that locked and loaded whenever we're ready to play it out as well. We're going to start with a swing on lead. Yeah. 24. Sin going in, no combos. Take from Vincent here, going down to 7 once again with the unison swing, going down to 6. Thinking on leader swing, pay 1. Going to go into the trunks.
Oh, interesting.
Then leader swing here. Combo away the trunks.
Okay.
Be draw card and take from Vincent, going down to 5 life now. So 5 to 6. Pass turn, Vincent. Second, energy down. Third, virtual energy, accounting for energy marker here. Going to pay a red or a blue potentially. We'll have to see. Into the 17s we go.
Yeah, this is one of the cards that I was talking about before. Newish card.
Ish.
And it's, it's BT26. About a set ago. And you get to draw a card, basically. And when this card is in the battle area, it's used in combo. Use up to 1 card with 5k combo power from your drop with the skills negated. Just gets you a little more boost as far as that goes. It is a 20k body. There's a lot of them in red that you just pay for 1 for. So it gets good in that way.
Swing on lead here just to get our draw. We'll see if we combo off. Potentially try to get some Z energy and contest the leader a little bit.
Yep.
Koitskai in hand, Haze in hand, a couple of 8 drops there as well. Yep, so we will come to 17.
Yeah, this is the interesting thing about the sideboards here. We're seeing some changes, most likely on both. I'll have to take a look at Vincent, but for Brian, that Trunks card, I do believe he is about to he's about to get the other way. The Trunks card, I believe, is a sideboard card along with probably an extra Koitsukai. It basically says that if you're going to untap one with an extra card or a battle card during their player turn, they have to warp 5 from the drop to their from the drop. This is one of those, basically for the entire game.
Yeah.
I don't know what that really affects in Vincent's end, but it is just an easy draw 1. Go into Z energy just like we saw.
Three energy here for Brian Samuel. Proc up on the unison, shove another Nova down there.
Okay, swinging. Probably just trying to get a combo and draw. Get another Z energy. This is kind of the thing about... Okay, we're just going to take it. Never mind. Never mind. We might combo here. So that way we get another Z energy, as I was talking about before. You kind of want as much as possible, so that way you can have your super combos live and as well as play around explosive dance later on if you do see it. But it looks like we're not going to do any kind of combo there. We're going to go ahead and combo ourselves.
Yep, so there's the Whis, get the restand. Senzu Bean.
Senzu Bean, we're going to play that now as we can. We do have 2 open energy for Arrival. A 5k boost on the leader. We can also awaken here if we want to go a little crazy with it. Okay, just deciding what we want to do. Most likely have a couple cards as far as Arrival goes. We met the red-blue requirements. Just have to do the rest.
Yeah, I think we're thinking here what the best play going into the next turn, understanding that whatever you do play might get removed. We do see the cooler in hand here. That could be the potential play. Yep, so here's cooler. You know, to nag the Shenron.
Okay. So we finally got that one out.
Yep, pair of mills here, get a draw. See if we extend our play even further beyond that. If we're going to let that as is. Looks like we're just going to leave it, ship away as the energy, and back on over to Brian.
Yep. It's a 15K leader now. We got the mill 2 plays out. And looks like we are now Koitsukai-ing. I think it's a little late, but
do a little hand cleanup.
Yeah. Get some of these dragons back into, or really balls, back into the deck.
Ooh, absolute annihilation in hand.
Yeah, but not our secret rare, so it's always going to be a little scary to see if it does get milled or not.
Looks like we are going to pay the one get out the Nova Shenron from under 7 dragons here, and going to rest mode the cooler.
This feels like last game. You know, it feels like that's
right into the 8-drop.
Yeah.
Draw 2 cards and then swing. Going to go into lead here. Gohan negate. What is it? Breakthrough Dance? Is that what you're saying? The name of the card? So.
Which one?
The red negate that forces you to have to pay the energy to attack.
Oh, Explosive Dance.
Explosive Dance, yeah. It's a bit of a heads-up play in terms of trying to prevent too many Nova Shenron swings. All right, combo and draw. And then that's a take. Down to 3 life here for Vincent. Swing with the Nova. Will pay the Z energy. Say, you know what? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, we are playing through Koitsukai now. So any hopes and dreams as we go down to 2? We're doing the same thing here.
I mean, to be fair, it almost worked last time. A little bit of sequencing adjustments on the last turn. And Vincent potentially sees a game 1 win, so we'll see how that cracks through. Time is of the essence here. We've got 36 minutes left on the clock. This is a timed best of 3. So Vincent's going to have to claw his way through and then kind of figure out what his strategy will be going into a game 3 after this. So speeding up the pace, giving himself as much time as possible. Because if he goes down to 2 life against Brian in a game 3 situation, unfortunately, I think he will not have the time to be able to mill out or create a situation where he can be in a winning position.
Yeah, I suppose so. We do see the Goku. We do see the Gohan Piccolo card. Probably playing the Goku here. Get some value, get a barrier blocker, restand, all the other stuff. Just reading the barrier blocker of Brian's, which does have its auto effect. It's like a baby Sin. Well, I guess it's Sin still, so it's not really too much. But that one says if when your opponent plays a battle card, you may choose that card and get the skills of the turn. If you do, you restand it, and you can't do it for the rest of the turn.
Yep.
So basically, you just have to bait it out here, as we are going to play out the Goku.
Just looking, going to wait up for confirmation here, but from the looks of it, we've got Dean sitting in the top cut area. Top 4 match on their end having played out, so potentially we'll have to see what plays out, but maybe Dean making his way over to the finals. Australia represented in the finals, maybe. We'll have to see. Wait from confirmation from the judge team there, but
Blue Bojack? Or not Blue Bojack, Vegito.
Vegito, sorry, like Vegito,
Yeah.
so see what happens there.
Blue Bojack. It's crazy.
post UI, kind of on the tank here in terms of play. That's going to be a take from Brian Sam. So hitting life here, very interesting. Maybe deciding to change up the game plan and decide that life might be the way that we're able to get here on this game. And so there's the Overwhelm into the Bardock. Gonna draw ourselves a couple of cards.
That's pretty cool. I think this is a main deck.
It's a main deck tech.
Yeah, it's main deck tech. Is the Awakened Instincts. Draw 2, pitch 1. Not too much. It's been played for quite a long time.
Yeah, man, I played so much of this card back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I think it's only gotten a couple of alt arts. This one being it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you know what? It might have more than 2.
Pitch of the Frieza, and then swing into the lead. So we are definitely changing up our strategy here, saying that we're just going to be the aggressive guy. Use our Unison here. Combo from the 7 Dragons. Get our draw.
Pretty good.
The more mills that don't happen on our side, the more comfortable we feel getting our draws on. Going to get that Quitskai into the drop area for our turn.
Nice.
4 life to 2 life here. 3 energy up for Vincent. Looks like we're considering going into the Beast Gohan here. So go ahead, do that. We're going to awaken as well. Get our additional draws. Pitching another Beast Gohan here.
Sure. Okay. Just deciding here.
Got Bean in hand. Got another dance. Looks like we're going to pitch Bean.
Sure.
And swinging with the Gohan into the lead. So we're definitely being aggressive here. Time Magic, sparking, take the life.
Okay. We're using our hand as a resource as well. Draw 2, discard 2, coming in hot. Discarding the stuff that we probably don't really need. Running into a Time Magic. Doesn't really matter for this card unless, oh yeah, we did Time Magic.
Yeah, we just want to prevent the UI from being able to swing again.
Right. So preventing the combo step from being able to be used so it doesn't restand in the first place, and then using Time Magic in general to prevent that extra swing.
From any future swings after that. So swing with the leader here.
Which now with all these swings, by the way, with Cooler, it's the mill strategy is less and less.
I think
further and further.
I think we've just given up on that.
Yeah, I think we're just swinging face.
So token negate now. So take the damage here.
Oh, Brian.
Kind of interesting because red has a myriad of ways of being able to get rid of that blocker before kind of going into more plays.
Oh, sure.
So it's not like you're relying on the blocker here. 2 life left. It's not that hard to get a double striker on board either.
Yeah. We'll see.
There's the Gohan rare. We are going to go ahead and give minus 5K or 10K. I'd have to double check across the
10K,
board.
Yeah.
So rid of that blocker here. We're going to get a mill as well. Absolute and a 1-drop. Get an additional draw. Sizable hand here for Brian Samuel, however. So probably still feeling comfortable. Swing with the Gohan into the leader. Going to go ahead and combo in rest mode thanks to the power of that Beast Gohan on board there. So adding up our swing here.
Okay, not too bad. I'm thinking that we're taking so many of these lives because Ryan's hand is not looking that good. I could be wrong.
I think, yeah, so I think defensively it's not feeling amazing for him. And then, so combo out of that. Additionally, I think Vincent recognizes that he won't be able to play the long game in this game.
Yeah.
So instead, we're just going to aggro it out and then go from there. So
I do have a feeling that we're going to find a winner in this game too within the next couple turns and or the next like 5 to 10 minutes. And if that's the case, we should have enough time for a pretty quick game right after that.
Yeah, I think if Vincent's strategy here, trying to close out quickly in his game 2, it does give him the time to be able to play into his mill strategy if necessary in game 3.
That's true.
And I think that's all she wrote here. So 2 energy up for Vincent here as we pass along to Brian Sam. Took a lot of life here, so decent sized book, about 10-ish cards in hand available for him, down to 2 life on both sides.
Yeah. Okay. Just charging our Nimbus, which might be an indicator of one. I don't know if Brian wants even like dead cards in our hand if we're trying to go for game here, or well, I guess that's the other part of it is like if we're not going to be defensive, we're definitely going to go offensive.
Yep, Quartzkai here saying, all right, well, I know what your deck does, so let's see if we can punish that a little bit. It definitely hurts.
Yeah, we still have 2 open energy, one of them being an energy marker. I don't think the tapped energy is, either tapped energy is a blue-red, so nothing for Beerus to untap just yet.
Did draw ourselves into the promo Omega Shenron as well, so we are going to have the possibility of going in for a triple strike here. 1 over, but hey, it's effectively double strike in this situation, so another way to be able to kind of get through there. We're going to ship down the green, yellow SS4 versus Sin, or Omega, down under the 7 dragons to get ourselves a draw. Successor was the word I was looking for, the successor body.
Right.
24k swing into the leader. Pay 1 energy here for the dance. So costing Brian Sam some Z energy on swing here. Does have the 4 required if he ever decides to want to go into the 6-drop Goku, however. Now we're going to pay the 1 for Nemba card that Android here is deemed kind of busted.
That's what I've been saying. But it's true.
All right, so quick read here from Vincent, just trying to understand it. Effectively in this deck, mostly just a dual attacker for the most part.
Yeah, it rests something. It's not too bad.
I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that UI Goku.
It's not too bad.
Leader swing here. Going to use Unison. Proc off combo. Oops. Draw into a super combo. Feeling pretty good about that.
It depends on what your pretty good is, if you're being milled out or not. But I guess we already established that, no, we're going to go for the kill. Do you see a couple cards in Vincent's hand? The Cooler Arrival. And a couple others. Super combo coming down.
Do have the
Z Energy.
Yeah, so we also do have the Overwhelm in hand as well. Put in that final strike in the last game, see if we're able to work once again in this game.
Yep.
Thinking about more combo. Looks like we're filling up our drop a little bit. Big old swings here. Try to really say, you know what? Yeah, let's try to see if we can force you down to 1. And it's one of those things where with the leader swing, it's just harder to neg the leader. So you know that you have a more confident swing going in with a leader for this big of a number.
I mean, going pretty big here. I mean, this is the thing about both of these guys taking life so willy-nilly, which, by the way, like I said, life is a resource in this game. It just becomes where we have these bigger numbered swings, it just gets, bigger and bigger as we threaten the life every single time. I think the other part of it is that, like, you got to be a little careful with these battle card swings, because obviously Cooler is very adept to reducing that on the opponent's turn, or really your turn at this point with Brian.
Yeah, 100%. So you're thinking now. Looks like Vincent in the tank here. 24 minutes left on the clock here. We're going to go ahead and combo away Z Gohan. Thought about it. Never mind. Other Gohan.
I do believe we're still playing through the quotes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It is now off screen. So this is removed from game. And still figuring out what we want to do as far as numbers go. Vincent does need to figure it out pretty quick. I mean, you got 23 minutes, so if you intend to win this one, you're going to tie it up, and you're not going to have that much time in order to figure out a Game 3 win.
Nor can you threaten life in the same way that Brian Sam can as early as he can, so tough position to be in here.
Yeah, definitely. But we're figuring it out now. Going to go ahead and use the Beerus super combo. I was talking about it before. Got to make sure to use all of our energy as we can. Brian, look at his lips here as far as hopefully he's going to rival. Please play into the Koitsukai. Yes. Yes.
No, you do what you got to do, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Vin's like, oof, this is going to be expensive.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you want to. Oh, okay, we might be using the Z Energy? Or Z Extra? Oh, wait, no. Uh-oh.
All right, so here's the Gammas.
Okay, are we...
Yep, so here's the Koits. I think we're just looking at the timing of, like, whether he gets the draw or is the Koitsukai happening first.
Probably the Koits, if I had to take a guess.
I assume it's the Koits. Nope, looks like we're going to draw and then Koits.
Interesting.
So painful 2 cards here.
And then we're going to choose for the 4-drop sin and restand. Okay. By the way, we're still in the combo step.
Yeah.
just give everyone a heads up. we're still going through it.
All right, so Frieza as the second pitch for the Koitsukai here.
Yep. Okay. Another burst. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think we're just using it just for combo power, unfortunately.
Yeah, we do only have the one multicolor live.
Feels a little bad. Using a super combo without being able to use it. Getting the pitch 2 after we do draw 1. We're going to be able to use the campaign rare Gohan, rare basically, for the 1 red and minus.
Yep, go ahead and get a mill there. Also make the Geneva less of a threat going into its dual attack swings.
Yeah, that one does target battle cards or unisons.
1 energy up for Brian. Does have the masked identity in hand for the additional card if he wants the push. Keeping track of how many Shadow Dragons we have in drop. We do know that he's got the promo available in hand to be able to go for the triple strike.
Okay.
And looks like that's what we're doing. So paying the 1 energy, getting rid of 7 Shadow Dragons in our drop. Triple strike, Omega Shenron.
Oh, calm down over there. It's just a big dragon, man.
Yeah, that maybe gets Brian Samuel into the finals right now.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you do draw 1 for that. It is a pay 1 plus all the Shadow Dragons. It does have triple strike. A little bit of a unique. Obviously, we don't have an extra energy for the successor, but we are trying to go in now. And this is lethal.
Yep, so we got 30, 35. See how much more we can. Nope, never mind, not 35.
Okay. You said, matter of fact, I need that.
Oh, yeah.
So it wasn't
yeah.
milled. Go
All right,
figure.
super combo, secret rare.
It wasn't milled. So it is reduced. Basically, for every card in rest mode, it gets reduced by 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6, yeah. Is it between you and your opponent?
No, just your opponent. Unless I'm missing 1. I think we're off by 1, right?
Yeah, so 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
Ooh, serial 2? Alrighty.
Oh, that's a flex. That's a flex.
Alrighty, so into the Z Awaken we go.
Okay.
Doing the math.
Yep. I think he just wanted to flex with that.
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
Maybe it was the only one he had.
Dang. It's like it's like saying your only watch is a Rolex.
Yeah, it was the only one that was around.
This is the living room. I was just
Combo of the Gamma 1, Gamma 2.
uh-huh.
And a quick refresher here on the Z lead. So Golden Cooler Revenge Final Form. Gets a couple additional abilities. When your opponent's battle card's power is decreased, place the top card so the mill doesn't go away. When your opponent's card power is decreased by your battle card skill, draw 1 card. And then if it's your opponent's turn, you get to draw an additional card. And activate main once returned for red, blue, and 2. If your opponent has 20 or fewer cards in their deck, you get to play a Frieza card and up to 1 cooler card, both red, blue, and multicolor with energy cost of 5 from your hand, then switch to your energy active mode. So a bit of a push towards trying to end the game on this following turn if we're able to make it through these final swings from Brian Samuel.
Also, basically, it's a new draw. Whenever you
Yep, it's an additional draw.
yeah.
All right, so survive from the swing here of the triple strike. Down comes the secret rare. Gonna rest mode the Gamma 1, Gamma 2.
So go swing with the secret. Just deciding.
So what, 40k draw card? Pretty good.
I mean, yeah. Just gonna read this card here. It's gonna be the Gohan Piccolo. basically the rest mode effects. And we're going to continue to go and make sure before we start swinging what our options are. We still have our Unison barrier blocker, secret rare Janemba.
I'm going to go ahead and play Masked Identity. So Overwhelm away. Get rid of the Gamma.
Okay, so you can't combo with that anymore.
Swing with the 25.
For sure.
About 6 or 7-ish cards here in Vincent's hand. Few options to go. About the same for Brian Samuel. About 5 cards. Brian Samuel hand here. Few more dead options, however, here in Vincent's hand, unfortunately here. So going to go combo.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Vincent does have that many cards in hand. Although we only have about 4 now after this combo.
Okay.
Really dwindling down.
Combo out of the attack here. 2 life left. Ship Z energy and away everything else goes. Swing here with the 4-drop. Gonna go ahead and pay the Z energy. Thinking on combo Haze. Plus another. Or not, just another 4-drop here for a cheeky 5K, taking it to 29.
Yeah, pretty awkward number, of course. A bit better on the block, but that's still fine. Got to get the 30. And it's a shame that the Z leader doesn't have a boost, because it's still a 15K, as far as I know, right? Yeah. A lot of other Z energy or Z leaders.
Yeah.
We have 3 different Z things. A lot of the other ones do get the 5K boost.
Yeah. All right. 3 cards in hand. That'll be enough to be able to get out of this attack now. But what, 1 card left for Vincent now? Whereas we have what? We got the Janemba here. We've got the secret rare as well available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Janemba being on board with dual attack.
Did get negged, however, by the Gohan rare earlier. So Unison Swing as well still available here.
Yeah, it's probably going to be the best bet. If you don't have enough hand size to compensate for the minus.
It does look like the entirety of Brian's hand here is comboable, so we're going to go ahead, combo away Absolute Annihilation and Haze. 1 card in hand here for Vincent.
Looks like there's some clarification about the Z Extra.
Or whether maybe the combo was already used.
It's a possibility, yeah.
All right, looks like we're just going to pass it there.
That's why dice are very important.
Down to 1 life here for Vincent. Swing with the secret rare. Ship away some Z, be able to draw a card.
Okay.
Gonna combo away the Nemba, dump the hand here, and from the looks of it, that'll be
There
it. So
is.
Brian Samuel moving on to the World Finals for the Dragon Ball Masters card game.
Wow. Back to back finals.
Alrighty, so breaking through his North American Finals yesterday, through top 8, through top 4 to make his Worlds appearance on this second day of the Dragon Ball Super card game. Congratulations, of course, to both players. Fantastic showing from both of them in this top 4.
Definitely. I mean,
so
really
kudos.
big shout out to to right cooler man.
With
Vincent,
Cooler?
yeah, Vincent killed it, man. It's like getting here, traveling all this way, getting to the top four, almost taking it to the third game here, but it was just a little too much, you know. Brian had all of the draws through Nova, and that's kind of what it wants to do, and overall just was put enough pressure, and I think that was the part of it that both of these players took a lot of life early on, and maybe, both of them just needed more cards in hand. Who knows? But that was at the detriment of being at 2 and then going down to 1 and then getting secret rared. So it's interesting how a lot of these matches are ending with that secret, like whatever secret that they use.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge impact, powerful card in the deck more often than not. Just about finding it and timing it just right.
Which is why isn't one of, at least.
Yeah, at very least is that.
But we do have a finalist for the finals of the World Championship Tournament of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. Of course, if you haven't been following, we did have the North American Finals with Brian Samuel winning that one after all those rounds. I do believe, I don't know, I didn't get confirmation just yet, but we have a feeling that the Blue Vegeta player that before, from Australia, right?
Correct.
Is going to be advancing to the finals in the World Championship as well. So hopefully we can get that going pretty soon. But overall, pretty crazy tournament. Today, yesterday, all these matches, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an exciting showing, and what's always fun about these world bracket-sized tournaments is the fact that we get to see these exciting different decks, the Coolers, the Vegetos, what have you, because they're filling like a separate niche to what would be a typical Swiss into Top Cut tournament. So love what these players have been bringing, love the energy, love the diversity that we've been seeing across the different regions, love that we've got Australia potentially being represented over there in the finals as well. So we're going to go ahead and press forward. We're going to get that information. We're going to lock down how precisely we're going to run through the finals. So we're going to be checking up on that. You guys are not going to want to go anywhere. Get yourselves a drink, get yourselves a snack, get yourselves situated as we go to wrap up the finals for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters World Championship.
See you guys in the finals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters World Championship Finals. We've got a fantastic lineup, one that you might be a little bit familiar with. Turns out, winner of the other top 4 match that we did not get to spectate over there, Daniel with Bojack crawling his way back through to saying, I want another shot.
If you thought it was surprising to see Blue Bojack in the finals, you might not be surprised this time, actually, because now it's back in the finals. We're going to get a finals rematch from yesterday, the North American finals, that is. And now it's going to have Blue Bojack versus Nova Shenron. Nova Shenron, of course, piloted by Brian Samuel from our last match in the top 4, taking it over Red Cooler and Vincent. So it is an interesting time to be alive in the Dragon Ball Supercard Game Masters format, where we have a known deck, but the Blue Bojack is known as far as the last couple matches we've seen, and now, of course, Daniel's putting Blue Bojack on the map.
Yep, and in the other runner-up match, we've got Vincent and Dean fighting it out over there for their 3rd place. So lots of gorgeous prizes going up until 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. So good luck to both of those players as they fight it out for there. But here in the finals, Nova Shenron, Bojack should be a little bit comfortable about this matchup as of yesterday, but a little bit different because this time around, Brian Samuel sitting in as the North American champion. So a little bit of pressure there. But Daniel's saying, you know what? You can have the North American title. I'm going to take the World Championship title.
Well, that's what it seems like. I mean, he's trying to go back to back to back. You know, back to back finals, and then kind of not really back to back North American final winner. But hey, 2-time for the 2-time and 1-time for this time. It's going to be a very interesting match because, again, these players kind of already know what these decks do in their previous match together. And it's going to come down to the wire because it did come down to the wire during their match last time. So we'll see how far these guys are willing to take this game in this match as we start out the finals after Mulligan.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the attendees here at the event in between as we were waiting the first couple of minutes for the finalists to get ready. And I was talking about how, you know, there's less of a surprise factor for Brian here. One of the perks about playing a bit of an off-beaten path deck like Bojack is the fact that you get your opponents not being as comfortable with all of your cards, all of the things that they need to be concerned themselves about, things like getting the cheapening effect EX evolve into the A-drop Bojack to go into big swings here, knowing what secret rare you're on. All of that information no longer secrets to Brian as Daniel comes in playing the same deck today. So it's one of those things where Brian has had the ability to not only play against but beat the deck the first time around, but going into game 1 in a much more comfortable fashion in this rematch one day after.
Yep, it's pretty cool to see. It's just a testament of how good these players are, and I'm sure that Daniel wants his revenge. No surprise there as we start out with Zengia.
Yep, so Zengia here going to be turning our energy marker into a permanent energy. So not a proper ramp, given you always have the energy marker available, but more so just kind of solidifying that advantage that you could have having that extra energy, just turn over turn. Then we'll see the combo of the Zengia here to get that additional draw, and then kind of leave it at that. Nova Shenron down to 6 life.
Yeah, pretty normal turns for both of these players. You know, the Shadow Ball coming out, Zania coming out, and not too much different as far as that goes. As we continue to fix our hand and prepare for the next few few turns. Do you feel like there's anything that either player has to change from the last finals match that they had?
I think once we got to game 3, we saw a lot of adjustments that were already made in terms of playing into things, not playing into things. So I do think both players are playing very comfortably into this matchup, understanding the nuances that the decks are facing off against one another. So I think it's just a game of inches here, understanding like, hey, Daniel, you're going to be facing a lot of Hey Shenron, and you know that Brian's going to be holding them in hand because he doesn't like your boss monsters. So how can we get those chip damages in early to make closing out the game much easier for us? On the flip side of the token, you know, Brian's just going to be considerate of the burst potential that Daniel has. and just understanding that he's got to be mindful of the fact that there could be some hard crackbacks here on the Bojack side, and just be mindful of the defensive options he's going to have to keep in mind as he's defending against this blue leader.
Yeah, I think the other part of it is that maybe, in my mind, yeah, definitely a little bit of burst potential depending on what card he's going to be playing. But really, it is the trickiness of the deck itself, right? It is the okay. So, am I going to meet another battle card during my your activate battle or combo step, or are there things in my or your energy that I have to be aware of, that kind of thing? Or we already see a Galactic Buster and a 4-drop Bojack on Daniel's end. So these are the things that are very clear and day in the energy, but of course is still another thing to worry about for Brian.
So 4-drop Sin here. Gonna swing. We're gonna go ahead and combo out the 4-drop Bojack here, going right into Z Energy. So loading up our Z Energy, and away Zangya goes. And then we're gonna swing with the Z Unison here, get the combo away from the 7 Dragons. Draw and leave that on the leader. So 7 life for Daniel. And then leader swing. Kind of wrap up there. Probably be a take here. Go down to 6. And likely a pass turn here. So 3 energy available to Daniel.
Yeah, getting to that point where increasingly we're going to try to get to our 4 energy, play our Unison, Awaken, that type of thing.
Yep.
But during that time, we're going to see if we can play a few cards that could net some cards, or at least deal with this barrier blocker one time or another.
Yep, got Bujin energy there. Solid card in the matchup, just being a barrier blocker that's able to do some of the cycling shenanigans from the energy.
Although this deck leans pretty heavily on the Bojack cards, a few floodgates here and there, that type of thing. I'm surprised that we don't play the new Broly, the blue Broly that we saw earlier. Still though, you know, it's a little bit more of an offensive card than defensive.
Yeah, I think here the option is just like, do we go Oob? Do I go Broly? I think here the Oob option has clearly served Daniel well. As we pay the 1 energy, get the Black Kamehameha set up on board here, and then we go into the Bujin combo for this swing into the Unison. Going to pay the 1, get Bujin out. 20k barrier blocker on board. Unison down to 1 marker. And then we're going to go ahead and use Bujin to get rid of our energy and replace it. Did play the Bardock, however, so there's going to be an expenditure if we were looking to attack one more time to get that Unison down 1 more. Looks like that won't be the case, and we'll just pass on here.
Yeah, I remember when barrier blockers are few and far between, but both players have one, and they're both pretty easy to play. So it's pretty interesting to see the game evolve in that point. And it's becoming more and more important because it is like a safety net for a lot of different things.
Yeah, 100%. We do see the draw of the Absolute Annihilation, kind of an MVP card this weekend here for our yellow players. So we'll see. I'm sure that'll come up in a tight spot when Daniel at least like it. And the Kutzkai here as well. Swing here with the 24k, get damage through. Take, swing with the Bardock here as well.
Yeah, both of those cards being moved to the main deck if it wasn't already. It's a smart move by Brian, just because, you know, a lot of these decks that are in the top 8, I don't know if he was aware or not, definitely are hurt quite a bit by them. And I don't know if we're going to be playing the Absolute Annihilation just yet, just because there are a few different ways that Daniel can do some barrier removal antics.
Yep. Probably just time it right with when Daniel decides to commit all his energy the turn prior, or maybe when he has 1 left, to make those dimension magics and the like much more punishing. Here we see a leader swing now. Daniel had 4 lives, so will be able to awaken.
For sure.
Here we're going to see the block from the Bujin. Likely see an Awaken with the leader here. Potentially combo the Zangia away. Get a card draw that way as well. Yeah. Okay, so we're waiting on combo here. Looks like we will super combo with the Hercule.
Yeah. That was a absolute annihilation, but we're rethinking that one.
Yep.
Probably need that later on. I do believe he only plays one in the main deck anyway, so we'll see if that's the case or not, because I haven't seen another.
Yep, token negate and another card drawn. So here now we go into the Zangia. We'll get the draw and replace into the 8-drop.
That's pretty scary.
Then
Pretty good ramp, by the way, because the previous match that we saw with Daniel, we kept getting more and more of the non-Bojack cards, and it's becoming a little frustrating.
Including the one-time secret rare.
Yeah,
thankfully, we do have some Zenos to be able to mitigate that a little bit, but it always hurts when you got to commit to that.
Yeah, that's always a good backup plan, but still, I mean, it's pretty annoying. Taking him down to 4 already. We're going to combo, turning the tide.
Additional
Okay.
10K there.
Yep.
So holding on to our Awaken. 3 energy still available here for Brian. Into the Nuova Dragon, and then potentially going right into the 8-drop. We'll have to see here. Do draw into the Goku as well, so that'll be an option going to late game. Pay the 1, going right into the 8-drop. Draw our 2 cards here. And just hedging out a little bit, right? We know that there's a lot of means for the Bojack deck to be able to get rid of the 4-drop. And unfortunately, if that happens, we don't get ourselves our negative energy ball. So I believe swing into the Bujin here.
I'm going to swing into it. Can't pop it since it does have barrier.
Yep, going to go ahead and use it, activate battle, replace the energy here, get rid of the Buster, put down another Zangia here, and then that'll just be it for Bujin.
Plenty of card draw. Going to swing with the Unison. Should be a 10K swing here. Plenty of cards in hand on Brian's end. We do see a few cards that are familiar to us. The UI Goku, I think Flying Nimbus, a Bardock. Plenty of defensive options. Token negate. And if you know Brian Sammy, he does play a lot of one-ofs. It's no surprise that we're probably going to see most of them with Nova.
Yeah, so here's the comboing of the Zangia. Get another additional card draw there. And then the Bujin. Pay the 1, get to the boy down on board. Leader Bill going to go ahead and pay the 2Z energy there. Get the restand on the Nova Shenron. Swing once again into leader. No negates, no blocks. That's just going to be a take here. So down to 3 life here for Daniel.
Yeah, really pushing on the gas for Brian.
1 energy up. Pass turn. 4th energy turn here for Daniel. 3 life to 6 life here. But we do know that Daniel plays this matchup a little bit slower and then holds up for some burst here. I think I see double haze in hand here for Brian Sam. So very much ready for any explosive turns. I believe I also see secret rare in Brian's hand. So a lot of opportunity for some explosive attacks, plus the strong board that you already got here. We'll see the pay the 4, pay the 2, going into most likely Unison here. So there's the Deborah.
Yep.
And then we're going to go ahead and marker it down, get rid of the Sin there. Now we got powerful 20K dual attacker. Get it some energy back at the end of the turn.
Yeah, barrier removal is also pretty important here as we get rid of the Sin.
Yep. 20K swing over on the Unison here. Going to go ahead and combo the Bojack, awaken our leader, get the restand, get the draws. And probably
side leader effects.
Pay the 1, get this 4-drop down.
I wanna
Restand to the Deborah.
Use your world 32 mil pod. I have 3 people who have not paid. You're Moku, Kevin ARG, and Cherry Table 450.
Okay, and then we have a swing into the Unison here. We're going to go ahead and use the auto just to get the draw. Then that'll be Marco over, Unison down. So we've got the tax coming in for Brian Sam next turn. So he'll be at 4 energy, but realistically only 3 because he's got to play out the Unison again. And then I think an additional swing here utilizing the dual attack of this 4-cost Bojack.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Going to be able to untap 1 and bottom deck a card. It's probably going to be that EX Evolve Nova. And take away 1 more option for Brian. Looking pretty good as a turn. Like both of these players' turns are pretty decent quality as we see the Kozikai come into the Z energy.
Yep, we got the Bojack swing here into the Bardock. Ho-ho. Oh, well, I mean, we found it. Maybe with Zeno we'll be able to pick it up again, but super secret rare into the energy.
He's just laughing again because he's just like, this happened last time, dude. It's like, this is ridiculous. It is what it is, though. We do have some options to get that back, like we were talking about. Zeno's probably going to be one of the better options to do so.
You know what? Maybe there's a world where having it in energy is like better than it being in the deck. 'Cause at least now you know where it is, so you can like Zeno and just like get it back in hand,
It's kind of like,
as opposed to like never seeing it.
like imagine if your deck was imprisoned in jail and you know where it is, but you can't reach it, and the only way to get it is to get the key, but you can't find the key. You're looking everywhere in your house. I don't like that feeling.
Maybe the key was on you the whole time.
It's the keys that we met along the way. That must be what it is.
All right, so pass turn here over for Daniel. Brian Samuel in his 4 energy turn. Of course, going to have that 1 energy tax to get the Unison back online here. So we're going to go and get that started. Back Unison on board here.
Okay. Still pretty healthy life total, despite our pretty large hand as Brian. Getting out the Unison again, using the 7 dragons again. Trying to filter out our hand and make sure that we, again, keep our hand quality up.
Yep, Koitsukai here. Going to pay the 1, get rid of Koitsukai, remove from the game, and then clean up our hand a little bit. Thinking about the second card here, and we can just choose 1, so it looks like Brian very happy with his hand at the moment. Just going to take the 1 additional card here. We do have the ball to go into the 4-drop. We've got the 4-drop under the 7 dragons that can just be played out as well, so we're going to go ahead and rest mode the Unison.
Okay.
Reminder for our audience, this is an untimed finals here, so players will be able to methodically think out their turns and be able to dedicate their best lines of play here.
Yeah, both of these players know their decks pretty dang well at this point. It's really just a factor of navigating through both of their challenges as they present themselves. One of those is going to be this EX Evolve Nova. Coming back down, drawing the 2 cards, swinging twice, removing stuff. I can go on and on about this effects because it does have quite a lot of them.
Yes, sir. Bojack gone. We do see the Zeno.
Here we go.
Super combo in hand. It's like a tutor. It was like a tutor.
Secret Rare. Well, I guess Super Combo in hand, now down. Secret Rare back into it. It is a tutor.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Just not, yeah, I know. I figured. Now we can probably play the Bojack in the energy to play it out and then bottom deck. Unless there's something that actually is going to prevent that.
And then, yep, so here's a leader ability. Combo the Bojack. And, ooh, we do love a Zangia hit here for the future.
We're doing really well, despite the secret rare into the energy.
It was a tutor, I'm telling you.
I don't know. I don't know. We're not choosing to play the Bojack.
We did get Koitsukai, so we probably just like our hand.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Every time there's a Koitsukai and I look away for 2 seconds, it's always going to be off the screen. So thank you for the heads up.
3 energy up for Daniel here. Probably has the defenses. We're rested out for Brian Sam. In terms of our energy, we've got Unison that can swing. We've got leader swing available as well. Down a marker goes the Deborah. Down to 1 marker here. Swing into Deborah with the Nova Shenron. Gonna need to combo here with the Unison to be able to get to that 20k threshold here, get our draw. And that'll be it for Deborah, unless we get a counter right here. Nope, that'll be it for the Unison. So, got 1 more attack if we want to. Otherwise, we can just let things chill. However, we don't have the combo ability of our Unison no more. So we'll just kind of let that clear as it is and then pass it along to the 5 energy turn here for Daniel. Got Bujin, got leader, got the 10x, or the Black Kamehameha still there. Secret rare in hand, so that's something that both players are going to have to keep in mind. At this point, Daniel, I have to imagine, understands that there's going to be a Haze Shenron in his near future.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things to worry about, but I think it's really using the secret rare when Brian's going to be at 4-3 life, you know? So
Get that burn.
Yeah, that's going to be the most important part, in my opinion.
Or maybe we just wait it out until we get to 8 energy, and then nothing matters?
Yeah. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Unless they play... never mind.
All right, so there's the Oob.
Yeah, we're probably going to be doing this to the Evolve
Yeah.
Nova.
So do a little bit of board cleanup here.
So that's added to Z Energy. The other one is sent to the drop because it was underneath.
Double striker here. All right, Secret Rare deciding, you know what, I'm going to get this down now.
Oh, never mind then.
Now, of course, there's like some timing things you can do. Of course, the Secret Rare has an activate battle. It doesn't necessarily force you to have to attack with it, so you don't have it vulnerable to the Haze Shenron. Because I think Haze Shenron does need a rest mode card, right? The attacking cards needs to be in rest mode, if I understood correctly.
Yeah. So it's just going to be used in the combo step.
Yeah, let's just get the details on that card here. So, if your leader is a Shadow Dragon card, and you choose 1 Shadow Dragon card in your hand, discard it when this card attacks or is used in a combo. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards in rest mode. Yeah, so as long as we keep the Secret Rare inactive, we'll have to see here, though, however. Swing through. Let's see what decide we to do.
Yeah, the thing about this is that we're probably going to get hazed pretty quickly. You know, that's... okay,
Yeah,
so we're
all right,
not
so
electing
token
to do
negate
that.
here.
So we burn the life to go to 5 from 6. We're going to token negate to go to 4.
Also doesn't give us the opportunity to be able to do the activate battle right away.
That's true.
Token on board now.
It is activate main in battle, so we might be able to use it here. I think the other part of it is that Oob's effect is here.
So anytime a counter is used, got to shove a card into Z Energy. Once per turn.
Yeah.
So now it's about how do we get our Secret Rare in active mode because his active ability is pretty strong on both turns. So for whatever reason, if you can get it to sustain,
Yeah. I doubt it's gonna stay. Though.
I also
That's the
doubt,
issue.
but you know, like
Yeah, I think that's
the ability for it to that be an option here. So now Daniel's in the tank and trying to figure out the best way to kind of maneuver into this. We're gonna get the swing with the boo, probably eat a block, but then you have the opportunity to be able to utilize the act battle. All right, just players just being clear that they understood each other here.
Yeah, probably the headsets are acting up or something. Maybe someone has to speak up. Who knows?
All right.
It's just figuring out the order of things. I'd imagine that, yeah, you know, let's see what other negates that you may have, like another token negate or something. And then I guess that was a block.
Yep, so block from the token.
And we still have the ability to use the restand.
Yes, activate battle, restand on both of these huge cards here. And then Gohan, if he restands himself, will go ahead and get that critical.
Yep. So we're just going to do this now. It's a beefy 40k crit coming at his face. And I think this is probably where the Haze Shenron comes in.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to discard a card. And then we're going to go ahead and pop the Gohan. Obviously, 8 is more than 5, so I don't know.
One day we'll see. One day we'll see this Gohan deal damage.
I mean,
double strike swing here from the Oob. Do have another Haze in hand if that's what we want to do. But good tempo, at least here from Daniel's side, in terms of being able to get Brian down to 4. Has one energy up still. Has the Black Kamehameha available. Has the leader swings. Got some Bujin for some shenanigans there. So. See how much advantage we're able to take here. How many cards we're able to rip from hand, or potentially get Brian down to 2.
Yeah, there's a possibility. We'll see how
Haze
it
again.
goes. Never mind. I knew that he had 2 hazes. The thing about it is that, like, okay, since we use the 2 hazes, I'm sure we have maybe one more in the deck. You know, what else are we going to be able to use? I mean, this is good information for Daniel in the first place. So if he does go into, let's say, like Big Bojack, A-Drop Bojack, we're going to be able to be a little bit more safe, unless we do have another one.
Yep, so here we go. Swing with the lead. That'll be a take from Brian's side. Go down to 3 life here. Pay the 1. Go into the 4-drop Bojack. Swing into lead here. So just using this opportunity to be able to apply as much pressure as possible while Brian doesn't really have a board going at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. Obviously, the Gohan did end up returning a lot of things back to hand, or at least a few things. The other part of that is that, you know, Brian was at 6. He tapped out. He was very aware that this is something that was going to happen. So we're just trying to get the cards out of our life and then see what our options are, and probably going to be staying here on 3, just like how Daniel is planning to do so for the remainder of the game.
Yep, so combo out of that attack there. And then completely rested out here. We do have the Bujin available on Daniel's side here if he decides to get a little crazy with it. Does still have that active battle on the side as well. So we'll pass it on over 1 active for Daniel here standing as we pass it on to Brian Samuel going into his 5 energy turn if he wishes it. A lot of cards in hand as a lot of it was shipped back due to the Gohan ability. Looks like we're going to be charging the Bardock. Let's see how we go from here. Probably some back-to-back Bujin plays or back-to-back Nova Shenron players here, but we're about to see.
Yep.
Start off with the Koid Sky. It depends. All right. So first we're gonna start with the Koid Sky. Then we're likely to play the Unison tax to be able to get our Unison out again. So realistically, 3 energy turns. Still a lot the Shadow Dragons can do with that, but definitely going to hurt to Daniel's defensive capabilities here.
Yeah.
All right, so pay the 1 for that Koid Sky. Pay the 1 for the Unison.
Trying to get back our board that was annihilated by our Secret Rare Gohan. Now going to be able to use the +1. Go ahead and draw a card, put a card underneath, etc., etc.
All right, pay the 1, get out the Nova Shenron from under these 7 dragons here.
Yep, gonna be able to draw from that as well. Got to realize that we pitched 4 cards last turn, right? So we're using both hazes. We're gonna have to recoup a little bit. And Nova Shadow's pretty good at it. Brian is a very good player, so he's very good at drawing more cards. So all kind of adds up to back to where we started.
Yep, big swing here from the Nova Shenron. Just clarifying swing on lead here. Going to pay 1
Maybe a peel off or something.
for...
Maybe D-Magic. I mean, the auto for popping a card will still go off unless something happens here. By the way, we do have the third haze in hand. So
D-Magic.
yeah, we are going to D-Magic. We still do have to, not have to, but we can choose a rested mode card to pop. So
Oh, never mind. So we paid the 1 and pitched for our auto.
Oh, for leader. Is that right?
Yep, and then there goes the, yep, so the leader effect here. There goes the Bojack.
Oh. Did you pitch the D-Magic?
I think so.
That's that's not fair, Daniel. Can you not do that to us?
Activate battle here on the Boojin. Going to take that back in hand. H drop down. Going to use the leader ability. Going to go ahead and combo away the 8 drop.
Daniel's gonna be so mad when he sees the third haze. Oh yeah, look at Brian. He was like, yeah, I see it. Oh, he's gonna be so mad.
All right, and then it's going to be a take here anyways. We are going to pay the 4, get the 8 drop down on board. Going to be taxing a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and use Bojack's ability to get rid of the 8 drop Shenron. Of course, the negative energy ball will be able to hit back onto the board here. 1 more energy for Brian. However, his Shenron can be used aggressively as well as defensively, so, you know.
Yeah, it's
it is
kind
what
of
it
broken.
is.
It's kind of crazy. It's kind of a good card.
And have to see what the follow-up is here. Do
Swing
have
with the unison.
Yeah, still have the unison swing, got the leader swing.
Yeah, you wanna avoid the auto effect for Bojack, so I think it's probably gonna be a good time to swing with the unison, or maybe even leader, which we're looking like we're thinking about doing. Yep. So swing with unison. Candle's like that can't be good. That's not great.
I'm going to go ahead and combo away for 10K here using the SS4 V Omega.
Pretty good. We're going to be able to draw. I think this is a 20K swing. And then haze. No, okay. So we're probably swinging face since we're not doing barrier blocker or the blocker. Brian's probably like, okay, well, I'm just going to put this into a beefy attack or make this into a beefy attack. And then also haze your boy. So. Also, not too many cards in hand.
Nope. Here's the Ice Shenron to kind of top off that combo.
Okay, we're just positioning that we don't have a haze.
So 35K swing here. I mean, there's also the fact that you just kind of hold the haze for your turn, for their turn. And then, like, when he thinks he has a turn with the Bojack, you're like, pop.
Yeah. Like if in case they feel safe.
Yeah.
Make
so
you feel safe and then don't.
and here's
Issue-
the Zeno.
The issue though is that like when we do Zeno here, we're gonna be able to do this, put back a card into the energy. We're gonna have 1 open energy. Obviously, we're not gonna be able to use something like D-Magic or whatever as a counter. But it's one of those things to keep in mind as we do use Zany's combo ability here. And we're going to continue to go through as we continue to combo. Boojin comes down, and we combo out of that.
Yep.
And of course, 2 1-cost combos come down.
All right. Bit of a rewind here,
do
just
we-
making sure that we're good on math, I think.
Yeah, let's do the math then. If this is to leader, so I believe it's 10K base, 20, 25.
Yeah, okay. So
35?
just making sure we have additional 5 here as per the intent, and then we're going to pay the 1 energy to be able to use the Gohan rare to be able to get rid of that threat. Do have the best identity in hand. That's what we want to go for. Start off with the leader swing. There's the haze.
So leader swing into haze. Daniel not very pleased about that. Doesn't ever feel good that you pay 4 energy for something and then someone says, let me just combo 1 card and then get rid of it.
Hey, there's a discard.
Yeah.
So, you're going to use the UI here to be able to get out of that attack. And, I mean, look, we've gone through 3 Haze Shenrons now. So, presumably the next Bojack sticks, right? We've got 4 of them in the deck. We've seen 1.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yep, Secret Rare still in hand here for Brian. We will overwhelm. Masked Identity hits the board. 25K swing. Looks like we're leaving at that. Just 25K. No, thinking on combo. I mean, look, we've got, what, 5 cards in rest mode here for Daniel.
Yeah, just going over our options here. A lot of this is just like, Danny's at 2, and a lot of what it comes down for Masters is tempo and momentum, and how do we kind of maneuver as players? When do we stop? When do we keep going? What else do we have to consider? And I think that's kind of the questions that are going on in Brian's head right now.
Yep.
And of course, these are untimed, just like we were talking about before. It's the best of 3, and these players are just gonna continue to try to find the best options possible in every single turn. 1
life left for Daniel here, 3-1. Looks like we're gonna try to proc our 4-star ball here. Whiff from deck, fail to find. And then play from hand, presumably. Yep. So there we go. So we got the 2-drop here.
Okay.
Swing over to lead. Just double checking. This is a Nova Dragon. Might be a 1-of tech here for Brian's deck. We have not seen it in the previous matches at the very least.
Yeah. I think this is the 2 cost. It is a tech for a number of players. It's not very special, but it is teched in sometimes.
It is another Nova name. All right, here comes Secret Rare Super Combo.
Yep. So basically, if you pop something in rest mode against the, I think it's separated, but you get the 5K in double strike for the turn.
Oh, hold on. This is way... Yeah, okay. So we did use the Black Kamehameha to get rid of the Nova Shenron swing here. We still wasn't sure if that meant that with the attack and we don't actually get the play of the Secret Rare, but we do get the play of the Secret Rare here. We'll get the draw, but then we'll go ahead and block with the Bujin. Ooh, power of a Super Saiyan?
The 1-of, yeah. Looks like just for the draw.
Just get the draw. 1 more energy still up here for Brian to maybe chip away at that last life. Maybe a negate chilling in hand here. We do have the Goku. So that's a multi-swing. We've got so much Z energy to be able to get those restands in. Tough position here for Daniel. Maybe he's got a way to be able to get rid of it off the board, but this is going to be a very tough situation here. Might just have to call it. We'll have to see.
Well, that's a big 30K swing. We do have the requirements for it. It doesn't look like we're able to do much. Obviously, we cannot counter because of Bojack's effect.
So we got
And
Zeno going to put down the Boo Unison.
Another
Zeno. Okay. All right. So just shore up our hand, add as much combo power as possible, but there's going to be so many swings here coming from this Goku. We're going to go ahead and throw away some of our Z energy, get a restand, decide to swing again.
Yep. This is going to be pretty tough. No counters. And we kind of did that to ourselves as Daniel because of the leader ability, obviously, right?
Yep, and here we go. Combo our way out of that attack here. Another rip away. Here's another swing, and just swing on swing on swing. A nod from here from Daniel, considering our combos here for Brian. And no, that'll be it for game one. So Brian Samuel up 1-0 over Daniel in the Masters World Championship Finals.
Oof, there you go. All you really needed to do was swing 3 times with a 30K. Who would have thought, right? Obviously, that was a kind of a showcase of taking advantage of different situations. One, it was the Bojack or the leader using the leader ability and then into the Bojack to tap 4, not showing the haze at first, seeing the options that were being presented for Brian. And then hazing, and then going into a turn that looked like, okay, well, because I did this, and because you can't counter, I'm going to force you to have either the combo or the activate battle options in general. And just didn't have enough at the end of it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's just so tough when you commit your play into something like 4 energy into the Bojack, locking yourself out of counters, hoping to set up. And that's one of those scenarios where you're playing for the win, right? You know that you're going to need your boss monster on board. You want as much energy going into your turn as well, so use this opportunity to hopefully being able to set up for the win on the subsequent follow-up. But, I mean, Brian Sam had it all. He had the Overwhelm to be able to get an additional swing in, saw the Secret Rare as well to be able to apply additional pressure there. Big, wide board, so, very tough position to be in. And, I mean, Brian Sam just understanding the angles and axes at which Daniel defends himself now and taking advantage of that by pressuring in with some monstrous aggro. And then, of course, it's pretty good when you have 3 Haze Dragons.
Yeah, that was the tough part. The first 2 going into the Secret Rare and then into the Oob and then into the Bojack, it basically pick and chose, I guess, every single threat that Daniel was putting out, right? So now Brian being a game up is 1 out of the 3 games that they could play. And hopefully we can have some faith for our blue Bojack before our previous national champion, current national champion, and now possibly our world champion is coming up. But no, Daniel's going to say no. This is his time to defend himself and as well as gain that title.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll see how Daniel can kind of work his way through here in this game 2 of this untimed best-of-3 finals. We'll go ahead and kick it off with Brian Sam going second, Daniel going first here. Interesting choice. Because I have to figure, if you're going second as Daniel, you have the opportunity to be able to convert the energy marker into a permanent energy with the Zangia. If you're going first, you don't get to do that on turn 1, but you do turn it into a true ramp. So that dichotomy is interesting. Maybe part of it is also denying the opportunity to be able to go first for Brian Samuel. Try to get as much tempo on your side on turn 2 before he gets his turn 2. Yeah, I mean, before he gets his Unison set up and, his Nova or the 4-drop blocker out. Being able to get some pressure in through before Brian has the time to be able to kind of set all that up is definitely meaningful.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is that, the things that Brian continues to put out, like the EX Evolved Shenron, Nova, the Sin Shenron, the barrier blocker, etc. Those are all the things that Daniel kind of has to continually remove and worry about. So as long as he has options to remove those, which in Blue Bojack, sure, we have the 4-cost Bojack, we do have Oob, that type of thing. it's just going to be a little hard as we navigate through. But we'll see. We'll see if going first is going to be the difference maker for Daniel.
Yep. So do opt to mulligan here. And then into a fresh 6. And down we set the life, and we're going to go ahead and get started here. See what our early turn is for Daniel. Both players ready, gearing to go. We've got a couple of Bojacks in hand here for Daniel. Zangia here for the turn 1 charge and pass. No turn 1 plays.
Yeah, a bit of a bummer, but I don't think there's too many. Maybe that's just the difference between going first and second, too.
Yeah, I don't know if the deck really has any turn 1 plays now I think about it.
No. I was really just looking through the deck. It's not really, no. I mean, you can play like a peel off or something, but sometimes you just have to have that at hand for later on.
Yep, so going to go ahead, Nova Shenron here. Going to dump away a 4-star ball. Go fetch a H-drop Nova Shenron from the deck here.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Definitely want to have those in your hand along with finding the 4-drop to evolve one. Of course, we're going to go into the Unison as soon as possible as we find another ball.
Yep, here's the Oceanus. Find the 1-star negative star ball. And then into the drop that goes. Pay the 1, go into the 1-star, and that'll be all she wrote for turn 1. Over to Daniel's turn 2.
Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and do a simple swing. Get a combo just to get something into the Z energy. There's that peel off I was talking about before. And then we're going to go right into our Z deck. Play out the same card that we saw last time.
Yep, Zangia coming out. Going to be able to get a ramp here from our hand. Down goes the Bojack. And then we got a swing for the Zangia here, so feeling pretty good. Combo away the Zangia, be able to replace that with another 4-drop Bojack. You love to see that. And then draw here, so fantastically set up energy for follow-up turns. We've ramped once, so now we're sitting at a cozy 3 energy on turn 2. Love to see it. And then I think this turn gonna look a little something like this. Gonna get ourselves 4 drops in Shenron. Gonna go ahead and then we're gonna go ahead play the Unison.
Okay.
Then we're gonna go ahead and Awaken.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna go ahead Nova Dragon. That's kind of where maybe the alternate timelines play in. But all right, so far so good.
Okay.
4 drops in Shenron.
Okay. It's like you've seen this before.
Almost. All right, 1 more energy here. Gonna pay off that Z energy, more likely than not, or not. Thinking about it. Makes sense. Get the tutor. Pitch another negative 4-star here.
Okay. Getting the successor, Gojira. Might come in handy later on. I'm going to go ahead and tap 1. Probably come out with the Unison, just like how you predicted in your Fortune Teller ball. It's not on camera, but it is here as a Fortune Teller ball.
Yeah, don't call me Fortune Teller Baba.
They don't.
There's some follow-up to that, but, I'll just save chat.
Right. Let the imagination run wild as we set up our Z extra card.
All right, so shipping all of the balls down in under the 7 dragons here. I think about 6 of them across drop and deck.
That's pretty good. Gonna go ahead and place a Nova underneath. Might need that for later. Are you looking at me because you predicted this? Or?
All right, so swing Sin Shenron into the Zangia here. We are going to go ahead and combo the Bojack. Not do nothing with it, but send it over into the Z energy. And then it's going to be a Unison swing here.
I feel like you predicting all of that is like predicting traffic lights. You know, like,
That's not gonna happen.
it's like, oh, it turned yellow that fast. No one saw that coming.
Alrighty, so unison swing here, combo, then leader swing here. Gonna go take Daniel down to 6 life here. Pay the 1 energy. I was wrong. Going to the trunks.
Hey, there you go. It's another sideboard card. Didn't see it last game, I don't believe. But again, this is the card that the turn player has to warp 5 if they want to untap an energy. And this is for the entire game.
Yeah, the fact that that lingers, very few abilities in the Dragon Ball Supercard game Masters lingers to that length. So it's just kind of something you got to keep in mind. And seems not too painful at first, but once you start realizing that, you know, across two restands, you're going to have to get rid of 10 cards, it starts to really stack up.
Yeah.
Here we go into the Deborah. And then we just kind of shortcut the minusing there to get rid of the 3-drop. Both players here know what's going on. No surprises for nobody. And then we'll get the swing with the Bojack into the unison here. Going to go ahead and Bardock, paying with the energy marker.
Tarpini special.
Combo with the unison. And then we're going to go ahead, combo with the Bardock, get ourselves a replacement here.
And then awaken.
Get our draw.
Draw the 2.
Another combo. Replacement.
Got a Zania.
And then pay for the Bujin or the Bojack. All right, looks like Bujin's going to be our pick here.
Yeah, not very many targets.
Have we seen Daniel be able to alternate awaken in the past match that we saw him?
No,
I don't think so. Yeah.
No, not the last game for sure, because we were swinging a lot as Brian. The previous match we did see it once, I believe, but I could be wrong. Definitely this time, we got the Bojack Unison, which is perfect for our Bojack leader, of course.
Yep, and gonna go ahead and get that free energy. And the beauty about certain cards
Main phase
is the main phase, and that gets around things like the trunks and all that jazz.
Yep. It's very good to have that. A lot of these effects are choose up to 1 energy anyway. So if you did run into that issue, it's one of those things that you have to kind of make sure you choose 0. Unless you have the cards to use. All right, here's a swing. Very interesting that you pay 1 for this bad boy, and you have a 20K beater. If the trucks comes down, going to be pretty annoying for something like the EX Evolve Nova. Actually, even the 4-cost Nova. Not sure if we'll see that here, but we'll have the bottom deck too if you want to swing.
Few options to kind of work our way through that first, though. We got the leader swing here, and it's going to be a block by the Bujin. Going to use our unison ability here to be able to combo from the 7 Dragons. Draw Koitsukai.
And a super combo. Always nifty to have the 3 Z energy to be able to use this. And then draw the 2. Probably bottom decking one of these shadow balls. Putting cards in hand for Brian, despite his 6 cards in life. And then a Koitsukai comes down.
Yep, so sizable combo here. Bujin, definitely a card that can be annoying for Brian to have to play around, so be able to get rid of that while also having the Koitsukai set up and drop for future plays afterwards.
Yep.
Activate battle, Bujin. Set up our energy here. Gonna combo the Bojack.
You said I'm never playing Bojack ever again.
Interesting. Then Galactic Buster.
Yep.
We'll combo that. Continue on our way. And then pay the 1, get out the Bujin.
Again. So
Yep.
we're defending against the 1, got another. Fixed some energy here and there.
Fortunately, that's 1 less Bojack that Brian needs to concern himself with.
Yep.
All right, so out come Nova Shenron. Gonna go ahead and rest mode the Deborah.
Pretty good. Take away that blocker. Got another one on the board, but we'll see. Here is the EX Evolve draw to Nova. Probably shouldn't swing with it, but have to kind of decide if it's good enough. But I think we just did that to establish a body and draw 2. We're going to swing with the Unison.
Also protects. Recurs our Nova Shenron, where if it gets removed at this point, at least you're going to get the 4-star ball down to then be able to kind of go back up into your Nova once again.
That's true.
And yeah, we're going to call it there. Pass turn over. Daniel, 5 energy turn here. 2 Bujins. Unison, 6 life. To Brian's 6 life. And very similar board states between the Nova, the Bardock, a few other things on board here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, now we just have to kind of decide what we want to do against Brian's board. Obviously, the Trunks is in play, so we got to watch out for, like, Unison abilities that untap. If we ever do play another one, I'm pretty sure that this guy is going to stay on here for now. And any other options in our Z deck. But we are both at 6 cards in life. Both of these players are kind of taking it slow, all things considered. This isn't on my deck that we're going to be doing double strike critical. So it's just one of the things that we're trying to get as much value as we can for on both ends and play what we need. Speaking of, we're going to get this Oob down for 2 energy. Probably removing the EX Evolve Nova. We got to draw 2 out of it, and just like you were saying, at least we can get a ball.
And shipping away the Kurzkai into the Z Energy, meaning that Brian's going to have to do a little findangling with his Z Energy on his turn to be able to get that back into the drop for the turn, so it won't just be a free pay right off the bat. Then we do have a swing here. I do believe we have a Hei Shenron in hand here for Brian Sam, so nothing too concerning in terms of threat here. He's going to have to evaluate what the best route to go is. We do have the double Bujins as well. I have to be careful about standing up some of our energy. Biggest things here for that is probably being if Daniel ends up seeing the secret rare, that's where you could have some dangerous lines against his Trunks.
Yeah, it's going to be a little scary. But for now, you know, as both players are doing, we're just trying to pick and prod both of our offenses and defenses. Just really trying to size up each other. And
Yep.
as we are running out of energy, we only have 1 open for Brian. Our options are running out.
4 life here for Brian Samuel, taking the double strike from the Oob. Swing here with the Bujin.
Okay.
Unison ability. Combo with the 10K, 20K here.
He's a leader to
Get
draw.
our draw, then lose the marker.
Yep.
Down goes. Nice. So down goes the Bojack into a Zangia in the energy.
Yep. Project most likely going to be played here. Then we can maybe just bottom deck the Bardock. It doesn't really matter.
Maybe this is on leader and not on Unison. Gonna have to double check here.
For this swing, it's most
Yeah.
likely leader.
Because I think Brian's thinking on combo here, and if that's the case.
Yeah, it's most likely a leader. But I could be wrong. We'll see. Looks like we are opting to use the activate battle. So it must be on leader.
Yep, but now down comes the Bojack. Another dual attacking threat here.
Dual attack. We can untap, but probably not going to want to do that with chunks in effect. Going to be able to bottom deck at the end of the turn.
Pay 1 and the 2 here
Okay.
for another Zangya?
I guess so.
No, the
Green Bojack,
green Bojack.
I do believe. Again, as a reminder for that one, it's kind of an interesting one. It's free, or not free, but it's not green. It's a 1 cost in the Bojack leader. And then you choose up to one of your battle cards without unique and KO it. When this is played, you get to choose one of your opponent's unisons and remove 2 markers from it. So it basically gets rid of the Shadowrun unison, and you have 3 more energy. When one of your opponent's battle card or one of your battle cards is removed from the battle area by its skill, you choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards and KO it, and it gains double strike.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Great input. Looking good over there. Thank you.
Time magic here. Gonna go ahead and sparking that away. Prevent the dual attack. But doesn't prevent. All right, so we're just clarifying on the counter here for Oob.
Yeah, because that is something to consider. You do have to, I believe, pitch 1 to your Z energy whenever you and your opponent has 7 or more Z energy.
Leader swing here. Combo away the 4-drop. And we got a green Bojack swing. Super combo. We do have the secret rare in hand as well. Lots of Z energy to work with.
Yeah, I guess that's the upside. And just clarifying the text, making sure that everything is good to go. And as we continue, I mean, like I said, doing really well with the energy management and as well as the top decks for this entire match for Daniel.
Yeah, it's gone pretty well. Yeah. Zangyas and Bojacks back-to-back in energy. It's what you love to see.
Yeah. 1 secret rare last match, but still, we got it back.
It was a tutor.
It was a tutor. It was a tutor. And now, on Brian's end, just kind of figure out what to do defensively. And I think we're just trying to figure out the auto.
Yeah, maybe we're just asking a question here in relation to Hayes.
I'm trying to figure out.
Seems a little bit of frustration here on Brian Samuel's side.
Maybe it's Oob?
We already did do the pitch, however, for the time magic.
Maybe we didn't have enough in sparking?
All right, so we're walking through this with the judges. All right, looks like that's game loss here for Brian.
I'm going to go clarify. Okay,
all right, so we're getting clarification
now.
from the production here. If that could come with an explanation as to what just happened.
Yeah, I was trying to go through these cards and see what we missed.
All right, so we
Yeah.
have hats off as well. It looked like we were unequipping the headset here on Daniel's side. So we're going to get some clarification in on that end. But while we wait a moment, production figuring out those pieces, evaluating the board state. A great back and forth here on a more aggressive leaning game for Daniel.
Yeah.
Pressing the pressure, more dual attacks, and I think that's really where the strength lies in, hey, you know what? I'm not getting in with these 8 drops. Haze after haze after haze is just ruining my day. So let's see let's see if we can just kind of in there with these just really annoying, really poignant dual attack over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think it's just like, again, I was going back to the point of like poking and prodding between each other's defenses, and it was just. Okay, we just got the word that Brian actually won 2-0.
Yes.
Due to a game loss on Daniel's end. It
Yeah,
seemed like
and
there was a card being placed where it shouldn't have been, and that's
yeah. So unfortunately for
it.
Daniel here, illegal play, irreversible game state at that point on, and
Yeah.
unfortunately that means for Daniel that he'll have to settle for number 2 as
Yes.
Brian breaks his way through and is now our Masters world champion, back-to-back champion winner, North American world champion, and now no contest meets up against Ryan Duvall's record of 2 national champions behind a world championship plus Battle Hour champion during the inaugural Battle Hour championship.
Well, let's stick to the other ones. Not to say that it was bad to count those. All I'm saying is that now we have two-time national champions and now world champions. The same sort of echelon is only catered to 2 people now.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of crazy. Like in any other TCG, it's kind of, I wouldn't say unheard of, but definitely difficult, especially with these types of tournaments, how much it actually goes into learning the decks and learning your opponents and knowing the counters and the sideboarding, everything, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's crazy. Ryan Stanley is your world champion. And albeit it is kind of a downer as far as like the game loss, it does happen in these higher tier tournaments. We saw it unfortunately with Evelyn as well. But I mean, everyone has kind of come together from different parts of the world, and finally, we have a new world champion.
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations to all the participants. The fun's not over yet, but that'll be the run cap here for our Dragon Ball Masters. So you guys aren't going to want to go anywhere. We've got the crowning ceremony for our players. Make sure they get their flowers. Make sure that these Masters participants and champions get their beautiful playmats, cards, and everything in between. Don't go too far. Settle in. We're going to be right back with the crowning ceremony.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. After a grueling top 8, we now have your top 3 finishers for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. To kick it off, we have our 3rd placement, hailing from Australia, Dean. Congratulations, Dean. Hard fought through this, traveling across the ocean to make your way here. How are you feeling with your 3rd placement today?
I don't even know what to say. We just finished our match and my mind is going crazy right now. I'm feeling very, very honored and great to be here, of course. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, congratulations once again. Any thank yous you got to give before we go ahead and move on forward with getting your little goodies over there?
Yeah. Number one, thank you to my wife. She's always so patient with me testing and always supportive of me. And big shout out to my opponent. We had a great game and a lot of respect for him.
All right, fantastic, honorable. Well, let me make my way over here, get you your 3rd place trophy. Here you go, that's yours, as well as your 3rd place prize cards. That's it. Thank you so much. We'll make sure to get you everything you need over in the back. Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, now moving on to our runner-up, second place, Daniel with Bojack. Congratulations, Daniel. Hard fought through into the national finals yesterday and into the world finals for a repeat fight this time around. How are we feeling?
Obviously, I'm disappointed with the way that had to end, but that was my fault, and that's on me, but I'm still happy overall with the finish.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for bringing such exciting energy, leader, and strategy over to the World Finals. Have any final words, any thank yous you'd like to give as we go ahead and crown you your prizes?
Thank you to all the AZ boys. Helped me get here along the way. I wouldn't be here without y'all. That's all I got.
All right, fantastic. Well, here you go with your trophy. So congratulations, as well as your prize card. Once again, congratulations, second place runner-up, Daniel. All right, fantastic. You can take that back when we can get your stuff with you in just a second. The boxes and whatever, you can put that in. Yeah, you can take it in the back, yeah. Thank you. And finally, fighting it through your North American Finals, earning a spot as the North American champion, and then now the world champion for Dragon Ball Masters, Brian Samuel! Congratulations, man. Yeah, of course. Brian, hard fought through tournaments, back-to-back finals here to get you on top. How are you feeling right now?
It's kind of surreal, man. Bittersweet, you know what I mean, but just soaking it all in.
100%. I mean, look, two-time North American finalist, Battle Hour champion as well, world champion now. I mean, what's next year for Brian Sam?
I don't know, man. We'll see what it brings. Hopefully more with this game, and yeah, we'll see going forward.
All right, fantastic. Well, as we go ahead and crown you your first place prizing, any thank yous, anything you want to shout out as we go ahead and close out for Masters?
Yeah, for sure. You know, definitely shout out to Bandai, all the tournament organizers and everything. Huge shout out to Daniel Dalby, the runner-up. Much respect for him. Tough fought games, man, both days, and couldn't ask for a tougher opponent. And no, shout out to all my 805 guys, my teammates who have held it down since day one. All my guys, and yeah, just a community, man, and it's all good.
Fantastic. As we go ahead and get you your champion trophy, we're crowning here Brian Samuel, your Dragon Ball Masters World Champion. Again, yeah, congratulations. Thank you so much. Everyone at home, once again, one more congratulations for all of our world's participants here. Well fought for everyone out. You guys aren't going to want to go anywhere. The action is not done, as we'll be leading through with Dragon Ball Fusion World in just a moment. Don't go too far. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for more Dragon Ball Super card game goodness. This time, shifting over from Masters to Fusion World. I'm Aspira. Joined by me is Android. How we feeling now that we shift on over to Fusion World?
Pretty fusion day. Is that a word? No, it's not. I feel pretty good. We had a huge day in crowning a new world champion for Masters, right? Brandon Samuel going the two-time champion, getting the win for North American Finals yesterday, and now the world champion in this last game against Daniel. Now, we have to find out for the Fusion World version of that. And, I mean, I don't know. It might be a little bit of familiarity in decks. Might not. We might be surprised as far as the matches go. What do you think is going to be in these matches?
Yeah, I mean, look, we know the top contestants in terms of Boo and Haloku having a lot of representation over in the format as well. But there's something to say about player skill and kind of where they go, right? I mean, for example, Andrew Duvall himself being one of the participants here, and very similar to Brian Samuel for Masters, a two-time national champion, third time if you include Fusion World, and then world champion on top of that. So talking about Andrew Duvall himself, I believe he'll be our first match here for Dragon Ball Fusion World as we try to find out who will be our physical Dragon Ball Fusion World champion.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like here. It is Raymond Sierra versus Andrew Duvall. We talked about it before. He is a two-time champion in Masters. However, the thing about it is that he was like, you know what, two-time champion, Worlds, I think I'm done. I think I'm going to go over to Fusion World now in this top 16 match here and try to take my crown here.
So here we see Andrew Duvall on Boo versus Raymond Sierra here being on Androids. Androids being the same deck that Raymond actually took over to the North American Finals. So kind of a repeat here. Bit of a rematch from what I believe was the top 4 matchup in those finals. So a bit of a reminder in terms of format for all of our viewers. These will be best of 1 matches up through until the finals, which will be an untimed best of 3.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm sure with this match, I have one of my favorites. You know, outside of Duvall, of course. No favoritism. I take it back. Androids with Raymond piloting here. We're starting out with a couple sorbets and another cantrip on Andrew Duvall's side, and now we're running into Androids. And it's going to take a little bit longer to see the same amount of cards on board, I feel like. It just depends on what the build is. I have a feeling, well, you know what? I'm not even going to say. We have a couple of higher costed cards in our energy already for Raymond, and I have a feeling that we're going to be reliant on ramping up and getting into our later parts of our game.
Yeah, 100%. I will say, Boo, tough matchup for Androids.
Yeah.
A lot of aggression here. Androids don't like being punched in the face, and not only that, but also not losing cards for free from the Boo ability. So a lot of lineups here that Andrew Duvall can make to make Androids feel very uncomfortable, especially with the explosiveness here. As we see Raymond go ahead and proc off his energy marker to get down a lab.
Yeah, that's interesting to see. It makes sense. If you're playing lab, you want to get it out as soon as possible. Do you feel like it is a thing of burning the energy marker first, or do you want to wait an extra turn to use that extra energy to get it back?
I think the biggest thing is just getting it online as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to waste your turn 3 doing nothing, especially as Andrew Duvall is going into his turn 3. You're really going to want to spend the next turn trying to be able to play some things or have some defenses up that allow you to be able to mitigate going into the Bobbity, into the 3-drop of Boo here as we see. So it's more so about just making sure that we don't spend the next turn doing effectively absolutely nothing. And with 2 energy, we don't really have too much going on anyway. So going into 3 energy gives us a little bit more to play in terms of having multiple extra cards to be able to use to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
And then having the lab is pretty important when you're looking to chain a drop cell into a drop cell over and over again. It's one of those few cards that really allow the deck to be able to do so.
Yeah, and I think it is player dependent. Some people just don't like having Jiro in their deck in the first place. Some people like to rely on the androids coming down and figuratively ramping and focusing on the ramping, or the android ramping aspect. But this looks like more of a generic, I would say, build as far as this goes, with more Saiyans in it. But we are playing a couple familiar cards as it is. Obviously, we're going to be leaning on the androids in order to play the Dr. Giro's lab efficiently.
Yeah, and a reminder for the people at home, Dr. Joe's Lab, field card for 3. And that has an activate main where you get to pay green to be able to take a card from your drop with Android and add it to your energy in active mode. So effectively paying 1 to get ones back up, so you don't get to use the ramped energy that turn, but at the very least, once you've got lab down, it doesn't cost you any additional energy after that.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that we're going to be seeing that quite a lot throughout the entire game. Basically, every single turn that we do have an android in our drop area, we're going to be able to use that. So far, we're just using cantrips. We're just using different things when it comes down to it to draw us some cards. And on Andrew Duvall's side, we haven't popped the Bobbity just yet. We just are chilling with our 25k Boo. And going back to his turn as it stands.
Yep, and as it stands here, we've got the Janemba coming on down here. So I do like the Janemba addition in these decks here. We're going to go ahead and rest mode some combo. And even if you don't even attack into these 5s, which you might as well, swing in with Bobbity and then pop it with the 3-drop.
Yeah, I think that's the part where, I'm interested to see or hear why Duvall may not pop the Bobbity just yet. But, I mean, it could just be where Raymond just doesn't have those amount of cards in hand. Not sure, since we can't really see his hand. They're all black sleeves, so it's it's molding in together. Yep,
so here we go. We got the Awaken with the leader to be able to get the additional swing in after that. Once we get the pop off from the Bobbity, I've got 20k, pretty sizable board here, a lot of swings, and that's what the androids don't want to see. They can handle the 1 or 2 big swings, but when you're hitting them with 20k, 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 at that point it gets really rough. But Raymond here, with the excellent defense, able to hold on to 8 life.
Yeah, 8 life is pretty good for a ramp deck that doesn't probably want too much hassle in the between. And we are going to start swinging pretty hard. The Janemba swinging now. 3-drop coming in. Such a good card and just good in general. Trying to get that value of that 20k swing. And now we're just trying to figure out what do we do on Raymond's end as far as the combo. And looks like we may have some technical issues, so sorry about that as far as the gameplay as well as the video there. So we're going to figure that out real quick. But so far, I'm glad to see just in general their representation in this top 16 for androids. Some people just don't like, dealing with androids mishaps in the late game or the shenanigans in the late game, and some people don't like playing as green because comparative to something like Majin Buu or even red or anything else that's a little bit faster, it's a lot more straightforward and probably a little more reliable as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, scary position that Raymond finds himself in, as Andrew Duvall has Janemba, Niez, and that's not even to mention, the Boo plays that he has available to him. So a lot going on here in terms of Andrew Duvall's side. And then
Brian Duvall, huh?
Dude, that's just been all over the map.
Is that switch over?
And then I mean, look, Raymond has been doing a fantastic job defending himself. 8 life still kind of just chilling there.
Yeah.
So we'll dwindle that card size, but very similar to what we saw back in the North American finals for Fusion World months ago. Raymond very comfortable with going into that hard defense, knowing that he's going to be able to swing tempo back in the late game.
Yeah.
Things like a drop Broly, things like Cell, and then slowly start to reinvigorate that hand once again.
Yeah, that's the thing about it where just in general, I feel like that's a little scary for Duvall, right? Where as we do have them keep a high hand total, or not high hand total, but a life total. We're going to have to deal with that sometime or another, and I don't really want to deal with that with back-to-back Brolys, or I don't want to deal with that with 7-class Goku, if we even get to that point, right? So it just really depends on the pace of the game and what are going to be the results type of thing. So it's just super interesting to see so far what that would look like, and yeah, I'm interested to see what the result is because in general, like I said, I'm biased. I'm biased as far as the androids go.
I wonder why.
No reason. No reason.
Yep. So
Yeah, no
100%. I mean, talking about androids, it's just the deck can do so much, right? It's got those powerful lines of going into 4-drop, and I think the thing with androids is the versatility they have. So not only are you a green deck that ramps, which gives you the opportunity to be able to play these powerful 8-drop, Cell, Broly, what have you, which Haymaker after Haymaker can be very hard to deal against. But additionally, because you have the lines of being able to go into 4-drop, which only costs you 1 energy, so then you could go 4-drop, 4-drop, 2-drop, 18, draw a card, swing, do it again all over, right? So it gives you the opportunity to be able to, once you're at 8 energy, if the go tall strategy doesn't work for you, the go wide of being able to attack 4, 5, 6 times, and depending on how many 18s you get in there, be able to net cards every single time, definitely stacks up against your opponent. So it's that dual focus of like, one, I can play really strong defensively because I have some really solid extra cards. And then once I'm going on the offense, I have the outs of either going tall or going wide.
Yeah, which is nice. Which is nice. I'm not sure as far as the deck lists go, but obviously we have other threats and other things that we can play. One of the cards I like in green, which sometimes sees play. I think we saw it in Nameku in the digital finals, right? The 5-cost Gohan. Which I think has its place here against something like Duvall's deck, obviously Majin Buu, right? How do you feel about that card?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does a ton of work in terms of doing 2 things. 1, board control, which is really nice for free, and then 2, the fact that it makes your blocker sticky. So we've been seeing people play the Supreme Kai, or additionally the Trunks if you're playing kind of more of a Gohan build. But the fact that it's a very high cost body, so it's hard for Yell to deal with. Even if it stays in rest mode, the permanent is really impactful, and you still get those end of turn triggers. So the strength of the card is just the fact that it kind of doesn't care about what Yellow is doing unless it gets removed. But then being at a 5 cost, Final Explosion doesn't even hit it, so they need to combat into it. And if they're playing board control against you as androids, you're in a very happy place because that's places in the face that they are not hitting you.
Yeah, not only that is that like a lot of it, they're just not going to be able to actually do anything about, right? The biggest thing that at least one of the things that come to mind, I would probably have to take a look at Duvall's list, is the fact that you can probably use something like the 4-cost Goku, where you can just keep that Broly down or you keep that Gohan down. Obviously, the Gohan, you get the effects, but Broly is kind of different. You want to keep swinging with that bad boy.
Yep.
But, I mean, just in general, those are the things that I would probably consider in this matchup. And as well as just, in general for the other top 60 matches, right? Like, what else are we going to be seeing as far as that goes, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, of course, Blue, very popular. We saw that yesterday with digital, and obviously there is quite a big overlap between what people are playing over in the digital version versus the physical version. So I think Halo Ku, very popular there. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Vegetos.
Yeah.
Janemba, additionally, I think people are really fond of Janemba in terms of a deck. We did see Jay Fanta play that yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the players in the physical version were also playing that. Top 16, a bit more of a bigger pool than top 8 as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of fringe opportunities there, especially as with the physical card game, you have the opportunity where multiple players from the same region all ended up going here, so there could have been some overlap in terms of testing here. Unfortunately, we do have a bit of a region off where we have 2 North Americans facing off each other in the very first round, but nevertheless doesn't give the opportunity for some of the Eastern players to all group together, get some training in, and being able to play out there. So I personally would love to see a little bit of variation, maybe a little black, maybe a little bit of red, but there's no surprise here that at the very least, Blue and Yellow are very well positioned, as they were with Digital, to continue doing well in this the physical finals.
I would say you probably won't see any black.
I've been I'm a man with hopes and dreams.
A little bit of Gogeta, a little bit of, the thing about, Bardock or something like that. I haven't really seen that too much, but we are coming right back into the game. There are, looks like it's passed down quite a bit into the game.
Yeah, made our way forward. 2 life here for randoms, 4 life here for Andrew Duvall, 5 energy to also 6. And now we've got
Yeah, 6.
Niez fought through, Janemba fought through. We've got the 30K Boo here. We've got the defense here on the Super Combo and the Android. 1 card left in hand for randoms here, I believe. We do still have the leader swing here, so leader swing on the Androids.
We do see the 5-cost Gohan and another one coming down. Thankfully, it is pretty good as far as combo power. And we are going to pass it back. From what I can tell, we did swing a good amount of times with pretty good quality swings with the 3-cost Boo, the buff Boo, as you call it, coming down and probably swinging twice, and then, of course, the Janemba swinging in general. So now coming back to Raven's turn. It looks like we're just going to go ahead and activate the Dr. Gero in general, or just now to ramp up 1. Probably the best starter, just so you can not forget it.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and swing. Obviously, we're going to have the boost.
30K swing, very nice here in terms of not having to commit cards for the defense. We're going to go ahead and clear that Niez. And then we do have the Gohan ability to be able to clear out the other 3-drop, which is very nice here. So if we do a little bit of cleanup here, it'll be a good position. We got a combo, much more sizable hand here for Andrew Duval, looking to be some odd 8 cards here. But this is where Hercule is exactly what random needs in this situation.
Hey, Hercule coming down. That's pretty good. And just in general, it is pretty cool to see that we're going to get some more recursion effects and important things of that nature. I mean, there's not really too much we could do as Duval outside of just comboing out and just defending, right? I mean, the bright side of this is that Randoms only has 4 NG up. It's not 8. It's not 10, right? So I would imagine that Duval probably went ahead and swung quite a bit and put Randoms in a position where 2 life and only 4 NG up is the only option, and Majin Buu is the way of it.
Yeah, 100% here. So gonna have to push a lot more into defense and see how he can roll it up. Having energy up obviously does some good things depending if we have the right extra cards. So we'll see what we're able to do here. 1 energy, potentially get out additional cantrips and make some plays to be able to stave up that defense.
We're going to go ahead and use the Roshi to take back, I believe, something to pop one of these cards here. And
going to go ahead and fetch from our energy.
Yeah, fetch from our energy. I think we're going to go ahead and proc it off here.
Sure.
And,
so final explosion or big bang attack.
Big bang attack to pop the Boo. And then as we pass the turn, obviously we're going to get the other 3-drop. Let's go ahead and try to stabilize this board a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be enough because as we tap out here, one more 5-cost Boo might do the trick here.
Yep, so go ahead and pitch away the extra lab in our hand to draw an additional card with the Bulma. Use the Gohan ability to be able to pop off the 3-drop. Good amount of combo on board, no energy up, which is rough. 3 cards in hand, but there's a will, there's a way. 6 energy here for Andrew Duval. 4 life left. Still a very sizable hand, looking like 7-ish cards. So now the question is, does he have the double strike? Does he able to go into it? A lot of flexibility here in terms of being able to make the plays. And very interesting noticing here in the energy for Andrew Duval to be able to play the 4-drop Frieza. We actually don't see that too much in terms of a tech that the most standard Boo builds are playing.
Well, we're definitely not seeing it. 2 of them are charged, so I feel like that's one of the things to consider. We're actually going to go ahead and take a life, go down to 3 after playing this Janemba, and being able to untap 1.
Yep, and just slowly taking away the combo options here to say we're not going to double strike, but we're at least going to make sure that your 10Ks aren't as useful here. Go ahead and combo the Frieza. Go for a massive 30K swing here. Going to demand super combo plus card or 2 of the 5Ks. So here we go. We got the 4-drop and a 5K off of the board here to get rid of that attack. 25K swing here into the lead. Make it clean 30, asking more cards.
Yep, that's what's happening here, and obviously 30 is a great number in Fusion World, just asking for those 2 cards, just like you were saying.
All
I'm gonna do this
right.
over and over again.
And then here's the beef. So 30K swing here onto lead. One card left in hand. We cannot out-combo this with the one card. Looking in drop, just trying to figure out what options are available in life. That's going to be a take here. And then we're going to use the boo ability. Proc, restand.
Yep.
Swing in.
Not even gonna restand.
Dump. Not even going to say, you know what, you're good here. And Andrew Duvall breaking through top 16 here and making his way over to top 8 over randoms.
Nice. No surprise after we tuned in there to the 2 life and as well as just the amount of aggression that Majin Buu puts out, right? You know, I think, I will say it, it's controversial. It's probably the worst matchup for androids.
Maybe.
I'm just saying, it's, I can't really think of another matchup that doesn't play it just like that, where you know, you didn't even get to the point where you can play the cards that you even built the deck for, whether it's Broly or Goku or any of the other ones, even Cell, right? So like, because of that, and because of the way that Majin Buu works and the cards that you are presented with, from the 5-drop to the 3-drop, we just saw 2 of them, and all the others like Bobbity, it just feels bad, man.
Yeah.
So that's why Duvall took it, going to top 8. And unfortunately, randoms will have to remain in top 16 with androids in respect to him.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, well fought here. We always love to see a little bit of variation here over in the top cut situations. But with that said, that was our top 16 match of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Physical Fusion World Championships. You guys won't want to go too far. We'll be jumping right into top 8 very shortly. So get yourself a snack, get yourselves a drink, and we'll be right back with more Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World.
Welcome back. We are here for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Finals? The World Finals.
World Championship Finals.
Look, okay. There's a lot of words to it. All you need to know is that we're trying to find our newest world champion for the Fusion World card game. And obviously we just saw Andrew Duvall versus Randoms or Raymond with the longer, stallerier, the rampier androids versus, of course, Majin Buu, one of the best decks in the format right now. But I am Brian, or Android, you can call me by, and I'm joined by Espiro one more time. What's up?
I'm super excited. We saw an explosive game 1 here. Just flew from turn through to turn 6 into an endgame position there, where Andrew Duvall just had the lockdown on decimating Randoms' board here. Now we're going to an exciting top 8 now, where we've got Haloku versus Zamasu.
That's what's up. Yeah, it's pretty cool. If anything, it's cool to see Zamasu in our top cut, right?
Yeah, so I mean, and kudos to Gabriel Aguilar. Always fun seeing him represented here. So players going to get it started off. Going to see how these play out. And reminder to our players that these are timed rounds going into the finals. So finals is the only uncut best of 3. So here we've got Zamasu versus Haloku. I'm sure as much as we'd love to be here all day, these players are going to have to ground it out in 30 minutes.
Yep. It is a blue mirror, so it is one of the things that you have to kind of consider when you kind of go into these world championship matches. The part of it is to understand, really, is the fact that it's just kind of a back and forth of really good blue cards. One of these guys, Red Rabbit, of course, is going to be playing a lot of archetypal cards that are catered towards the deck. Gabriel over here is going to probably be playing a little bit more, not so much generic, but things that you would find in really many other blue decks, along with a couple Goku Black or Zamasu cards. So we're going to see what's going on. I did actually see and take a peek into Gabriel's hand there as we are flying through the first couple of turns. The same Videl that Red Rabbit actually dropped down.
Yeah, 100%. Gamer speed here in the early games. I think we understand the kinds of situations we're in going into that blue mirror. So players attacking quickly. Hey, his best friend Pilaf here. Going to combo area, 1 each on both players, and then we're going to go fly into the Vegito bottom deck, the Videl there, and players flying through these kind of early turns. Swing on over here. That'll be a take from Red Rabbit here, down to 7 life for Haloku.
Yeah, they know that there's not a ton of time when it comes down to these blue mirrors. When it comes down to it, 30 minutes is plenty for most of the time. But, as we get into the later turns, there's going to be a lot of recycling. There's going to be a lot of bigger cards and a lot of defense on both ends of the field. As we go ahead and swing and draw on Haloku's end. And, of course, with this leader for Zamasu, it's the good old classic 25k body. That might come in handy later on, although you're not going to be able to draw too much as far as that goes.
Yeah, Zamasu is the epitome of blue can play the game from an unawakened position. So we'll try to stick to it as much as possible, defending as necessary. But the beauty is that whenever you are forced into that position of being awakened, you are, like you're saying, 25k leader. You get a heal ability, so your opponent's in a position where they're only ever chipping away at 1 life per per turn cycle. Then you're feeling very comfortable being able to kind of take that life in hand, recycle an energy into getting a heal off, and then kind of taking the game from there using your big beat sticks like your 6-drop Vegetos, your 5-drop Vegetos, what have you. So great Saiyaman here. Going to get rid of the Vegito, bottom of the deck that goes. We got 3 names on board at the moment, both an Eraser and a Sharpener here. Swing with the Eraser combo. So saying, you know what, I know I need to get the aggro on in this matchup. So swing on over here. Defend off from Gabriel there and then pass turn.
Not too bad. I would say, these players really wanted to get through the first 3 and 4 energy turns, right? We kind of already know what's going on. We're going to be doing cantrips. We're going to be doing stacking a part of our deck for Halo Q. We're going to be drawing whatever cards that we can as Zamasu, and that's going to be kind of a limited thing. But, it's not too bad. A lot of the blue cards, like this one, is going to call for that 7 or less in our hand anyway. So, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a bit of a thing where we're going to be doing that balancing act like that we talked about before.
Yep. Videl pick up Pilaf. Turns out Pilaf's best friend is Pilaf, and Videl's best friend is Pilaf.
Whoa.
Going to go ahead and get the draw with the Marin here. So heads up play in terms of Red Rabbit. The swing with the Eraser here, maybe contesting like, hey, if he plays a Gohan next turn, I'm kind of losing these cards anyways. Might as well try to get some value reps on cards out of hand here on the swing. We've got 4 virtual 5 energy with the energy marker now for Red Rabbit. 6 life on 6 here. Videl, something that we're definitely want to clear. Not going to take too much work though. If we do have the ability to get another Great Saiyaman from our drop, or maybe draw one from the deck, just 2 names will be able to clear that here. So we'll go ahead. Leader on leader swing, I believe. Go ahead and combo away. Pair of super combos here in Gabriel's hand. Feeling pretty cozy on that part.
Yeah, as Zamasu, we're just trying to keep a higher life total, although the life is going to be a resource in the way of that we're not going to be drawing any cards. It's just the fact that, we kind of want to get into the 5, 6, 7 energy turn. Might see a Goku Black come down. Might see the Vegito secret rare that we see in our energy. Probably seeing 1 or 2 of those, etc. But, these cards on the field, both Videls, are going to be pretty important for Zamasu specifically. So that way we can use our drop as a secondary place to draw cards. And obviously, Halo Q is doing the same thing, at the end of the day. As we kind of see what's going on here. I think there's a bit of a technical issue here, so sorry about that as far as the game goes. But I would imagine, this is really coming down to Videl swing, grabbing something that we do have into our drop, and then kind of going from there.
Yep, so swing with the Videl here. Thought about the pickup of the Pilaf. Opted for the pickup of the Great Saiyaman instead. We already have the 2 names on board as is, and then we use that 1 energy to be able to get rid of that Videl. 1 energy standing. We passed back from Red Rabbit over to Gabriel Aguilar. And now here we're going to go into our 5th energy. So now we're getting into a position where these Haymakers are going to do a lot of work in terms of 5-drop Vegetos or what have you. So 3-drop Vegito in hand available for Zamasu here. Going to be able to bottom deck the Videl potentially.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about this is that the fact that, we did charge one of the 5-drop Vegetos. I don't know if that was a way of saying that we don't really need it, or we're just not going to be playing it. We're going to be playing this 3-drop Vegito instead and bottom decking the Videl, which is where it should be. No offense to Videl. And then we're going to go ahead and play one of our Pilafs to grab this same thing, I guess.
Yeah, the mirror and go ahead and draw since we have 7 cards or less in hand.
So we're going to go ahead and bottom deck instead. And then draw the next
Another
card,
one.
which right into another one. That's okay, I guess.
Combo the peel off we don't want at the bottom of our deck. 35k swing here, 5 health for Halo Coup. Pass turn over. Back to Red Rabbit here, 5 life to 6.
Yeah, not too bad. All things considered, the pace is going pretty well for Blue Mirror, and as well as the plan of action for both of these players. It just seems like that we're just kind of going through, again, the motions and just responding to each other's board. I think Gabriel's game plan is just to keep Red Rabbit's board as clear as possible and maintaining that 7 or less in hand without getting hit too hard.
So not too much of a scary board for Halo Coup to be able to mitigate against here. It's just about having the right setup. So we're going to go ahead and hit him with the Gohan. So bottom deck the 2 there. Oh, very solid here. And then 30k swings, very nice, into Zamasu here. We'll start with the leader swing, get a draw. See if we combo our way out of this one. Sickle in hands, not amazing when you need to use it against one target, but nevertheless. And then pay the 1 for the Videl. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and utilize You Prefer Girls with Short Hair, using the energy marker here, doing 2 things here. 1, being able to naturally draw, but 2, making sure that we know what the top of our deck is so that we don't have to go blind, and being able to go into our 2-drop Videl.
Yep, that's what it looks like. Go ahead and reveal the Gohan. Obviously, we put it there, so it's all good. And we're going to go ahead and respond with our pretty important body ourselves. Swinging Videl.
Taking an Eraser from the looks of it, considering our options.
Maybe. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay. So we're going to grab that, add to our hand. We still have our Gohan swing afterwards. We're going to have the combo out of this one first.
So 20K swing here. I'm going to demand a 10 from Gabriel.
Please. Please and thank you. Think about doing the Zeno. I don't know if that's going to be the case here. You're getting close to the 6 energy mark. And we're taking the 2 swings pretty handedly. So we're getting pretty close. Like I said, the Zeno is in hand. I think we actually have 2. What do you think? Is this a good time with both the Gohan, Videl, and
yeah,
as well
I mean,
as,
for like we could go back to back if we need to. We can go ahead and clear the entire board, gets rid of the field card, and that's a nice position you want to be, especially as you go into Halo Ku's Awaken turn. So if you're gonna swing, I mean, there's a world where you don't even have to awaken Halo Ku. You can just kind of swing into one of the bodies on the board, get your draw that way, then Zeno reset board, and now you're positioned where you're slowly surmounting some kind of a board for a follow-up turn after that. If we don't want to commit all of that, we could also sickle and maybe play a 2-drop ourselves instead. So a lot of options here for Gabriel in terms of how he wants to deal with things. It's all about, does he want to get rid of the field card? Does he not want to get rid of the field card? Looks like we're going to swing into leader here, so the indication being that we're likely maybe going to want to Zeno. Maybe we do just want to sickle. Protection here. We are just going to... Yeah, just going to pay the 3 and sickle away.
Or
and then the follow-up here, just going to Videl and just kind of keep playing that game.
Yeah, we did draw with leader first. Yeah, I was about to ask, like, are we good on cards in hand? It looks like we are. We're going to go ahead and take that peel off. Why not? It's our favorite card in the game. And, yeah, no surprise here as far as this stuff goes. We're going to keep trying to get all of these peel-offs into our hand. It's going to be a pretty important card and piece to the Zamasu strategy because we cannot draw on the Awaken side. So when we get there, we're going to want to have all of the options available to us to recur our drop. We're going to be seeing a lot of the same cards over and over again, to be honest. I hate to break it to you, George, but that's it.
I mean, look, good cards are good, so especially in a matchup where both decks are utilizing the same color here. Halo Ku down to 4, does awaken here, 6 energy available, only a Videl and a mirror in there on board, so nothing too hard for Halo Ku to be able to deal against here, and we'll just have to see how, you know, the unawakened side against of Zamasu, they don't have to worry about that, but in terms of how do we start contesting against the big body, right? Videl is a lot less effective if the swing into leader isn't a free hit. And instead, now you got to start comboing, which, of course, Videl does replace a card, so you're fine with that. But still, generally, in a tough position.
Yeah, I suppose so. I think that's one of the things where, you know, again, more and more things to consider, more and more things to watch out for. But again, it's a blue mirror. You're playing a lot of those same cards. It's not going to be too surprising to consider when it comes down to it. And another Gohan coming down. This one is an alt-art, so it has extra power. It's just hidden, and we don't really consider it in tournament play, unfortunately.
The higher rarity your deck is, the higher statistical odds you are of top decking better.
Yeah, you're getting it now.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that the overwhelming shine of your deck can actually offset your opponent, sometimes to blindness. So,
yeah, it's actually crazy how that works, isn't it? But no, really, please don't consider any bonuses for alt-art. Just make sure that you know that it looks pretty. I would say, you know, for this, as we are going through the Eraser and the effect of the short hair I do believe, and etc. And I think we are now awakened, so we are making sure that our top deck is exactly where it needs to be, or what it is, I should say.
So 4 life all here for both players. Zamasu being able to awaken at 3 life.
Yeah, I don't know if Gabriel actually wants that right now. Yeah, I think when you actually awaken as Zamasu, this is funny. As you awaken as Zamasu, you kind of want your hand to be ready to be awakened, right? Like you have to have like the Vidal that we have, the Zeno, maybe a peel off, obviously all the things that we have in our hand. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if we do awaken right now.
Yep, so Erasa, swing, combo. Sharpener kind of flew out of the screen here early, but then we got the swing with the Gohan. It's going to be a take here from Gabriel Aguilar. Then we're going to go with You Prefer Girls with Short Hair. We got the Erasa, or the Sharpener proc here to be able to make it free. So a little bit of setup on top of the deck, set up the hand as we lead into Gabriel's next turn. Gabriel kind of comfy with being able to kind of choose when he gets to awaken. At the very least, he'll get an additional draw from his leader swing if he decides to do it now. Does have that sickle in hand also to be able to contest this kind of annoying board here.
Yeah, being at 3 life, able to awaken, etc., etc. It's going to be pretty good for us.
Yep, so we go ahead and charge the sickle. Instead, we're just going to go to the Zeno. So bottom of the deck, everything goes, including the field card. Swing with Zamasu over onto the leader here. We will see the awaken here, so draw an additional card. Leader does lose the ability to be able to draw on swing now, but that's a 25k swing over on Heiluku without having the ability to be able to use the leader ability. We do have the Zeno 20k swing over to the leader here. See how Red Rabbit decides to respond, and then 1 energy open for Gabriel after that. So combo away a Zeno of their own. So I do love the Heilukus that decide to tech in the Zenos. Always a big fan of that.
Yeah, we did see it before one time, but we actually didn't see it get procced off and played. So maybe that'll be a little different. Maybe we play more than one as far as that goes. But with the Zeno on board on the Zamasu's end, it is a clean slate for pretty much both of them. And usually, at least for me, when I do play Zamasu, I like to consider, again, the 6-drop Goku Black. So I don't see it just yet in our hand as Gabriel, but it looks like we're more of going for the value engine and recursion engine with Vidal and a couple other things. So we might not even play it. You know, it just really depends. Or we might play it at a smaller count.
Yep, so 20k swing here into 25. No, okay, just attacking into the Zeno here. So now we're in a position where a lot of cards that Heiluku would want to utilize kind of doesn't hit those nice numbers. And the cool thing here for at least Gabriel is the fact that if you do start getting into like Final Hope / loops or anything of the sort, that hits 25. So it's a cheeky 5k to be able to kind of get out of that range as well.
Yeah.
So going ahead and see here what happens. We did peel off for peel off, grabbing his best friend. Now we got 6 energy here for Red Rabbit. Gonna counting her cards in hand here. So 1 gonna go into the Vidal, pay 1 now that we have the hand size to be able to grab the Great Saiyaman. Gonna go ahead and shove that to the bottom of the deck with the 1. Still 3 energy standing here for Red Rabbit.
Yeah, we're just kind of going through shenanigans, blue shenanigans, as we swing with the peel-off. He heard you talking mess about him being a 5k body. And now we're going to go in with a nice swing here, grab the other peel-off. We do have the peel-off to come right back down and grab the Final Hope Slash. We were talking about it yesterday. These are blue shenanigans, and it's not going to be changed anytime soon.
So we go swing with the Vidal here, Final Hope Slash, bounce the peel off back to hand so that we can further peel off once again in the future. Combo away the peel off, use the Vidal, top of the deck, 1-drop Vidal once again. We're not going to go ahead and play a 2-drop, so just kind of protect that back in our hand, and then pass it over to Gabriel here. So comfortable position here for Red Rabbit, having combo power in hand, as Gabriel kind of shifts over. 1, 2, 3, something like 7 energy available to him now. Could play bombs to apply some pressure. Does lose some card draw, which is a shame, but we do have the peel off loops to kind of keep us at a healthy component here. So kind of see where he decides to go with this one. We do have the option to be able to play the Gohan if he wants to bottom deck a peel off. He could do that.
I'll tell you where he's going to go. Anywhere that takes him a win.
That will be for sure. So 6 energy here. We do see the Vegito. So here we go. Massive swing here against the leader. See if we out-combo this. So
Yeah.
Vegito's what, like 40k base as far as the 6-drop goes?
I believe so, yeah. 40k.
And then has the ability to restand if you mill yourself 5.
Yeah, which is probably going to happen, honestly. There's a lot of stuff that we do want in the drop. We've been getting stuff from the drop in itself anyway. And, yeah, I mean, it's a beefy boy. And 240k swings is kind of annoying.
All right, so super combo. And then did we combo the peel off? Is that what happened?
Maybe?
No, we used we put the peel off in rest mode to get the additional 10k.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Huh.
for the
Yeah, you learn.
the leader.
You learn something new every day. I always thought that was restricted to Satan City cards.
That's what I thought so, too. I'll read the text
Uh,
verbatim. Never mind, it's right there.
All right, so mill 5 to get to that restand and then swing it. It's always scary with that mill 5 just because you get yourself closer to a position where you could kind of lose just because they removed Vegito here. But don't have to be scared about having milled our super combos because got 3 in hand here for Gabriel. So that'll be all she wrote. There'll be a life taken from Red Rabbit going down to 3 off the second swing. 1 energy up for Gabriel here as we go into Red Rabbit's 7, 8 energy turn. Swing here, lead on lead action. We could combo away the peel off as well if we wanted to. Kind of make that into range. We're right now 20 on 25.
And there it is. Nice little 10K. I'd imagine we're going to see that exact peel off very soon here.
Yep, and there is the extra card, kind of like an additional copy of Gallic Gun. Let's take a peep at that drop area of yours.
I think just double checking how many peel offs you might have, how many, if you play Final Hope Slash. I think we do, because I think 1 or 2 of them are actually in the energy area. I actually play quite a lot of extra cards. I'm actually surprised by this bossy list of how many extra cards we actually do play. You would imagine, you know, probably would need some combo power here or there, but maybe that extra 5K is doing more work than we actually do realize. But yeah, I would say that this is pretty interesting so far.
Yeah, 100%, and love to see the Great Saiyaman package here utilizing Great Saiyaman 2, being able to play Great Saiyaman 1, kind of provides Halo Coup with a more low-to-the-ground aggressive options as opposed to just committing to nothing but back-to-back-to-back Vegetos.
You know what extra card I would like to see?
Well, what is that?
Absolute Lightning.
Do love me some Absolute Lightning.
Yeah, it's just never going to happen, though. But especially with this matchup, there's a lot of smaller cards and a lot of smaller threats. But they are packing a punch every single time that we do loop these Pilafs and swing with these Gohans and swing with the Videls. That's pretty much all what this deck wants to do as Red Rabbit and Halo Coup. And yeah, we got some silver stuff going on in Gabriel. But obviously, as we have this 6-drop Vegito on board, you know, we're going to be relying on the top end. I'm not surprised, but I'm curious to see what we see next when it comes down to Gabriel's turn. Because I know, maybe not for a fact, but I have a feeling that Red Rabbit is not going to be taking the game right here now.
Not this very second, I don't believe so. Got our Great Saiyamans on the board. Peel off next to my best friend, peel off next to my best friend, peel off, grabbing a sharpener from the drop here, and then Final Hope Slash, adding peel off back to hand to make sure that next turn I'll be able to get those peel-offs in. So we're going to go ahead. Massive swing here. I have to imagine if we're kidding this much into the swing, it has to be going into the Vegito just because this would be way too much effort to try to get into the Zamasu, right? Because
Yeah.
Zamasu can just heal off the top of the deck. So here, very hard commit into the Vegito here. Try to get it off board because a big threat like that can definitely do numbers to Red Rabbit's hand. Got 3 super combos, so we're definitely in a position to protect our secret rare here. See if we're gonna commit to that, because I think Gabriel will be a bit of an uncomfortable position if we end up not having Vegito and not, from the looks of it, having too powerful of a follow-up hand after that. So just making sure that we're good on the math here.
Yeah, I would say the thing about this is that, like, we have like 3 super combos in our hand as Gabriel. Like, do we want to actually use those right now is the question.
Well, yeah, I mean, kind of tough call, especially since the rest of our hand are just zeros. So it's super combos and zeros. And no, we decided that Vegito's got to go. And there's going to be a pass here. So now, I mean, look, we do have the Gohans here. We're able to display threats. And knowing that we were going to top deck the peel off, I think the decision would have been a little bit different here on the super combos. But here we are now.
I would have saved it. That's my personal.
I think saving it makes a lot of sense.
Only because, like, look at our hand. Like, what else are we actually doing in this turn? And I think our hand and as well as our game state would be so much better if we actually had a 6-drop Vegito on. Now we kind of have to be a little more creative.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to be able to 4-drop Gohan, clear the board. We're going to be able to then Videl, which will be able to recoup some stuff from hand, and then we can peel off. So there's ways to be able to get the recoups. It's just kind of a shame here that we're in a position where instead of having a devastating 40K swing 2 more additional times, we're just going to have to get there with the 30Ks. But nevertheless, no favorites here. Red Rabbit identifying the threat of the Vegito and getting that off board. Now Gabriel we are in a position where we're going to start with 2 here to kick it off with the Videl. Looks like we're going to swing at leader here, and the pickup on the Videl is going to be, just double checking that we have 6 cards in hand. And then the pickup looks like is going to be thinking about Mai.
It's an interesting ad.
We are going to have to Mai, because we would have to Mai to be able to lower the Great Saiyaman down to 3 for the Gohan. So, combo way of the Sharpener here.
It's a big, beefy boy. Big, beefy boy. I mean, it was kind of needed, right? It was kind of needed for that Vegito, just pump it up so much and to remove it. And now we're trying to find our way out of this to remove that off the field.
Yep, and then here we go into peel off. Grab Mirren here. Gonna go ahead and then pay 1 to be able to play it. Look at the top of our deck.
Did we like it?
We don't like it. Bottom deck and draw, and then into the 3-drop Vegito. Very interesting choices here at the moment. Haven't been able to deal with the threats on board, which, to be fair, one of them is just a 20K, but we do have a beefy 30K after that. So pay 1 for the peel off. Grab another 1-drop Earthling. Be able to look at the top of our deck, see if we like it. We do, we're able to draw it. Peel off into hand. And then pass.
How do we deal with this Great Saiyaman? Because I feel like it's gonna be an annoyance. And again, this is not anything against Gabriel or anything like that, but like to defend against the Great Saiyaman, or really any other 30K body or big body, we're going to be using those super combos anyway. So I feel like at the end of the day, the 6-drop Vegito definitely felt a little bit better. We're going to see if that is going to be the case. We did trade that off with 2 Marins and 2 peel-offs, and unfortunately now our Videl coming down. And never mind. We're going to have both of our peel-offs bottom decked. I don't know if you remember every single time that this Gohan came down or something else came down, we were like, they're going to bottom deck the peel-offs, right?
Could have bottom decked the peel-offs.
And now we actually did it. So
yeah, very saucy position here. Gabriel opting to go for kind of the more on-board defensive options in terms of being able to protect himself against the onslaught, as opposed to going for plays that would get rid of the Great Saiyamans off the boards. Now we're committed to having to combo those away, and now we're facing some very scary positions here where Red Rabbit still has 4 energy available. We swung with the 30K Great Saiyaman. Damage is taken. Now, the big goal here is that Rabbit's going to have to try and break through the 2 life here for Gabriel, just because if so, what you've done from Zamasu, if all you did was take him down to 3-2, is effectively give him an additional card, because the heal is effectively almost for free for Gabriel here. So you want to get him down to 1, just so that you can start chipping away at that health total in a real instead of virtual way.
Right.
Got the peel-off play here, pick up a card, combo the peel-off, 30k swing over here into Zamasu.
Okay, peel off coming down. No surprise there, getting another peel off. And the amount of aggression that Red Rabbit's putting out is pretty dang good for going against a 25k leader. These 30k swings are definitely helping. These peel offs being in 10ks and getting other things that can be comboed with. Not so much for this one. Obviously, we're going to be using short hair now in order to draw 3. But that's going to help our hand size, and as well as continue to keep this train going.
Yes, 100%. Have to see what the follow-up is here. Double peel-off here, scary pass over for Zamasu. Now the puzzle is, how do we get through this?
I don't really have that answer for you. So maybe ask them. I don't know. I would say they're trying to figure that out right now.
Yes.
Now, my thing is that, like, you know, looking at our hand, we don't have too much else. We do have absolute, or not absolute, sinister sickle. So that's going to come down here and finally get rid of these annoying big bodies.
Yep, see what the go ahead with the Gohan here.
There we go. So back to back kind of removal. One on Red Rabbit's end and the other on the end of Gabriel.
Yep, 100%. Swing here from, this is a Mossy boy.
Is that
Go ahead.
the name on the card? Or?
Yeah, I guess it is, you know.
Samasi. How do you spell that?
You know, English wasn't my forte here, all right? Leader swing here, 25k, looking what we got. 1 energy up, super combos, Gallic gun in hand, peel off. I mean, this is what Blue's all about here.
Yep. Yeah, I think as we continue to go on, it is nice to have that 1 open energy, whether it is for Gallic gun in our hand or another extra card that we can use later on.
So, tough position here for Gabriel, unfortunately. Super combos feel great in knowing that you're not likely to kind of lose out in the next turn, but always kind of a tough position because you want to save them for those big attacks, and having to utilize them for cheeky 20k swings never feels good.
Right. So we got rid of one of our Zenos after we used one initially. Another thing to consider is the fact that we didn't use leader ability, right?
True,
so
yeah.
Because we didn't use leader ability and we kept 1 up for the Gallic gun and used the other 6 for the Gohan and as well as the Sinister Sickle to clear the board, we're sitting not so great at 2 life, but I would say in Gabriel's head, all the cards that he has in hand are a lot better in their hand instead of being discarded for the life.
Now the resource loop's going to keep on going for Red Rabbit here as we play into the Videl here. 3 cards remaining in Gabriel's hand. He's not feeling too great here, especially as we're in a position to be able to get Final Hope Slash and go for additional loops in there. Grab the Final Hope. Be able to utilize it as well, get those peel-off loops in, and kind of go band for band in terms of the advantage that we got.
I just realized what you said. I would say, yeah, just in general, you know, this is kind of what the mirror match is, you know, literally a mirror of different effects and things that we're going to be seeing back and forth. And one of the things that I would say, again, is are we going to see another Zamasu? Are we going to see another Vegito if we get another turn? Because now it was getting a little dicey with 2 cards in hand and 2 cards in life, right? So, sure, we have another super combo in hand. But we'll see how it goes. Like with Red Rabbit's hand, hopefully I can. I don't know why you guys can't see it, but I moved a little bit closer to the monitor to see if I can see around the overlay here. But I do believe they have about 4 or 5 cards in hand. There is a possibility to try to take game here if we get enough attacks in. But I think what's going to happen more or less is that we're going to pass. Gabriel may right now have too many things to do on their turn, and that might be it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how kind of all of this feels like just Gabriel not being able to apply the pressure that makes Red Rabbit feel on the back foot, right? Had we kept that Vegito secret rare, we'd be in a position where there'd be focus on Red Rabbit to kind of clear our stuff as opposed to we effectively traded who's the aggro in this situation, unfortunately, here. So now we're in a position where we're on the back foot. We need to kind of draw into a threat. We've got the double striker in hand, but we need to be able to chip away Red Rabbit down 1 before we're able to get there. 1 card in hand here. We'll go ahead and swing Final Slash. Going to bounce the peel off back into hand here, be able to clear the Gohan.
And then peel off again?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Peel off again.
Erase into hand.
Yep. Okay.
And then double strike. And then just swing and hope for a dream.
Yeah.
So take, swing.
Uh-oh.
So we're still at 3 life here.
Oh.
All right.
like-
So we're clarifying on time here.
No, I think it's because they Red Rabbit had a card in hand, and Gabriel thought that he didn't have a card in hand. And because Red Rabbit did,
Right,
He
which
was-
changed the math on everything. Yeah.
yeah, and because he's able to get out of that, you can't end the game with Blue Vegito. Oh man, that's a bummer. I think he just played way too fast there.
Yeah.
Way too fast. I think it's better just to swing with leader, find out if you can take the 1, and then swing with double strike.
Well, I think he had the combo in hand, so the biggest thing was just being able to know that he had to swing lead and actually combo the 10K. So the peel-off grab here, unfortunately, did add that 1 card to hand.
Yeah, he did. He did grab it, and I think that is the scoop. And he was just confirming, like, what do you have in life, and would that make any difference?
Right. So I believe that means a win for Red Rabbit here. That'll be a W for Red Rabbit. So a bit of confusion here on the player side. Moving a little bit too quickly, unfortunately, to be able to catch the plays. We got to be, like, in these high-stress situations, totally get the nerves here. Got to take your time, got to breathe, walk it through. Unfortunate there for Gabriel. But Red Rabbit moving on to top 4.
Yeah. Red Rabbit does take it with Halo Coup. Unfortunately, Zamasu meets their end there. And again, this was one of those things of, like, you saw the pace of play. These guys know exactly what they're doing, but at the same time, this is one of the most important tournaments and important games of your card game career right now, right? And at least in Fusion World, right? So these are the type of things where, sure, like an everyday game, you might be able to play pretty quickly. And sure, it is only 30-some minutes. But, at the end of it, you do have to take your time just a little bit just to make sure that you get every single attack through. But, yeah, congrats to Red Rabbit going to the top 4. And pretty interesting match overall.
Yeah, 100%. We're breaking through into our final 4 players here in the Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World Finals.
We're just keep changing the names.
Yeah,
World Championship.
World Championship,
Finals.
Grand
Worlds.
Championship, Worlds, where we're going to crown the physical world champion here. Top 4 in just a moment. Don't go too far. Grab a snack, grab a drink, and we'll be back with some more great Fusion World gameplay. Hope you guys a snack and a drink, like we were saying. Quick return here for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion Worlds physical finals. So we had an exciting top 8 match here. We just saw the blue mirror, a little bit of variation there with Zamasu between Halo Ku, and a lot of back and forth here, a lot of different options, a lot of considerations in terms of, do I save my bomb, do I swing in? And when it comes to the blue on blue matchup, you know, even more so the game of inches. I'm a Spear, joined with me is my fantastic co-host Android. Android, how are we feeling going through this Fusion World Championship?
I was like, oh, where are we going with that? I feel pretty good. Yeah, I think we're really blazing through it. You know, these top 60 matches are all 30 minutes up into the finals. The finals is best of 3, as I understand. And you know, it's taking a little longer with the blue mirror that we just watched, compared to something like Majin Buu or even Beerus or even like literally anything else that can swing over and over again. I would say, you know, to argue about it, Halo Q does swing quite a lot when you really think about it, right? It's just smaller 20K to 30K swings, and it doesn't really have like an end game dude like we would have in Nameku, like the 7-drop, or in Androids like the 8-drop, or literally anything else. I am a little bummed out that we haven't really been seeing too much red. I am pretty annoyed about the UI Goku card, so every time I see that, I am a little annoyed. But that is what it is. But I think what it is right now is that we're going to find out who is our champion for Fusion Worlds. Oh, I guess we can say that.
Yeah.
Worlds. It doesn't really roll off the tongue. Either way, we're going to go into the top 4 right now and find that out closer and closer. This time it's going to be Red Rabbit versus Wilson, and it's going to be a Halo mirror.
Yeah, I would love those. See who is the one to be able to break the mirror. And we've been talking about it for a while now, where in these top cut scenarios, especially in these world championships, the big question is in terms of how can I break the mirror? What decisions in my deck building and in my play is going to be able to take down these top and meta decks? The Boo players have to do it against other Boo players, and similarly, these Halo Ku players have to consider it amongst themselves in terms of these blue decks.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to like understanding what I want to have on the field, and I think you know, 2 things kind of come to mind. One is going to be the Gohan, that's going to be bottom decking Pilafs or other important pieces, and as well as literally anything else that's going to prevent any of the recursion effects that both of these players are going to be using. And the other part of it is taking life. Both of these players probably don't run any like self-awakeners or anything else like that, so it might be an advantage of going second or first, depending on how you look at it in swinging. So those are all the things I would consider, and we're going to see if that's going to be the point that's going to be made in these coming turns.
Yeah, 100%. Interested to see what the other top 4 matchup here is in terms of kind of that same skill definition. Players fighting it out for their spot in the finals to see who will be crowned the physical Fusion World champion here. Kind of in the thunk in terms of what we're going to do. Swing with the leader here. We got 2 Hercule down in the energy. Could be very useful in the late game here, but deciding that, you know what, we're going to go for the tempo up play instead. A very shiny deck here for Wilson as well in terms of Having all the alt arts here. We're going to go ahead and pay 1 to peel off, get the eraser back, play 1, get the eraser. Look at the top of the deck. Being able to get ourselves a Satan City out from the top. We're going to get the Great Saiyaman here. So quick cycle plays here, then pass turn over to Red Rabbit. All right, and then we got the restand here. Charge on Red Rabbit side. Great Saiyaman 2 slotting in there. And then we're going to start with a leader swing. Draw, no combos here, just take 7 life to 6. And then erase of our own. Top 5, find ourselves a Great Saiya, or Satan City.
Great Saiya.
Potentially find a Great Saiyaman.
Oh, you're right. Satan City targets, pretty much half the deck, if not more, are going to be exactly that. And I think, you know, it's the point of the entire deck. We did start out with the field card on Red Rabbit's end, but not so much on Wilson's end. So that's the thing about when it comes down to it. That may or may not be detrimental later on. We actually did gamble just a little bit. We actually provided a little bit more information that we probably should have, as far as revealing the top card and revealing a peel-off. And we whiffed on the activate main effect. So didn't get the free girls with short hair. And now, in response to that, we're going to go ahead and get a bottom decked.
Yep, now we got another field down. Got that set that up for the future here. 6 life for Red Rabbit. One energy standing, couple of options that we could consider here. If we really want to, could like Great Saiyaman, the Eraser, we could always set up for our own sharpener. Got the Videl. I think you gotta be careful for those. That anything you put down is likely to get removed in the subsequent turn. So just to be mindful of that.
Yeah, this is the thing about this mirror. Even early on, we have to establish all of our cards into our drop and figure out what we want to play early on. Obviously, you know, that kind of changes with most matchups, but for this one, there is a lot of bottom decking going back and forth. So whatever you put down on the field is going to be susceptible to that. Other part of that is that these guys are actually gaining a good amount of cards into hand as we do resolve the 1-cost Videl, playing out the 2-cost, and now grabbing back something from my drop. I actually missed that one.
Yeah, not too sure what the grab was. Might have been the Great Saiyaman, but strong flips here in terms of being able to get ourselves a Videl online. We do have Red Rabbit down to 5 life now. We do have a bit of a board parity here. Good odds that Videl doesn't live to see another day, but we'll see. Final Hope Slash here in the energy area for Red Rabbit. Up to 3 for virtual energy, depending if you count the energy marker. Couple of options here. Could potentially decide to rip the energy marker to go into a Gohan to bottom deck both the peel off and the pan. Not terrible on that front either. But we'll kick it off with a leader swing into the Videl here, and then a draw.
Love that. Can I say that? Love that. What do you think? That's my new thing.
I think I love that.
Love that.
We're in the tank here in terms of our follow-up plays.
Yeah, looking pretty hard. And if I would say just in general, the part of it is that the game pace is just getting a little, you know, slower as we are getting a little closer to the mid part of the game. And I think part of that is just going to be understanding, you know, what do we want to play when it comes down to it. Because a lot of the time, unlike the last match with Zamasu, we don't have too many like extra cards. They're going to be affecting the field, you know, like Cinder Sickle and stuff like that. So It's really just going to be down to our battle cards, down to our final hole splash, that type of thing, and if we can draw into them. And I think on Wilson's side, I think we do have a couple of those. We might see those in the next coming turns. As far as Red Rabbit, I don't know. We could play a Videl. Yeah, sure. We can do that. We can play the Vanilla. We're actually going to pass turn, which is interesting because we can swing once at the very least. We did with our leader. But these, I don't know, depending on what our hand looks like for Wilson, these might not stay on the field too long.
Yeah, we'll see how long it sticks. I mean, at the very minimum, we're going on to turn 4, but because the Great Saiyaman's a 4 cost, won't be able to get bottom deck to buy the Gohan. So kind of, protect yourself there. I'm a little bit surprised that we opted to not swing, at least with the Great Saiyaman 2. Just got to get a chip into 5 there, set up for our next turn. But nevertheless, a bit of a cozy position stills here. Going to be able to take that life from the red. Oh, you know what? To force to have to swing on the leader so that we can get our awaken is likely what we saw here. Not give any attack targets otherwise. So that'll be 4 life here for Red Rabbit. We'll be able to awaken. Going to get a quick bottom deck of the Great Saiyaman here. With a Great Saiyaman. Got the double Videl Erasa plus the field card on board.
Yep. Okay, we're going to keep going here. Just in general. And pass turn. Okay, well, I mean,
yeah,
no energy to use. And we are still going on with 6 life, so no reason to swing with anything just yet. Just simply because, we want to awaken ourselves. And hey, speaking of Gohan, we're going to go ahead and play our own. Just deciding what we want to do. It's actually going to be the Videls and not the Pilaf. Pilaf will have his time, I'm sure.
Yep. See the awaken here with the leader swing, draw 2, place 1 on the top of the deck. Gohan here in a good position in terms of being able to aggress, or we could just not have to leave Wilson at 5 and pass, not give you the benefit of being able to awaken with your leader. And then see what advantage Wilson can take here in terms of, your flip, so I don't have to concern myself too much about not attacking and trying to chip away for damage. And see if we can get there. So we're going to start off with a sharpener for 1. Then we're going to go ahead and you prefer girls with short hair. So clean up our hand a little bit, set up the top of our deck, and then see if we can use these 3 energies to our benefit afterwards.
The answer is yes. I would imagine we're going to keep doing this, the same sort of thing. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see how we deal with this board. The bright side for Wilson is the fact that we don't have to deal with the skillless body anymore. That 30k body is pretty annoying. Being a 4 cost in as well as a 30k body every turn is a light on our load, or lighten the load for Wilson. And now we just have to kind of decide what we want to do after. It looks like we're going to play Hercule. I think this is the Altar Hercule. Yeah, pretty sure.
Yep, the 1-drop Hercule. Gonna go ahead.
Go ahead and play. And as well as the Gohan, because he got reduced, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So Great Saiyaman went in and get rid of that. And then now we're in a cozy position here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that we didn't swing. But, right, because we're not awakened yet. Okay, that's what to say. I was like, I thought we awakened this turn, that's why. But I am confusing the other Halo Q.
Yes, sir. So just want to be in a position where we're no longer going to have to rip You Prefer Girls with Short Hair to be able to stack the top of our deck. So instead here we're going to kind of lean on, hopefully swings into us to be able to deal with what the opponent is doing. We're kind of just double verifying the Great Saiyaman here and kind of how we got into the removal. All right, so just some clarifications. We kind of got through there. Now Red Rabbit thinking on charge.
Yeah, just wondering what we want to do. The thing is that, it's kind of a bummer that Wilson didn't put anything in rest mode to swing at, and we are probably going to force the swing on the leader for them to awaken. But the right side is, because of that, we're going to go ahead and get the draw 2 and place it on top. We're going to be able to utilize the rest of our energy. If it's going to be another Videl to play out Great Sandman, that'd be pretty cool. If it's another Gohan to bottom deck something, that'll be also cool. You know, just make sure that we're going to be going through and dwindle down this hand of Wilson's from here on out. And that's going to be the goal of it for sure.
Yep, down to 4 life for Wilson here, so we'll be able to awaken. And now just kind of gives Red Rabbit the excuse to be able to kind of go all in with these swings now instead of holding back. So we got the Great Saiyaman 2 swing, we got the combo with the Pilaf, save that in our drop for the future. We're going to go ahead, play the Sharpener, play Hercule, check the top of a deck. It is a Gohan. So we do have the ability to be able to crack. So Great Saiyaman here, we do have 4 Satan Cities there, so we'll be able to get rid of the opposing Gohan on board now. Still 3 energy up. Looks like we're just going to go ahead and crack that, be able to... we do get to look at the top 3, but I think we have an idea of which one we're going for. So we're going to go ahead and play Gohan on the board, be able to bottom deck the Hercule and the Sharpener here. So just an erase left on board. Red Rabbit here in a strong position up against Wilson now, being able to have the tempo advantage as well as still having 1 energy up in terms of being able to execute the game plan. 30k swing over here on the leader, demanding a super combo. Super combo you shall get. Now... kind of in a pretty solid position here for Red Rabbit. Go ahead and pay the 1 for You Prefer Girls with Short Hair to kind of replenish our hand and clean up our draws going into the defense here.
That's not too bad. I mean, as Wilson, sure, our board is gone, or at least reduced. I mean, hey, we got 1 battle card, right? But on the bright side, because this is a mirror match, we can do the same thing to them. That's the bright side for sure as we swing into this Videl. I'm just going to keep it at 20. Maybe get rid of this Hercule. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Sharper is going to be a clutch card to keep on board.
Go ahead and get the Sharpener here. Top of the deck is a Gohan. Gohan, pretty good card. We'll have the ability to be able to use an extra card for 1 cheaper now. Now we're going to go ahead and pay 1. Play the Videl. Videl top of deck. We already know that Gohan's there. Go ahead and play the 2-drop. Videl now. Alt Art. And then going to go ahead and swing into the Great Saiyaman 2. Going to grab ourselves the Great Saiyaman extra card into our hand. Currently 3 Great Satan or Satan City names on our board. 1 more to be able to get rid of this Gohan with it.
Great Satan. Imagine Mr. Satan in a Great Saiyaman costume. Do you feel like there's an alternate reality where that's normal?
His real personality kind of plays into being in a superhero costume already anyways, so...
well, he's literally a champion. He's the champion of the people.
He is a champion of the people.
And now he has a city named after him. Think about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for thinking about it. Appreciate it. We continue to go through here on the Videl swing. Not too much else happening here. Just going to keep it at 20. We're actually running down on cards on Rabbit's hand. That's why we're thinking about it a little closer on both sides of the table. Our judge not looking away.
very attentive on the plays.
Shout out to Cam. He's doing God's work here. If you're wondering, we do have translators on deck. In case you're wondering, people who are non-judges being around.
Yep.
So there are no confusion anywhere.
All right, so into the Gohan we go. Gonna go ahead and swing in here into the Great Saiyaman 2.
Think we are clarifying if...
Yep, just clarifying
okay,
on the ruling here, and then we do get the Great Saiyaman for free. Now clear board here. Wilson, pretty sizable. Got the Pan, got the Gohan. Pretty good board position here as we go into Red Rabbit's 6 energy turn. charge of
Yeah.
You Prefer Girls with Short Hair.
Interesting that we did the. Oh, never mind.
And the Zeno! And the Zeno!
I was like, interesting that we tried. Okay. Alrighty.
I love me a Tech Zeno in these Halo Coup decks
Yeah, why not, man?
for exactly situations like this.
This one, not any other ones?
This one. I mean, it
Oh.
would have been even better if the field card was on board, but I'll take this.
Oh, sure. 2 20K swings coming in. Stack the deck for a little bit. This is going to be a card that we're going to be drawing later on because there's no more cards being played, being tapped out for the Zeno. Not too bad. Got rid of a couple of threats as far as the 30K swing, and I don't think there was a peel-off on board, right?
I do not believe so, no.
Yeah, I think there was a Videl, but we do already have one in hand. It's the shiny one. I don't know if you can tell on the camera, but it is quite shiny being the alt art. And gonna go ahead and grab some more stuff out of the drop.
Videl swing here, grab peel off. Play one drop Videl. Swing here, gonna go ahead and Final Hope Slash, put the 2-drop back in hand, try to get rid of that Zeno. Now we'll be in a position to be able to swing with leaders, stack the top of our deck with what we need to be able to get the proc off. So 4-drop Gohan top of the deck here. We're going to be able to pop Videl afterwards. Kind of defensive combo decision here for Red Rabbit. And then we're going to be able to pop Videl, play the Videl that we just bounced back into our hands, get additional peel off out of hand here, reveal the top of our deck. It is a Gohan going into 2-drop of Videl here, swing top of the deck here. A few options that we could consider. Could go back into Final Hope Slash. Looks like we're actually going to grab the field card here. So 20K swing over for Red Rabbit. And that'll be a grab down to 3 life.
Yeah, this is pretty much perfect sequencing from a Worlds player. No surprise there, and it really just comes down to, if we slow down just a little bit, I think it really just comes down to making sure that we get everything correct. And I think this is kind of what we want to do as Halo Coup. We're storing the board, getting some stuff back from the drop, playing the Videls out, now using Pilaf as a little bit of a bait, and obviously we're going to get back along with the Final Hope Slash just like we did before and keep the aggression up.
Yep, these are a timed top cut up until we get into the finals, which is untimed. So players kind of moving at gamer speed now, trying to get to position to win. Of course, tiebreakers are very important here. First tiebreaker here being life, so something to be aware of. We'll go ahead with the swing, stack the top of our deck here for Red Rabbit. We're just going to use our leader ability on Wilson's side, get ourselves the additional 10K. Then we're going back, kicking it off with an erase to look at the top 5, grab a Satan City from that. Looks like we're going to grab 1-drop Videl. Kind of go into a cheaper 2-drop play.
Yeah, pretty cool. Like I said, it's all about that sequencing. If you do have 2 Videls in hand or a Final Hope Slash in hand, which I think this is exactly what's happening right now, you'll be able to get off both swings.
Yep, so Videl swing here into the peel off just to clear it. Then we're going to get the 20K Videl. We're going to grab peel off back into hand. Best friend peel off.
The egotistical.
The one and only.
Yeah,
Down to 3 life here for Wilson.
Yeah, that would be the name if it was a Masters card. It'd be
Yep.
peel off the
True. Oh my God. Does Red Rabbit have 3 Videls? Is that what we're doing here? Play 2. Hard cast another Videl. Swing into the leader. Grab another peel off here. 20K swing on lead. Just going to combo out of it now. You prefer girls with short hair for 1 energy. Throwing our cards around a little bit. Be careful about that. Go ahead and draw the top 3 cards of our deck. Put 1 back on top. Put the ones that we need to be able to get a proc off. Now we're going to see another Videl. Going to go ahead and proc the Videl here back to hand. Top of the deck is the field card. And then another Videl.
Okay, sure. I think he saw this hand and he was like, you know what, Zeno is going to be the best option because what's going to happen afterwards are literally 3 Videls afterwards, and that's going to be the case. I would say, if anything, that is the craziest thing about this is that we have 3 Videls.
All right, and here we got the Goku here. Got the swing on over. Lots of Videl plays here. Lots of pressure plays. Gonna go ahead and combo away the Videl that we had back to our hand. All right, and again, thinking in the tank here a little bit. Wilson, a lot of option plays. We got the 4 drop a Gohan here, 30K, able to chill there. Going to go ahead and pay 1, utilize peel off. Going ahead and grab a 1 drop of Videl. All right, and then going to play the Videl top of the deck. We got another Gohan here. You got to be a little bit careful about this movement of our deck here. And then go ahead and place 2 drop Videl. Swing here onto the lead. Think here for Red Rabbit.
As we finish the rest of this, we have 2 different Gohans. Obviously, it's pretty interesting that the fact that we have both of these Gohans bottom decking the 2 Videls, or at least clearing out the board, and the response to having 2 Videls. I mean, isn't that crazy? It was just very funny how that actually happens and works out. Now, the part of this is that, as the mirror goes on, and as we continue to see other cards in general, it is a very tough way to go about it, and just in general for our players. And ironically enough, we're going to see our own Gohan from the search on Erasa. Now, the point here is that as we go on and swing from leader from Red Rabbit to Videl, we're going to go ahead and draw the 2 cards, put on top of the deck, and stack that. We might have to prepare ourselves to see some more Videls or whatever it may be. Obviously, with 2 of them back at the bottom of the deck, it's going to be a little tough to see another one. Actually, 3 of them. Sorry about that. And with this, we're going to play the field card. And then our Hercule. Try to reduce these Gohans. And we're going to go ahead and swing. Try to get that effect right into the leader. We might see a Final Hope Slash. We might see something else. We're going to tap some energy here. Just deciding right now. Oh, no. We're just going to get the effect and let it fizzle out. Then we're going to play the Gohan to bottom deck the Gohan and another card. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Thankfully, like I said, although we're cycling through the drop and getting some recursion effects, we're also cycling through the deck as we draw 2 and use short here. Basically drawing 2 and 3 all over the place. We might see the bottom of the deck and, of course, Erasa, where we're looking at the top of the deck as well. And, of course, shuffling or bottom decking. It just depends on the effect. So, now, if anything, for this, it just depends on how we take the rest of the energy, which is just a nice 2 energy. And now we're going to go ahead and peel off and grab the Great Saiyaman.
Great Saiyaman!
Whoa, relax. You were gone for literally a minute. And come back with my ear dead.
No, you'll get over it.
Yeah, you didn't really miss much. Everything's gone.
Yeah, I see that.
Again.
I see that.
Yeah, I would imagine you can probably take a guess of how that happened. There's another Gohan. But, yeah, we did swing with the Hercule, reduced it, got the Gohan down, bottom decked another 1 drop, got a peel off out. We're just going through. And now, with only 5 cards in hand from Red Rabbit, we're getting closer and closer to the end here. Not only because of the time, but also because he has 2 cards in life. We might see some fireworks in the coming turn, especially now using Final Hope Slash.
Yeah, 100% apply pressure here. We're down to low life totals. This is where the game of inches really kind of comes together, especially when you have so much energy to be able to kind of play around these huge things. So double combo here from the board for Red Rabbit. And then go and pay 1 energy into the peel off, grab ourselves Final Hope Slash once more. And these kind of the plays that Blue really does in these tight positions in this end game. Another peel off here, grab another peel off into my best friend to peel off. You love to see it here. Couple of energy. Just need to get 2 more swings in for Wilson here to be able to break through. Have to see kind of where that lands for energy.
Yeah, I mean, we still can do a few things. And when I say a few things, it's going to involve another Final Hope Slash.
Yep. So swing, Final Hope Slash, get the peel off back in hand here, 25K peel off combo. Then you're going to go pay 1. Peel off once again, grab the Final Hope Slash.
We'll keep the train going, baby.
Going to swing, Final Hope Slash, swing the peel off back into hand. 25K combo here. We're going to give a little bit more juice. We're going to leave it at that, see where we're at.
Okay.
Considering if we want to combo beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, we only ourselves have 5 cards in Wilson's hand, right? So, although the 5 cards do transform into, 6 or 7 because of peel off and other cards, it is pretty important to continue to keep going. And we did basically chose 0 on the Vidal's 1-drop effect, just so we can protect itself and swing at that 5K.
So passing on over to Red Rabbit here. 2 life to 3 life. Swing at lead here. Draw 2. Place 1 at the top of our deck here. Thinking on charge. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and pay 1. Going to grab the peel off here. Grab another peel off. Peel off. Grab peel off.
Didn't see that coming.
Hey, why else would you grab anyone but your best friend?
I mean, peel off's self-confidence must be through the roof. That's the thing.
And then go ahead and swing with the eraser here. Combo both peel offs. 25K swing here. Gonna go ahead. Combo away the Vidal. 3 life to 2 here. Wilson over Red Rabbit. Go ahead and play peel off. Grab peel off.
We should have a counter of how many times we said peel off this match.
Play peel off.
Okay, now you're just.
I'm just casting the plays here. Grab peel off.
Oh, okay. You're not wrong.
Pay sharpener.
Oh.
Go ahead, reveal Gohan in the top of the deck here.
Swing with peel off.
Go look at drop. Or in the tank. All right, and then go ahead, swing with the eraser here. Combo away both peel-offs. Then take that attack, 30K swing here into the leader. Go ahead, combo, super combo out of that. Life is tied. 3 energy remaining for Red Rabbit.
Still a lot of energy when it's all considered that what you can do with it. 2 life in life. 2 cards in life. Cards in hand still dwindling down for Wilson. This is kind of going down to the wire. And probably going down to time.
Looking back into our drop.
Probably double checking for how many super combos in general and how many 10Ks in general that we've used.
Pay 1 for peel off.
And add it to the counter. Add it to the counter, baby.
Thinking on grab. Grab Pilaf. Maybe.
I mean, at this point, it's
Play
probably,
Pilaf.
probably a good prediction, yes.
Grab Pilaf. Play Pilaf.
Okay, don't. Okay.
Grab. You prefer girls with short hair. Proc, you prefer girls with short hair. Be able to draw 3, put 1 back on top of the deck. Then if we want to go one more time, we got one more swing with the Pilafs.
Go figure. I think right now
So,
we're going to, yeah.
Peel off on peel off, and then pass. So then Wilson here with 7 energy play, draw. Will be able to potentially go ahead and charge for girls with short hair. Lots of energy available here.
Don't want to draw again, it seems, but I guess obviously it's a little conditional. I think the other part of it is that the fact that we are trading our peel off swing for your 10K basically, so it's kind of funny.
Erase here, top 5 cards from the deck. You're going to be able to grab the Vidal here, probably just digging for combo power at this point. We are cutting it close to the end of the match here. We got 2 life left. We'll pay 1 for peel off. Going to go ahead and grab ourselves a, thinking about it here, thinking on the charge. No, Final Hope Slash.
Amazing.
So looks like we're kind of leader swing here, draw 2, top of the deck.
And I think the part of this is now we're going to be able to try to utilize the rest of the peel off here.
Yep, 100%. So going to get the chain going here. We're going to go ahead into the Dewdrop Vidal. Gamer's pace here, ready to move on quickly.
Yep.
Gonna go ahead and pay 1. Go ahead and grab that with the peel off. Swing with the Vidal. Gonna grab another peel off here. Combo the peel off. 30k swing onto the leader.
Just making sure we're not confused with a rested swung card.
Super combo out of the hand here. Gonna pay 1 here for the 1-drop Vidal. Swing 1-drop Vidal. Gonna go ahead and Final Hope Slash here. The 2-drop Vidal back into hand. Go ahead and combo. Yeah, so combo here with the Eraser. So massive swing here. We're gonna go ahead and combo away. Get out of it. 2 life each. 1 more energy up here for Wilson.
And really just coming down to the wire. Obviously, these players are playing as quick as possible.
Yep, reveal, go ahead, Vidal. Going to go ahead and put the Vidal down. So 1 more energy remaining here for Wilson. Will be look what he's going to grab.
And I think the part of it is that, like, if we are doing this, if we are swinging.
Swing.
See if we take the life or not. It looks like we are.
Grab the Final Hope Slash, presumably. Nope, just going to go ahead and take.
Nah, he needs to play another thing.
So swing here, take.
Probably peel off, and he's going to play peel off to play another one. If I had to take a guess. I don't know what his hand looks like. Oh, okay, yeah, it's just peel off and Vidal. So probably he wants the extra energy to play the peel off.
Play the peel off and then just swing with that. And then just swing for like 35k.
Just combo from there. Yeah.
Yep, so just 20k swing here. Here we're just clarifying. Okay, so I think what's happening here is time may have been round. Time may have been called in the round, but because we're mid-swing, we're able to finish comboing with the attack. So I think that's what's happening here. So we're just going to full dump here. Yeah, so I think we're trying to figure it out here, kind of what happens. But because you are mid-swing, you are allowed to finish the combo step before the end of game here. So we're just going to throw the 30k onto the Vidal for a total of 50 here. And I think Red Rabbit's just trying to get some clarity here in terms of how that plays out.
Even if he, I mean, if he had like 2 super combos, yes, but you would have to have a super combo plus 10k. Or super combo. Even if you had super combo plus 10k, it's not enough. So I think that's the, I think that would probably be the game. I can't really see, any other way.
See what Rabbit has here. 50k is a big swing.
Yeah, I mean that's the bummer part about this is that like we're playing a mirror. It does take a minute, and we're going down to the wire, and the wire does include overtime and as well as time in overtime. And when it comes down to it, if it comes down to a swing, then that's pretty much it. The other part of it is that alternatively, if it wasn't within a swing, then at that point. it would most likely go to battle cards because they're tied in life.
Yep.
So this is a big decision either way.
Yep, so we'll see kind of how it plays out here, but I do believe we're just kind of working through those things. If you're mid-combat, you're allowed to complete combat and work your way from there. So we'll see how the players are able to plan it out. But, I mean, this has been a distilled matchup of blue versus blue. I mean, we just saw, well, a lot of peel-offs, first and foremost, but a lot of chaining into the blue plays that the color is known for. Lots of swings, a lot of board mitigation. We saw board resets turn after turn over turn, and we saw some of the most impactful cards make their presence known throughout the turns here. So big ups on both of these players for playing what is an incredibly technical blue mirror match. So players going to just work their way through here now and they kind of understand where we're at. It does look like Red Rabbit is in consideration for taking that life. Probably does not have the necessary double super combo to be able to make his way out of this attack.
He might have double peel off though.
Nope, does look like we have
Peel off and short hair.
Short hair, yeah.
I mean that is like I said, a huge bummer. It is part of a tournament play. You know, at a certain point, rules do have to be enforced as far as that goes. And you know, for Dragon Ball, even for Masters, I do believe that is the rule when it comes down to swinging and mid-attacking. So it really just came down to this being the combo to combo. You know, the other part of it is that, like, even if we didn't have a timer, if we were in turns or whatever, this was like the last turn going to time, you know, Red Rabbit didn't have enough combo. So it would go down to 1, which is why we fulfill that ruling request.
Yep, so, I mean, you know, when it comes to this game stage, just both players saw lots of peel-offs, lots of breakthrough, and does look like here we're going to get the confirmation here. So Wilson here on that final swing will be able to get Red Rabbit down to 1 life as they break away into the breakers. And when it comes to Dragon Ball Fusion Worlds, once time is called, a couple things we go through. First one being life, so very impactful here as we break away from the combo step to deal that last piece of damage. And had they kind of stuck out there, would have been through board position, which naturally we did see Red Rabbit have a kind of an extensive board there.
Yeah, kind of an extensive board. It was probably on purpose, knowing that that is a factor when it comes down to tied life. Being able to defend as much as possible, just not at the last minute. You know, we did have enough swings on the opposite end where we just ended up being 1 swing too many and 1 card too many as far as combo power. So hey, Red Rabbit tried their best, and unfortunately won't be making it to the finals. And hey, we will see at least 1 Halo Q into the finals as well.
Yes, 100%. Wilson breaking his way over into the finals of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion Worlds Championship. You guys aren't going to want to go too far. We've got some high-skilled level gameplay that we've been seeing throughout the day distilled down into a final match. You guys won't want to go too far. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We are here for yet another round, another game, another match for the Fusion World Championship. And of course, we just tuned in to the top 4, right? So we had Amir, but you know, it's just one of those things of knowing what the best deck is, and I have a feeling that that was one of the best decks in the format. Now, we're actually going to go into not top, but the 3rd place before we actually get into the finals. As far as a little bit of a notes before I continue, this is Spirit. I'm Android. I should probably introduce ourselves. How are you feeling? And maybe we can explain it for you.
Yeah, 100%. So I feel great. We've been seeing some very skillful matchups here in the top cut for the World Championship. We do want to have a little note here that the top 8 and top 4 matches ended the way that they did, to end of time procedures. So, you know, little things between translations between players here and there, but nothing too crazy there. Games ended as they were supposed to due to the time rules. Now, with that said, we've got some exciting last couple of matches here. Before we lead into our finals match, we do have the 3rd place to crown here. So we'll be jumping into our 3rd place match here to see who our bronze player is for the Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World Championships.
Yep, and of course we have some familiar faces. We have Red Rabbit on Halo Q versus Andrew Duvall, or Miru, on Majin Buu. Of course, we've seen both of these players earlier and both of these decks earlier. No surprise that they're in where they are for fighting for 3rd place. And now, of course, we didn't see the other matches outside of the ones that were streamed. So this is going to be the result, like I said, for those who are wondering about Andrew Duvall.
Yeah, 100% here. So Andrew Duvall here with Boo, able to fight his way through into the top 4. Unfortunately, unable to cut his way into the finals, so won't be able to claim a world championship for both games.
Hey, man, if you got 3rd place, though, that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, 100% here, however, does have the opportunity here to be able to kind of maybe solidify himself a prize card. So here's to hoping he's able to push through here. As of note, the 3rd place and the finals will be best of 3, with the 3rd place being a 90-minute timer and the finals themselves being untimed. So a lot of opportunity here for players to be able to think out their plays and work through the most optimal lines. And we'll see how... Probably very comfortable with this matchup as far as Andrew Duvall goes. I can't imagine you practice a lot of Fusion World without having to face quite a bit of Halo Ku, and Red Rabbit in kind probably does have a deep understanding of how he can kind of work around the aggression of Majin Buu Evil.
Yeah, Majin Buu Evil. It feels like that's like the government name, you know. That's the full name. Everyone kind of knows it by Yellow Boo, and obviously the counterpart to the Yellow Leaders that are kind of the part. Not the part, but within the format, the choices is going to be this and as well as Janemba. I think it's just going to be a playstyle with Andrew Duvall. I feel like he is a pretty straightforward person. He kind of knows what's going on, and for what we going on, and probably why he wanted to play Majin Buu. But for Red Rabbit, as far as the plays that we've seen, he is quite good at sequencing and has to be playing this deck. So I would say, just in general, we're going to see some good back and forth between these two players as we start with the Sharpener, Frieza, Sorbet, and a very shiny card. Oh, it's a Hercule.
So a lot of pressure here over on the yellow side in terms of trying to clear the board. Very important to try and keep the names off. You don't want too many Satan cities on there to kind of wreck your day. Kind of low tempo plays for Boo in the early plays as we get cantrips, keep the board clean. Here we will see, from the looks of it, a crack of arena here to play the Gohan. So I do like that, recognizing that you need to kind of put pressure against Boo to make him feel uncomfortable instead of just sitting back and waiting for the 3-drop and 5-drop plays to happen. So here, not an easy deal with potentially for our stateside representative here, especially if we end up not attacking with Gohan right away. You just leave him in rest mode. You won't be able to final explosion, and then you kind of go into some plays after that. So we do leave it up. There is potential to be able to go into something like a 1-drop Frieza rest mode and then final explosion there, but it does look like we're going to go ahead and pay 3, maybe just go into a Boo. No, we're just going to go into a Janemba rest mode, get a free energy back, and then be able to swing in there, get our draw.
Yeah, I like this because now we're going to go ahead and take away the sharpener for what it is. Obviously, this is not a boom area, so we can't bottom deck and prevent it from being picked up again. However, the thing about it is that it's really all about the choices and where we're going to be within the given time in these next few turns. And I think, as we've seen it before with the previous match, I do believe it was within the digital finals, we do have an energy marker, and sometimes Majin players like to burn it as soon as possible to play out the Bobbity or something similar. But it looks like we are valuing that as we do get bottom decked here by this Gohan.
Yep, 100%. So, kind of seeing how we pivot through here. We got 2 Gohans now to face with. So Red Rabbit setting up his board very comfortably here to kind of counter aggro what Yellow has in its depths here. 5 virtual energy here for Andrew Duval. 1 energy marker additional on top of that. Of the 4 energies got base. We do see a Bobbity charge from the last turn here, a 5-drop charge as well. And here another Janemba charge. So we'll see where we go. Swing into the leader. Going to go ahead and draw cards. It's going to be a take here. Down to 6 life for Red Rabbit. Pay 4. And we'll see if this is the matchup where these freezes are intended to come in, which kind of makes a lot of sense, right? Put out the bodies that Heluku cannot get rid of. And I think, we saw how much effort was put into getting rid of the 6-drop Vegito in the Zamasu matchup. Now you have a body where removal just straight up won't work. And now you just have a cheeky 30k just kind of always there, always threatening to be able to remove stuff.
Right, exactly. I think the other part of it is that we do have a Hercule on the board, so that's one thing that we have to kind of make sure that we kind of take care of in the coming turns, whether it's to rest it and swing into it or to KO it another way. So the part of it is that we just kind of have to play to Heluku's outs, and at the end of the day, it's just going to be another back and forth. We're not swinging at these. Or with these Gohans just yet. Just like we saw in the last match, we all are aware that self-awakeners are not a thing in Heluku from what we know and what we've seen. So we're just going to go ahead and build our board up. We kind of know as Red Rabbit that we're not really afraid of Zamasu, but Zeno. So we're just going to build up a board as much as possible and kind of go through as we go.
Yeah, it's one of the things that Yellow can struggle against, where you do have tools like Final Explosion to be able to clear out 2 things, but you do get to a position where if a board gets too wide, Yellow does not have the tools to be able to deal with that. So it's one of those things where if you go extremely wide, Andrew Duval here won't be able to kind of get rid of the names on Great City on the board to be able to stop Heluku from getting the abilities they want, and then it's just kind of hard to overcome. So, and as long as these Gohans remain in active mode, they can't be hit. But now we're thinking about it, and it does look like we're going to go ahead and swing 30k onto the lead here. That's going to be a take, and then another 30k swing here onto the Boo leader. Very comfortable take here, down to 3 life now, I believe. And then we're going to go ahead and play down the field card. Another You Prefer Girls with Short Hair. Going to go ahead and draw our 3 cards. Place card on top of the deck. And I think that might be kind of the position we're at. We're going to go ahead and pass turn. Andrew Duval, 6 energy available. Secret Rare Frieza on board.
You mean available?
And on board.
Oh, yeah, it is, huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of rain fart there. I think the other part of that is that like we don't really see that card in general within Majin Buu, but Vander Duval isn't a normal player, so we'll see if, like you said, is going to come up. We're going to go ahead and take the swing. Pretty easy peel off out of the way. We're going to keep our hand, well not hand, but our life total pretty high. Our hand is probably going to stay around that 7 card mark anyway. So we're just chilling as we reveal that right now.
Yep, so swing here, Awaken does give the opportunity to get an additional draw on the Awaken side if we have any KO'd Majins on our side. We do have the Frieza there, just kind of coasting, staring menacingly. Does have the opportunity to be able to pay 2 energy on swing to be able to get rid of one of these Gohans, or potentially Videl if you don't want to be able to play into the card draw here. But we're in a position where going into the long game, the longer we go, the more advantage blue decks are able to accrue, the harder it is for Buu to be able to crawl his way out of this, especially since the hand destruction does not hurt as much when you're up against a blue deck that can follow up and start recurring a bunch of cards back into the hand here. So it looks like we're going to go 5. We are going to go double striker, 3-drop Bobbity into Muscle Buu here, and then see where we go. We're going to go 30k swing onto a Gohan.
Yep, so we get right into one beefy target to another.
Yep.
And we're going to pop the Bobbity.
Restand, get a card from hand. Another swing here. So just slowly getting rid of the board here with the little combos. So having to combo away the peel-offs. Now we're in a position where we're getting rid of some Satan City names. So we might just want to combo away. 10k from hand there, be able to deal with that. 30k swing here onto the Videl. And then pay the 2 energy to get rid of the 4-drop Gohan.
Yeah, pretty good. Frieza coming in clutch and actually getting some use in now. Yeah, really just showcasing some different options.
Super combo used twice to protect Videl. Big fan of Videl's here on Red Rabbit side, utilizing the cards in hand down to 4 cards, but obviously Videl will be able to kind of help us start recurring some of that back, get a peel-off back, use those peel-offs to get other cards back, and keep us feeling healthy and comfortable. Now it's just a question of how much of this board does Red Rabbit ignore. Naturally, we do have the Great Saiyaman in hand, which means we'll be able to get rid of the 3-drop or the 5-drop, depending on which one we want. Videl can then swing, we can pick that back up, and then utilize the Great Saiyaman once more. So a lot of recursion here in terms of being able to give us the tools necessary to be able to get rid of things. Now that we've got the Gohan, we could potentially go ahead and swing with the Hercule, lower the cost of the 5-drop, lower it down to 3, and then Gohan, and that gives us 2 beefy 30k attackers, once again with the double Gohan on board to be able to deal with the opponent. So we'll see where Red Rabbit here is kind of thinking. I don't know that we bother dealing with the Frieza all that much, but we'll kind of see where the advantage decides to play out.
Definitely. Yeah, I think that is the point that we're trying to make right now, is that, hey, we're trying to clap back with the pressure. You know, we were swinging quite a lot on Andrew's field, and we did use a couple super combos, the peel-offs, etc., and now we're going to have to lean on our own engine as we ran out a little bit of our super combos. Now, with a short hair, we're going to get to draw 3 cards, and now top deck one of them, and then kind of go from there.
Yep, so I believe we're down to 2 life now for Andrew Duval, so kind of cutting it close. We do see the swing here from the Hercule, top of the deck. We know what it is, thanks to the girls with short hair, being able to lower the cost of the 5-drop down to a 3. We are going to go ahead and pay 2 here. We're going to go ahead and crack the high school, be able to play the Gohan that we knew was situated there, being able to send those to the bottom of the deck. Board clear now, 30k swing on the leader. We have a healthy 6 health buffer here as Red Rabbit, so feeling very comfortable in terms of not being too worried about the crack back. We got 2 energy available to us as well, so a lot going on here on Red Rabbit side, doing a wonderful job of kind of breaking down everything that Andrew Duval is attempting to do here. We're going to go ahead and grab another short, you prefer girls with short hair. And a lot of advantage here on Red Rabbit's side.
Yeah, going down to 2 life is pretty wild, but we've seen it before. We've seen it before where we kind of already know what the deck does as Halo Q, so being at 2 isn't as detrimental as it would be in any other deck. So like going against green, maybe red, and probably even black, these all have pretty known double strikers, but when it comes down to blue, you kind of have to play into them, whether it's the Vegeta or anything else that has double strike. So I would say Duvall's probably very aware of this and pretty comfortable that, hey, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be playing those things now or anytime soon. So being at 2 is not too bad, especially comparative to the 6 life that Halo Q has. Taking our time, making sure that we focus on our board, establishing it, swing with these 30Ks, and going from there.
Yep, 100%. Utilizing the most out of our energy here. So set up with the girls with short hair for free with the sharpener, being able to set the top of our deck and then going 1-drop Videl into 2-drop Videl, being able to fetch back the peel off back into our hand here. 20k swing on lead and just starting to chip away at the resources that Duval has. And these are the kind of crazy board states that Blue is able to surmount themselves into with their effectively infinite advantage engines here. This much pressure on top of just an unawakened leader who was still able to swing for something like 35k is very, very powerful here. So back to Boo's turn here. Andrew at 6 energy. Swing over into the Videl here. Get a draw. And gonna have to make some hard choices here in terms of deciding what kind of board control he's going to get versus just kind of going face. 6 life plus, having to deal with the Videls on board and the 30k Gohans on board. Very tough position here. Can trip after a defended attack. And no, that's it. You know what? Andrew Duvall's like, look, this is too crazy. Too much on board. Too much in life. I'm just going to scoop it up here. No point in dragging this out. I'm not in a position to be able to close it out. That is that top game difference. Knowing that, like, look, we've got a certain amount of time. I could drag this out, but I'm looking at 2 Videls, 2 Gohans, 6 life. I'm at 2 life, and you've been chipping away at my hand, deciding, you know what, we're actually just going to opt to go into Game 2 so that I can maybe pick it up on a Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that seasoned players are very aware of, whether it's the time or opportunity when it comes down to game wins and losses. Duval definitely is probably a proponent and very big supporter of scooping it up early, so that way you can take advantage of the remaining time. Because if you know that you're going to be in a better position, whether going first or second, or just in general as you draw differently or set up your board differently in game 2, you may as well just go ahead and go for it and make it count. And of course, like you were saying, these are timed. It's an hour and a half, but it doesn't feel like you have all the time in the world. You may as well go ahead and make it and put it to good use.
Yeah, 100%. And look, all that time that you gain, even if you don't end up going to time, at least gives you that buffer knowing you have the think time if necessary.
Yeah.
To kind of sit and be like, okay, I've earned myself the 2 minutes to be able to work through this play in case it's going to give me the win. So we're going to go ahead and jump into Game 2 now with Goku going second. So Red Rabbit here with the energy marker on board. Andrew Duval here going into the first start. And then we're going to go ahead and get things started right over here for both players. So up 1-0 for Red Rabbit. And we'll see where Andrew Duval is able to take this Game 2.
Yep, and that's the thing about this is where I'm wondering if going first or second is going to make the difference. Duval went ahead and went second the first game, and now we're going to go first. You may have some earlier turn plays as far as that goes, depending on how you utilize the marker. You can say the same thing by going second, but in general, I think getting that extra draw and making sure that we are playing maybe like a Janemba earlier on, whatever it may be, that's going to be the things to watch out for and see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. So it looks like we opted to not take that early life. 5k combo away with the Psychic Demon here. Going to pay 1 Cantrip City over here for Andrew Duval. So going to go ahead and pay 1 for the Frieza. Going to go swing into the Sharpener here and then just call it there. So kind of establishing a similar early board of just cantrips and stuff. We're going to go ahead and pay 1. We're going to go reveal the top of the deck here. And I believe that was a whiff. So super combo does not get there. We're going to try again. Pay 1 energy. So I think the clarifying is that if you end up not playing a Videl off of the Videl, you're still allowed to play a Videl again. Because Videl locks you out from playing Videls. Yeah. But I think the conditional is if you end up actually hitting and playing the body is when you're allowed to go off and lock yourself out of future Videl. So we're going to try to go for the blind here. This time we do get it with the Sharpener off the top of the deck. 2-drop Videl here. Going to go ahead and swing, get the Sharpener from the draw back into our hand and chip down Majin Buu by an additional health here. So I believe Andrew Duvall here potentially at 6 life now. Life's a little bit far away, kind of hard to tell, but 6 or 7, one or the other.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those. And we're going to keep going with our Videl plays and continue to go through and work on that whiff. So now as we swing with the 2 cost and go back to Duvall's turn, we're going to see what we can do with this 3 energy. Like I said, we could play a Bombity. It depends on what Red Rabbit's hand looks like. I think we have at least 3 in hand. I don't know what Duvall does have in his hand, but we will see.
Yep, 3 energy plays here. We could go into some Bobbity stuff. Could also swing with leader, kind of see what we've got going on before committing to anything. A couple options here. Obviously, we'll probably want to work towards getting the Videl off the board. So swing into the Videl here. Probably combo away their cantrip there on board. Low hand size here for Red Rabbit, about 5 or 6 cards. 6 cards from the looks of it. Thinking on combo. Trying to see how much we commit to this. And opting to just pass.
No, I don't think so. Unless you mean,
Yeah,
okay,
no, we're just, yeah. We just no combo. Pass as in pass on the combo.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, unless you mean combo.
Yeah, so pass on combo, decide, forget about it, final explosion, which is kind of heads up in deciding that, like, hey, I value the combo power. Also recognize that you're not going to put yourself in a position where your Gohans are going to die to this final explosion anytime soon.
Yeah.
At least not on my terms, they're going to be on your terms. So instead, forget about it. We're just going to final explosion, get rid of this card that has no combo in hand, get rid of a Videl, which is going to be more annoying than anything else, and then work our way through into trying to chip away at damage from there.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that, it also speaks to like what we have in hand as Duvall. So I can't really tell what's going on, but you know, out of all the cards that we could use, whether it's a cantrip or a Bombity itself or something else, we did go ahead and choose the Final Explosion, and it feels kind of bad to use it on literally 1 card. Obviously, it's going to be important to get rid of the Videl, so that way, like you said, it just isn't a card that we can just use over and over again for their drop. But the other part of it is that like sometimes it feels a little more effective when we have something like a Eraser and a Sharpener, and as well as a Videl in rest mode. So bit of a bummer, like I said, as far as that goes. But we got the value where we can, and hopefully we have another Final Explosion for later.
Yep, 100%. Leader swing here into lead. We're just going to take that. Andrew Duvall going to what I presume is 5 life. After setting up a little bit of a board here between the Sharpener and the Eraser. We do have the Great Saiyaman in hand, though no great targets right now. Although, to be fair, given how many times we can recur that. Anyway, so pay the energy and the energy marker here. We're going to look at the top 3 of our deck. We do have a Videl as an option here, probably be the play. And Pilaf goes to the bottom of the deck. Bye-bye, Pilaf. 2-drop Videl here, ready to be able to swing out if necessary. Looks like we are going to go into the lead here. Grab back the field cards. And then that'll just be a take.
Yep, it's going to be free because of the Sharpener. No surprise. And then we're going to go ahead and pass back to Duvall and see what we can do with our 4th energy.
Yep, so 4 life now. We are open to doing swing plays, although Red Rabbit still a very healthy 8. It's one of those things where you want to keep their board clear because you don't want to get counter aggro, but at the same time, if you're not applying pressure, you know, how are we getting there? So swing with the leader. We are going to awaken now. Allow us to be able to get an additional draw once we get some KO plays off from our lead. We're just going to go ahead and combo away the Eraser, protecting the Videl.
Yeah, the Videl's put in work, and it's like the opposite of all the cards that we were seeing that people hate in these last couple of days. It's Red Rabbit loves the Videl, so we're going to see if this plays out. Being at 8 life is quite crazy. We're going to pay 4 for our Frieza and really put some pressure on this Videl.
Yep, so combo the Vegeta, combo the Frieza here for a total of 40k on the Videl, saying, you know what, yeah, you can super combo. It's going to cost you just a little bit more than that. So Red Rabbit says, you know what, that's a fair price. Here's a super combo. Here's a 10K. Don't worry about it. You can keep the change.
Nice. I wonder, what do we do after? Like, are we just keeping that Frieza there? Or I guess it's just a beat stick, right?
Yeah, I mean, Red Rabbit's going to go ahead and draw cards. Going to charge an energy. Might pay some energy to play a card, and then from there, we'll see. I mean, I
knew immediately where you were going with that.
we do have the opportunity. It's kind of two-sided, right? You have the health buffer where you kind of don't really care, but the Frieza, the longer it's there, it's going to start chipping away at your board. But like your opponent's at 4, you probably just want to head the advantage and just start pressuring because like why not? Because like that Frieza might get rid of a body, but you're at such a healthy life total, you don't really mind, and you'd rather make like you're the beatdown right now, so you might as well take advantage of that and try to get as much pressure to make the Boo player feel as uncomfortable as possible. We do have a couple of options here on top with the Eraser. Looks like we're gonna grab girls with short hair, and we do have enough Satan Cities on board to be able to proc it off and get our draws. Eraser, Sharpener, top of deck.
Yep.
Not too sure what the flip was, but presumably something that we can use. Guess not, given that we're going to go ahead and draw. Oh, no, it was. Okay. So, yeah, so it was another girls with short hair, which add to hand now. So now we have the possibility to be able to use one for free and then use another one for another energy to draw 6 cards and then put 2 on top of our deck.
Nice.
So first one go, set up the top of our deck, guarantee any hits if we want to go for any Videl plays.
I remember when this game first came out, we really did have any kind of card draw, right? And it's really interesting how this game has evolved on both ends. A little bit of hand destruction and draw on Majin Buu side, and for Hiloku, you literally just said we drew 6 cards. That's crazy.
Yep. So swing here with lots of combo. Not too sure whether we're swinging into face or against Frieza, but we are going to give a cheeky 10K. And then we're going to go ahead and pay 1, crack the field, probably play out another. Oh, Great Saiyaman 2.
Whoa. Do we
play
have a
out,
target?
Yep, play out the one from our drop. Now we've got a big
good.
beefy 30K out there.
All right.
Swing into lead.
Pretty crazy in general how much value we're actually getting from not even being awakened. We are at 8 cards in our life, and we have not seen any of those cards, and it's possible we may not see them again. But yeah, pretty crazy that we are establishing a vanilla, swinging with the Videl, and still have 1 open energy afterwards. So we're gonna see if how long we can sustain this as Red Rabbit.
Yeah, 100%. See how much. Once we committed offense and defensively, we do get an additional draw 3 years, stack 1 card on top of our deck. We'll be seeing that card at the start of our next turn, but at the very least, we're able to kind of line ourselves up defensively. And then we do still have the 30K swing here from the Great Saiyaman, so.
Okay. Well, now we're gonna swing.
All right, 5K. Give me a 5K. That's what they're saying. It's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Just give me 5.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Feeling pretty good. As far as this goes, 2 cards clashing as 2 high power cards. Go ahead and charge a Nimba. Swinging at the Videl now, still ignoring the leader and its life cards. At this rate, I feel like Dwal's going for the deck out, but
I mean, maybe, or just understanding that you just need to have absolute board control before you can start chipping away at the leader here. So we do have the swing with the Frieza. Then we go ahead paying the 2 energy, getting rid of the board. So good board clear here. We are going to go ahead and go into the 3-drop Bobbity into the 25K. We are going to finally start to get some swings in on leader here. So 25K swing on the lead. Maybe trying to force a card out of hand here. And then, of course, we do have the potential for Bobbity swing into the Sharpener before we go ahead and pop him off to get to those discards. Super combo out of hand.
Oh, wow.
Bobbity, then pop the Bobbity, draw a card. And I'm not too sure how many cards we have in hand for Red Rabbit from the looks of it. No discard, so already down to 5. And then we're going to go ahead and play a cantrip and pass it on over.
Yeah, we went ahead and untapped an energy and kind of just took advantage of the energy instead of another swing. Obviously, with the way that Red Rabbit is defending, staying at 8 life, and no cards on board to swing at, it's pretty obvious that we just want to go ahead and get another draw and cycle. So,
yep, so 5 energy here. I'm going to go ahead and pay 4, just hard cast the Great Saiyaman 2, playing the Great Saiyaman, and potentially just continuing the aggro here. We are going to swing 30k into the, I believe, the 25k Boo, so asking for a 10k here. You will get it. Here's the Goku. One more energy kind of chilling there. We do have the Great Saiyaman 2 as well. That's going to be a swing into the 25k. Then I'm going to go ahead and give you a Hercule for that, so 30k, so another 5k for you. Andrew's hand not great either, so we are going to go ahead and combo 2 5ks. Has 2 final explosions in hand, and then about 3 other cards, so not great. We're going to go ahead and charge 1. Presumably we're going to go ahead and play 1. There's a 1 which can. We're going to go ahead and swing into the Great Saiyaman 2. That's just going to go for free, so no point doing that now when we've got the Frieza. So we could just swing Frieza, be able to pay the 2, get rid of the Great Saiyaman, and then look how, consider how we're going to expand our board. So go ahead, use the Majin, pop the 1-drop cantrip, draw an additional card. Because it is not a Majin or Evil Wizard, will not proc the leader ability. But it is a card draw.
yeah, that's something.
Thinking on swing here, so we're just going to get the swing 30k, no combo. So I think the plan here for Andrew is just drain Red Rabbit's hand as much as possible, get them on no hand size, and then just really start shifting the momentum back to your side with some explosive 5-drop plays, what have you.
Yeah,
So
5-drop plays, and if you have more Bobbies later on, which we've already used 1, right? It is a part of when I start swinging at your life and you start having 6 or more cards in hand, I'll be able to pick away from that hand as well. But, depending on what's in that life, it might be a detriment to Duval himself. But we're going to gamble that, and we're going to see how that turns out.
I think Andrew Duval has 3 super combos in hand. Probably not what he wants to see right now. And we're in an unfortunate position where he probably just wants more Friezas, right? He knows that the threat of Zeno is potentially real, and having that on board could mean a lot. So it looks like now he's going to switch the tempo. So double strike swing here into the leader with the 5-drop Boo. 35k double strike over to Red Rabbit. We're just going to take those down to 5 life for Red Rabbit. We're going to use the Boo, pop the Boo, being able to draw an additional card, force the discard here from Red Rabbit, and then if we wanted to, I believe we could have the proc here. We're just going to leave it at that. Not awaken, but just start setting up our board. We've got double striker, we've got 4-drop Frieza, we've got a 3-drop that could potentially draw some additional cards for some discards on the next turn as well.
Duval is a pretty creative person when it comes down to finding lines and as well as strategies. This one is turning out to be where we're starving where we can, keeping those the hand size exactly where it needs to be, and having that control over time. And meanwhile, our hand size isn't that bad either. We did draw for the Boo. We've been drawing in general, and the Red Rabbit hasn't really been presenting too many threats where we have to worry about our hand size in general too. So right now, with Red Rabbit's hand size, I think after the double strike, I think they have probably about 4 or 5 cards, maybe about 6. Because I know before the swing, it was about 3. So we're just trying to figure out what we want to do exactly with our hand and what that looks like. And it's a Zeno, so
and this is why I was saying Andrew Duval probably wished he had himself another 4-drop Frieza just to be able to avoid being punished from this.
Yeah, but it also might be a 1 of, it might be a 2 of, that kind of thing. You're probably not going to be able to see it too often, and we also may be able to see it later on. I think we actually just drew one, and I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, that Zeno does hurt a little bit, but hey, we're going to keep drawing through our deck with our cantrips, and we got rid of that Zeno pretty easily.
Yeah, Andrew does not look pass. 4 energy up, just super combos in hand, did not draw the gas that he needed to be able to press here. Unfortunately, did have a golden opportunity to be able to shift the momentum back on his side and be the beatdown against this deck, and unfortunately just did not have the right tools in hand to be able to do it. All super combos, Final Explosion does not have the means to be able to keep on pressing. And unfortunately here, this gives a huge opportunity to Red Rabbit to kind of shift the tempo back on his side, potentially by playing a Gohan, bottom deck in the 1-drops like we see right here, and now applying counter pressure over to Duval. Very tough spot here. We go into the Sharpener, into the 1-drop of Videl here, and now things are slipping away very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's really unfortunate and kind of fortunate because you do have super combos, but pretty unfortunate that you're not able to utilize everything on your end for the energy, and you're forced to pass. Of course, you can't really, or you shouldn't really force a turn if you don't need to. It's just one of those things you have to kind of deal with in a card game where sometimes you just don't draw as you really would like to. With this, having a Videl out, Sharpener out, revealing the top card. It looks like we whiffed, actually, and not swinging with our Gohan, because obviously it's going to be swung at with the Frieza, and we don't really want to get rid of it. Most likely we're not charging. Drew another Sorbet, so we're probably going to see if we can fix this hand.
Yeah.
It's not really looking too hot as far as the quality of cards to play.
Yeah, see if maybe we can rest mount this Gohan and then get rid of it with the Frieza swing. Still an opportunity here to make a comeback. No phenomenal cards in hand as of yet. Looking through our drop, try to see if we can't line anything specific. Or in the tank. Big think here for Andrew Duval. Still opportunity to be able to shift the momentum of the game over to his side. Maybe a cantrip drawn to the right setup of threats. Make our way through. We do see the 1-drop Frieza in hand, so there's a potential to 1-drop Frieza, rest mode the Gohan, and then work your way up from there. 6 cards in hand for Red Rabbit. All right, yeah, so we're going to kick it off. Interesting. Okay, so Frieza swing in on the Sharpener 5-drop.
This is exactly what we wanted. We wanted to take
Just the raw 5-drop, no 3-drop play, unfortunately. And this is just showing you work with what you got. Double strike swing, try to get Goku down to 3 life, and then potentially start swinging here with the Frieza, start chipping away at the health, understanding here that unfortunately if I give my opponent another turn, this will not pan out for me. Go ahead and that's the take on the Goku side, down to 3 life for Red Rabbit here. Likely see and Awaken, massive hand size here from a Red Rabbit. Going to draw an additional card from the Awaken.
I'm surprised we didn't make this 40. Because I feel like we do
with a super combo. Oh, you mean with the Frieza?
No, with the Frieza. Yeah, I mean, because that's going to be bottom decked pretty easily if we do see a couple more cards here. I mean, I don't know. Everything just seems susceptible to blue's removal for smaller things, and I think asking for a super combo, which we didn't see one here, right? Obviously, it's a 30k swing, but still, I would say, you know, let's try to get the super combos now. So when we do swing with that 5-toss blue again, we're going to be in a really good position. But now we're going to be able to awaken, or actually we did awaken, and being at 3 life with a lot more cards in hand from the swings and as well as the awaken, and probably going to be even more with the draw 2 effect from the leader. So we'll just see if Red Rabbit can kind of turn this around. It's a pretty scary board between the 4-cost Barrier Frieza and as well as a 5-cost Majin Buu.
Yep, so here we go. We have the Great Saiyaman in the hand. Can always combo that away and then pick it up again from drop with the Great Saiyaman 2, so that's got locked and loaded ready. We still have the 4-drop Gohan 30k swings there. To start hurting the pressure, we're going to have to put ourselves in a position to deal with this double striker at some point, but there's a couple of lines that we can get there. I think at this point, with the amount of energy we have on Red Rabbit's side, we can very comfortably get to the amount of Satan Cities needed to be able to just Great Saiyaman it away.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. If you have another Hercule or another way to bottom deck something, that way you can kind of reduce the cost and as well as the requirements for it. there's a lot of different, not a lot of different ways, but a few different ways that you can do it. And the most important part is that don't really want to get double striked in the face again. So that's one of the things that we have to consider.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and swing and combo, make that a 30K. Great Saiyaman in our drop, allow us to pick it back up via Great Saiyaman 2 afterwards. And then go ahead and combo away the Frieza, then we're going to 30K swing on the secret rare. See if we throw a little bit of juice into there, just kind of leave it as is. All right, going to go ahead and pay. Oh, we're just hard paying for the Great Saiyaman. No, Great Saiyaman 2 here, pick up from drop. Going to super combo. I mean, look, Andrew Duval here recognizing that he needs to maintain a board to even have a shot in this matchup here. Unfortunately, the way his hand has dealt only super combos, and you hate to use those super combos on these 5K combo swings, but Red Rabbit here seeing that opportunity and understanding that this is what's happening, taking the best advantage of that, and Andrew Duval here stuck to 4 cards in hand here. Unfortunately, not a lot going on. We're going to go and see a Great Saiyaman 2 swing here, and we're going to Final Hope slash here to return the Eraser back to hand. And here Red Rabbit just understanding that Duval needs this board to close out the game, and unfortunately is going to go ahead and get his hand robbed to just try and secure it.
There's no worse feeling of having only super combos in your hand.
And your opponent knowing it too.
Yeah, knowing it, and then like this was just a 30K swing. So like trying to get out of it now, 2 super combos burned, and only needed a 5K there. It just is really the worst feeling. So this is a bit of a bummer. We did get a Janemba. I believe that you can take a life on that one. So I mean, there's kind of some options. I don't know if we're going to be able to find too many things. Probably no charge here. We do have a final explosion as well, so we can remove a couple things on board. It's not going to be the things. Well, actually, no. I think that would be fine. I think that would be fine to actually use the final explosion. So
yeah, I think a final explosion will be in our near future here. We are going to first swing into the Great Saiyaman 2, utilizing the leader. We're just going to let that go. No additional combos there to protect it. And then we are thinking on the final explosion. Final explosion here. Going to go ahead and get rid of the 2 4-drops. And then the 2 1-drops remain in rest mode. 3 energy up for Andrew Duval here. Is going to go ahead and pay 3. Get the Nemba. Get 1 energy back up. Swing into the Sharpener here. Going to get rid of that. Then we're going to go ahead Frieza swing into the leader. 30K swing on lead. Going to demand at least a super combo. So Andrew Duval, honestly, making gold with not much here. I will say, recognizing the plays he needs to make to give him the best shot to be able to stay in this game. Red Rabbit going down to 2 life here, so 2 life to 4. But we do have to be aware that Andrew Duval has used up a lot of resources here to be able to maintain just the little smattering of board that he has here. So we're just going to have to see what Red Rabbit has in his pocket to try and kind of play around this, but it's a tough position to be in for Andrew Duval at the moment, although has given himself the best shot of being able to take down Red Rabbit on a follow-up turn.
Very much true. It is one of the things that we are trying to keep in mind, especially with this Barrier Frieza on board. It's just chilling there. Too bad, and like you said, we don't have 2 of them on board. Then it's going to be a real menace. But, one of the things that we have to consider is that, like, okay, how is Red Rabbit going to recover throughout these next few turns? And we have a lot of energy. Definitely a lot of energy. I'm curious to see how many cards we have in deck, as well as we have so many cards in both players' drop area. And now, with our hand and the Final Hope slash right back on, we're going to see what we can do with it.
Yep, looks like we just drew into another peel-off. So now that we got peel-off and Final Hope slash in our hand, well, I mean, it just
what do you think we're going to do?
It just writes itself here. Looks like we have like 5 cards left in deck. So
my gosh.
So maybe we do play the mill out.
I mean, it was a possibility, but the issue now is that, like, again, card quality is going to be a problem for Duval, right? Like, we already used all of our super combos.
Grab peel off.
Yeah, we don't really need to talk about that. We know what's going to happen next. What's really more important is Duval's hand. Like, what does our hand look like, and what do our next 3 cards look like in our life? And because of that, it is going to be an issue where if truly Red Rabbit has enough gas through the combination of cards that we have in hand, then it's going to be an issue in general for Deval.
Yeah, well, thankfully for Red Rabbit here, between his Videls and his Pilovs, he can just create enough resources out of thin air, being able to effectively use his drop as a second hand here. So we're going to go one drop of Videl set up with the prefer girls with short hair here. Triple peel-off in hand from the looks of it. Or maybe peel-off with a few super combos. But either way, one peel-off is enough to get things going. Finally found ourselves getting rid of the threats on Duval's board. We're in a position where he's got 4 cards in hand, not feeling super comfortable.
I know you said thin air, but obviously there's a drop area there. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, they're coming from the drop area, sir. And he's going to keep coming from the drop area.
5 cards in deck. Wouldn't it just be so balanced if we had a milliliter right now?
No. No, it has to be the slowest milliliter ever. It's like an afterthought mill.
All right, so swing here with the 1-drop Videl. Going to pay 1 energy. Final Hope Slash. Bouncing the 2-drop Videl back in hand here. 25k swing.
Yeah, we haven't used the effect yet, so we're going to go ahead and use it now. Drop area is off screen, but we'll probably take a look at it real quick right now. Final Hope Slash, real close. Our peel-off back to hand from Deval, but I was going to say Deval, which is Deval in Videl. But grabbing back another peel-off coming down again, coming in another sharpener. Took the life as far as going down to 3 for Deval, and now finally passing the turn.
Yep.
Being at 2, I mean, it's a little scary, but we did draw a good amount of cards.
Yep, lots of cards in hand here. Red Rabbit feeling very comfortable, even being at 2 life. Lots of combo on board, lots of combo in hand here. So we'll see if Duval can kind of start ripping that away, giving him a shot to be able to break through. Duval looking through drop now, being like, okay, let's get a sense of how many super combos you got going on here, how much you're working with, how many 10Ks are you working with, how many zeros could you potentially have in hand, depending on how many Gohans that you've seen play, because this math is going to matter a lot in terms of revving up the game. We're going to see here, going to go to lead, recognizing that his time could be short here, can't be spending the time protecting or swinging into Videls here. Going to go ahead and combo the Eraser here.
Another Frieza.
Or using the Eraser for the 10k ability.
Yeah.
Frieza, swing, pay 2, pop the Videl.
Yeah, but this is a little of a bit of a bummer. 6 energy used for this, just for a 30k swing.
Hey man, I would spend so much energy getting rid of Videl. Sincerely.
Yeah. It is a problem that Deval has to find a solution for. So it's one of those things where we're going to continue to get rid of it as much as possible. Our hand is very average for Deval. I wouldn't say amazing at all. Being at 3 life versus the 2 from Red Rabbit, we're going to get another turn of doing the same from before. And now with grabbing back a Final Hope Slash, the shenanigans continue to try to chip through 3 of these lives.
All right, so peel off, grabbed peel off, played peel off, grabbed peel off, play peel off, grab peel off, and then we're going to go ahead and swing with the leader, stack the top of our 3-card deck.
That's pretty good. I believe in this card game it is immediate if you deck out.
It is immediate. The moment your deck goes to 0, that's it, lights out. So
this is most likely the last turn button for Red Rabbit. I mean, you could probably stave off another turn, maybe.
You just don't swing with your leader, yeah.
Yeah.
And doesn't matter when you can just keep drawing from your drop. We're gonna go ahead and pay 2, play the Videl, swing Videl, grab a peel off from drop. Gonna go ahead and pay 1, bounce the peel off back to hand. That is a 40k swing here with this Videl.
This is my new deck. Whatever's in the drop, this is my new deck.
Duval down to 2 life, I want to say now. All right, Duval kind of fanning things out, looking at his opponent's drop, trying to figure out the options, figure out how much combo he needs to, or what cards need to be comboed here to try to get a sense of things. So going ahead and super combo plus card. Going to go ahead and play the one drop Videl here. Going to go ahead and swing Final Hope / swing, add the Videl back into hand. 25k swing here on leader, and going to go ahead and combo the rest of the board here for a beefy 45k swing. So super combo plus card here. We already know that. I think he's gone through every super combo at this point. His opponent knows that, and now it's just about forcing every single card out of the hand before we go for a final swing. We'll be able to use the one drop Videl here, play the two drop Videl back in hand, utilize double peel off potentially to be able to draw additional cards out of the hand. So we'll see kind of what things are. Oh, never mind. One last super combo in hand here. So I think he's asking if there was all four there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're going to go ahead Videl for free, being able to play out the two drop Videl here. 3 cards in hand available for Andrew Duval. 2 energy left. We can go ahead and pay 1 energy, get a peel off. Go ahead and get ourselves a peel off back from the drop. And now it's all about numbers. So counting up our combo power, trying to see how much we need to get there. If we know the super combos are there, the math is pretty free. All you're going to have to do is swing for 50?
50? Yeah, around there.
Yeah, so 55 here with this swing.
And you just do it again.
And then you just do it again. So take life here for Andrew Duval. Swing with the Videl. Go ahead and get the final hope. Go ahead and go that combo. Swing in, and that's it. Red Rabbit here. 2-0 over Andrew Duval to cinch in that third place position in this World Championship. So hard fought. The deck, unfortunately, for Andrew Duval decided to say maybe not today in terms of just not giving the gas that he needed, but made a game out of it.
It was kind of gas. It was 4 super combos.
Yeah.
It was 4 super combos. And the deck was like, you know what? I think you like super combos. Let me just kind of give you them. Not the 5-drop or not anything else that's playable. But, hey, the thing about it is that Red Rabbit decided to take the deck to this full potential by using the drop area as its second deck, figuratively, and going through the perfect sequencing and the perfect numbers in order to take that game. So, as far as third place match, we have our reveal there, and all we have now is the finals. So congrats to both players, Duval and as well as Red Rabbit.
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations to our top 4 for making it as far as they did. Congratulations to Red Rabbit on his bronze placement, and all that's left is for all the marbles here. The finals of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World's Championship will be up in just a moment. You guys don't want to go too far. Grab a quick snack, grab a quick drink, and we'll be right back with the finals. It has come down to this. The finals of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Championship. A lot of great games leading up to this very moment. I'm Aspire, and joined with me is my fantastic co-host, Android. Android, how are we feeling?
Doing pretty good. We've seen some fire matches and a lot of blue. And you know, obviously, we saw our third place match between Duval and as well as Red Rabbit. Of course, Haloku did take that one. It was a bit of a back and forth at first. The second game was a new strategy from Duval, and unfortunately couldn't take the win there. But hey, we got our third and fourth place placings, and now we need to find out who is going to be the champion, the world champion for Fusion World.
Yes, 100%. And as we load into the match here, we've got the Haloku mirror lined up for us. So the blue deck obviously being very proficient at leaning into players' skill expression. You have so many different options between, do I go for looping a bunch of Adels at the moment? Do I go for some bigger plays utilizing the Great Saiyamans? Or do I go for a more defensive play out my peel-offs, load up my board with a bunch of combo power, and then kind of sit back on my laurels, kind of defend that, and decide another time to be able to tempo out. So a lot of payoffs here for skill expression when it comes specifically with this deck.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is, man. It's really all about making sure that you show that you know exactly what you're doing through all the sequencing, the card choices, and as well as making sure that we are utilizing the correct cards and when. Obviously, part of that sequencing. But if you guys are ready, I'm ready to take a look at the finals. This is going to be untimed, best of 3. And with Haloku, it's gonna take a minute. It's gonna take a minute. I'm gonna let you guys know now. It's probably gonna take a minute.
All right, so let's get comfortable. Let's wind up into the match here. We've got Creos here on the left versus Wilson here on the right. Haloku v Haloku. Let's get it kicked off. Creos, turn 1 player here. Wilson with the energy marker. Turn 1 play for Creos. Gonna go ahead with the Eraser here. Top 5 cards of the deck. And see kind of how we play into this one. Going to go ahead and find ourselves thinking about it here. Go ahead and take You Prefer Girls with Short Hair. Bomb deck the rest of the cards here. And then pass turn. So pretty standard turn 1 here. And here we go.
Yeah, not too surprising. We're going to see pretty much the same thing. No surprise, right? Within the mirror. We're going to start out with some searchers. We're going to start out with the field card, of course, and some swings here and there, probably to go ahead and get the draws and as well as our hand ready for, like I said, this final.
So we charged Peel-Off.
Huh. Wilson said, that's not a good card, man. and then we also charged a super combo.
I mean, the charging the super combo I get, because
Yeah.
you can just recruit so much value out of your deck that, you know, charging something like, let's say, a 2-drop Videl could be more detrimental. Charging potentially a peel-off could be more detrimental because even though you don't have the 20k combo, a peel-off of Videl could represent literally, you know, 1 to, you know, almost infinite 4, 5, 6 cards worth of value during the existence of that one card. So I get the super combo. If there's any deck that can charge a super combo, is most definitely Haloku.
Yep.
So we'll have to see here how kind of Creos leans on that. And then we will see the play of the field card. So a couple of erases on board, field card, and then pass over to Wilson.
Yep. Mirror being the mirror. This time it's just going to be a nice little alt art. Nice and shiny on the screen and field. And when the part of it is the mirror, where we're going to see another eraser, this time mirroring the alt art, so that's something. Looking at the top 5, bottom decking the rest, we grabbed a Gohan, so this is going to be something that we can put on top to play with from the field or hardcast and try to clear out some board. We're going to go and play the Hercule. Susceptible to removal, but I mean at the end of the day, this is just going to be really good to respond to their own Gohan. The only issue is that if they do play a Gohan, it might get bottom decked anyway. So I don't know. Both players at 7 cards in life, and as well as just figuring out what we want to do in the first couple turns.
Yeah, 100%. A little balance here between And chip away at life, not putting the other opponent at too much of a high position here. Lots of gorgeous cards on board between the alt arts across the championship alts and the TP alts for this blue deck here. Are you partial to any of the alt arts? If you have any favorite one when it comes to the Halo Coup deck here, we got a few gorgeous here on display. We've got the Zeno and the Hercule down in charge. We've got the Field and the Erasas as well.
I kind of like the Videl arts. I'm trying to think of anywhere else. I'll pull them up actually. Now that you mention it, but probably the Vidal one comes to mind. I just like the blue, like the art. That's pretty much it. It's nothing too crazy. Probably not the Hercule one. It's not. It's not really.
No, the Triumph ain't speaking it to you.
Unfortunately, not. No.
Here we go. Great Saiyaman clear out the Hercule off of the board. 7 life to 6 life here. Creos currently ahead. And then we see charge of a Final Hope for energy here, including the energy marker. Going to go ahead and utilize Gohan. We're going to bottom deck the 2 Satan City names from the looks of it. So making sure that it's just that much harder to be able to clear out this Gohan on a follow-up turn here. We got a leader swing into lead. Going to be a draw. And then see if Creos decides to defend against this or will just take. Going to be a take here. 6 life all for both players here. And then we're going to go ahead and pass on over to Creos' turn as he goes into his 4 energy turn.
Yep. Just utilizing the energy marker as soon as possible. Just going to burn it. Don't really care about really much else after 4 energy anyway. So, I mean, afterwards, sure, we're going to keep charging, obviously, for the Final Hope Slash and peel off loops, whatever it may be. It is just really important to get rid of the Satan City options and make this harder for Creos in general.
Yep, 100%. So we got the swing here. Swing on lead is going to be down to 5 life here for Wilson. 4 energy, a lot of decisions we can do. We can play a bunch of 1-drops and kind of stew up some things. We can try and line up maybe a few more Satan City names to be able to get rid of that Gohan. We'll kind of see what the decision markers are here. Going to go ahead and pay 1. Play the Eraser here. Top of the deck is the 2-drop Videl here. And here we're just playing our Eraser upside down just to help indicate when we've used it. So anytime you guys throughout this match will see an upside down battle card, that'll just be an indicator that it is used its once per turn ability.
Yeah, pretty good way to indicate for us and as well as the audience who's watching, just in general. And I'm glad that we're going to go ahead and keep that going. Now, of course, the dice will indicate that it was successful. Obviously, with this Videl coming down, that is a good thing because we can continue to use the top card of our deck to use that effect. Now, the other part of it is that we have this Videl, making sure that we have 7 cards in our hand or less, and then we're going to continue to swing as we go.
Yep, so swing with the Videl here into the lead. That'll put the Wilson down to 4 life. And then we're going to go ahead and utilize our free energy usage here with the Great Saiyaman to get rid of that Gohan from the board here. So pretty solid board here in terms of just having a lot of value pieces for Creos alongside the 20k Videl there. That'll likely be a target of Wilson's ire going into his 4 energy turn.
You said ire?
I did say ire.
Can you define that?
The way that we saw Brian Samuel swing at the Unison, well, that's because it drew his ire.
Didn't really explain much, but hey, thank you for using an example. I appreciate that as we resolve this erasa. And we did go ahead and awaken. The thing about this is that, being at 4, I think 4 lives kind of hard to see. On Wilson's end, the thing about it is that we've seen other leaders kind of stall out the Halo Q. But I think at the end of the day, in the mirror, they both recognize, like, hey, I'm just going to need the swings where I draw the cards, and as well as I don't really care if you awaken or not. This is just going to be the match, and I'm going to navigate as we go.
Yeah, 100%. So we see the combo of the Pilaf and the Great Saiyaman here. Having that in drop, obviously being able to be utilized in the future with the Great Saiyaman 2.
I actually might see it pretty soon. I don't know, though. Depending on what Wilson is planning to do. trying to establish some bodies to take this mirror down by taking him down to 3. No, it looks like we're not going to do that just yet.
Two energy still up here for Wilson to be able to extend the plays. We're going to go ahead and pay the 1 for the Great Saiyaman. Go ahead and bottom that. And then a lot of back and forth board cleanup at this point. 4 life to 6 here. I'm going to go ahead and use You Prefer Girls with Short Hair. Draw 3, put back on top of the deck 1, and then pass it back over to Wilson. So a bit of an advantage here, or pass it back to Creos here, and a bit of an advantage here for Wilson, as he doesn't have to put in extra effort into stacking the top of his deck with his Awakened Leader now. But of course, Creos, on the other hand, has a life buffer, and can kind of indiscriminately start attacking with things like Peel Off / Final Hope / Loops, and or Gohans at any point in time he decides to start deploying those. So 4 energy here, we are looking to deploy a Gohan. Going to be able to bottom deck 2 of those Erasas and not feel too bad about the fact that we're going to go ahead and swing on the opponent since they're already awakened. Going to go ahead and pay that 1 energy, maybe. Thinking about it. Leader swing first.
Yep, looks like that would be the case. We're going to go ahead and combo the peel off. Probably refer it back into the drop anyway. Get a 5K out.
Pay 1 for girls with short hair. Do we have enough names on the field to be able to use that?
Yes.
Yeah, we did with the Gohan.
Yeah. With the Gohan, the field, and then the
Yep. So being able to stack the top of the deck there, hit ourselves into the 2-drop Videl, swing with the 2-drop Videl here onto the lead, and then we're going to go ahead and grab ourselves a Peel Off back into the hand. Videl's greatest friend, and then we're going to leave that at 20k here as the Hercule combo, then swing 30k, asking cards in hand before we kind of go into it. 30k swing here for Creos. Hailing from Chile here all the way, so Latin American representation here in the finals of the Dragon Ball Card Game Fusion World Championship.
Yes, and I understand that Wilson's, I believe, is from Taiwan. So, again, this is a World Championship, and they are international as can be, and representing for their respective countries and as well as places. We're going to see, again, who's the champion of the world. Literal world. Can you believe that? World.
Yes, the entire globe.
Yeah, the entire globe.
Thinking on charge here, asking how many cards we got in hand. Very important information as we kind of dissect the way that we want to go into our turn progression here. We got a Peel Off and Drop, a couple Great Saiyamans, Prefer Girls with Short Hair, 1 super combo out and out.
Guess that's one to consider.
Go ahead and charge a Sharpener, swing lead on Videl, draw 2, stack 1 card back on top of our deck. And then just leave it at that 20k swing on the Videl. Just going to let that go. I think we're all very aware here that Videl is extremely susceptible to removal in the first place anyways. So you could protect it, but you're just going to be losing the card for what will probably be eating a Great Saiyaman. We're going to go and Sharpener, reveal the Gohan on top of the deck here.
Yep, flip it over nice and rotated.
Go ahead and play 1-drop Videl. Could potentially swing and use some stuff here, but nope, we're just going to go ahead and reveal the Gohan back on top of our deck. Going to 2-drop Videl here. 3 energy still standing here for Wilson.
Just making sure our player is nice and tidy. All things in our drop is nice and revealed. Just trying to figure out what we want to do next. Tapped out for Creos. Now we're going to go ahead and swing with the Alt-Arts Videl.
Thinking on grab. Looks like we're going to go ahead and grab. Thinking about You Prefer Girls with Short Hair. Of course, Great Saiyaman is also additionally an option if we could get the right names. But it looks like we are just going to go with You Prefer Girls with Short Hair and leave that at a 20k swing.
Yeah, just going to keep that one just as is.
Your life take here for Creos, going down to 5 life. Then we're going to go ahead and utilize you for girls with short hair, draw 3, stack 1 card on top of the deck.
This is free due to Sharpener. No surprise there. Let's go ahead and make sure we have another Satan City on top of the deck for the next activation. Of course, it just really depends on what we want to do. There's a world we can play like Hercule first, swing, and then play out. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Sure. I mean, now we have the names total to just Great Saiyaman if we want to.
Yeah.
I guess here we're going to go ahead. Never mind. So we're going to.
I was going to say we can just use a field
and then
card.
just go into the Gohan, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to swing for damage here, trying to take advantage of the fact that we're going to have a Gohan coming in next swing anyways. Or for hand size? Maybe we're going for hand size here, and that's why we comboed away.
Oh, yeah, that's another.
No, it's 15. It's 15. Yeah. So,
okay.
15k swing here. Try to poke for some damage, because if it goes through, then we can Gohan and get some damage through. If it doesn't, well, then we're fine with that, because then we can just play Gohan and chill. So
Just pass.
yeah. So thinking on defense here for Creos. Go ahead and take that. Decided that, you know what, I'd rather defend against a 30k swing. We're going to go ahead and crack the field card here. Top 3. Wonder what we're going to grab. I think that was 3 Gohans.
That's tough. That is tough, actually.
All right, well, we're not going to be seeing Gohan again for a hot minute, but here we go. 30k swing on the lead. Awaken for Creos.
What do you mean? He's right there.
Yeah. And then potential super combo our way out of this attack here.
That's probably what we're leaning towards. I don't know if Creos wants to do that. It's a little bit of overkill just for the swing. Might just pitch out 2 cards. Well, it's just going to be a super combo. Both of these players have charged a super combo each. So it's one of those things where we kind of already know how many super combos so far. 2 of them are gone for Creos and are not going to be seen again. So when we go for game, might be a little easier to do some math for Wilson.
6 energy. Thinking on plays here. A lot of options. Stray 1 away. Could be any number of things. Could be kicking off with an eraser. Could be kicking off with a sharpener. Biggest concern here is just getting rid of that Gohan. And the pan. So how can we do some board cleanup duty? We have seen some of these Halo decks teching in the Zenos, so that could always be an option, but then you'd lose your own field card. Looks like we're going to go ahead and start with the leader swing into the pan here. Draw super combo Eraser. Now we've got to put a card back on top of our deck. Going to aim to put a Satan City in there. Be able to provide us some additional procs from any of our additional abilities. Looks like we're just going to leave that at 20. Combo away the sharpener here, protecting the pan.
Fidel?
Go ahead and pay 1 energy. Sharpener looks to be the play. Proc Sharpener, top of the deck. You prefer goes with short hair.
And we do not whiff. We're going to put a dice on that. Just make sure we show.
You're going to go ahead and pay 1 here. Go into the 1-drop Videl. See if we make any attempts to make a play here. We're just going to go right into the 2 drops. We are going to go ahead and swing into the Hercule. Might as well get rid of that for free before we commit ourselves into bouncing the Videl back into the hand.
Just a curious thing of like seeing if we have a second Videl before we do this. We're picking up 2 energy, but we'll see if that's the case. Could be thinking about short herring or peel offing.
Yeah, or like you were saying, could always go into the Videl. We've got, all right, so it looks like we're going to Great Saiyaman the Videl. And then I'm going to go ahead and use that for free. Then potentially we could do something like 2 energy, Videl, Final Hope / Videl back into hand afterwards. and then do some shenanigans with kind of playing out the Videl once again. So we'll see what we end up going for here. We do have another 1-drop Videl in hand, so we're considering it. Does look like we're going to go ahead and pay 2 or not.
We're getting there.
Yep.
For another Videl. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and play another one first before we go into the 1-drop activate main effect.
Gonna pay 1. Thinking about
Maybe.
it. Try maybe kind of consider what the grab is going to be off of the Videl swing.
I think we could Great Saiyaman again after we peel off. So yeah, we'll grab it and then most likely pay the 1. Get rid of the Gohan. I think that's what we're trying to figure out now.
Okay, so if we do so, we're going to get rid of the Gohan, but then we swing with Videl, and then we use the ability of our 1-drop Videl, bounce it back to hand, just leave it at that.
Yeah, most likely. Because I don't think we have another target.
No, we don't have energy to be able to FHA back to hand either, so we're probably just going to leave it at that. Going to grab You Prefer Girls with Short Hair. Going to be able to give us the ability to dig ourselves into some additional gas in the subsequent turn here. So that'll be a 30k swing into the Goku. We're going to super combo our way out of it. Videl proc the top of the deck. Back to the hand that goes. No targets, but we're just going to leave it at that. And I think that'll be all she wrote for this turn. Back over to Wilson here for life all.
Cool. Still marrying a lot of the things of playing Gohans back to back, and of course the life as well. So now we're just trying to figure out on both ends how do we close the game. Because honestly, we've really just been focusing on the board states for both. As we swing right into the Videl, we're trying to take away the value from the battle cards by getting them removed. And it's the same thing that we were doing before in Duvall's match. We just have to play the long game by removing all of the battle cards first, and then decide how do we take game from there.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where you just can't allow the infinite value engine threats to be able to stay on board. When you're dealing with attackers that can swing for 30 plus, you have to get rid of Gohan just because it represents you getting rid of more cards than you're able to regenerate with things like Pilaf and Pan. And when it comes to Pan, naturally, you have to get rid of that off the board to be able to mitigate the fact that your opponent's going to keep on drawing cards otherwise.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's really any of the cards that stay on the board from the Erasa or the Videl or whatever maybe, they're going to get some incremental value. I only see Erasa because it's going to get returned back or comboed off and then returned back, whatever it may be. It's just one of those things that you just have to kind of consider and just continue to remove where you can. Now, with Wilson, it's cool to see with the combo of the Great Saiyaman 1 and 2, where we're going to continue to get this beefy 30k body out for free. And it's one of those things of, this is still akin to the deck, and it's the difference maker, like we were talking about mirror breakers. Maybe this is, part of that. Who knows?
Yeah, 100% here. So we're going to go ahead and combo and then use our leader ability here. And then a Swift Great Saiyaman, bottom deck that, play a field card, and then pass it on over to the opponent here. So Creos going into a 6 energy turn here. Playing with the swiftness a little bit. Go ahead and shifting everything down. 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe considering a 7th energy here. Looks like we're just going to kick it off with the leader swing into the Great Saiyaman 2. Draw 2. Put back 1 to the top of the deck. I think we put You Prefer Girls with Short Hair back on top. And then Vegito? Yeah, right?
Yeah, it looks like a video.
So massive swing here on the lead. Gonna go ahead and be a take here. I think we're down to 2 life here for Wilson. 2 or 3.
I believe that's 2.
Go ahead and mill the 5 here. So those big swings, that's what you're talking about, the big swings in relation to this deck. How like the big 40k swings, the 30k swings are forcing so many cards out of your hand if you do choose to defend it. that is kind of counteracting the fact that you're spending your entire turn just kind of recurring these infinite engines here. So that kind of card puts in a ton of work in this matchup. And, we were talking about mirror breakers. That's one of those things that can definitely get there.
Yeah, Wilson chose the Skillus, and Creos chose the Vegito. And we're going down to 1. Unless I'm wrong on that.
Or 2. I'm going to say 2. The way that these angles are working here, you got an angle here, you got an angle here. Yeah, so, we'll go 2 life.
We're going to... yeah, looks like there is one on screen, so that's good. I would say, in general, still being at 2, still a little scary, especially with this Vegito on board. This might be, this video probably just has its target on its back at this point, right? Like, we're going to have to take down that card pretty quickly, which is what is going on through Wilson's head. Best way to do it is to start getting some Satan City soldiers on the board, and then figure out how to reduce the cost through Hercule or get enough of them on the board to remove it. It's going to take some work, but it is possible, unless you want to go and brute force the way out by attacking into it, but I doubt that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, so from the looks of it, Wilson has a task at hand. Mission is get rid of Vegito, or you're going to be putting yourself in a very dire position in the follow-up turn, especially with Creos having the opportunity, if he's drawn into it, to just do another Vegito, and then, we're in for some back-breaking top-end pain here.
Man, I'm playing 4 Vegito if I'm playing Halo Coup.
Yeah, not allowing yourself to play into this advantage minigame mirror.
Yeah, what are going to do? I'm going to play 3 Vegitos. What are you going to do about that? Nothing. I'm just going to keep swinging. But then again, that's probably my my philosophy for a lot of things. So.
In the tank here for Wilson, thinking about what the best sequence is. And pay 2 into a Videl.
Okay. We might grab back a Hercule. No, it's going to be a Sharpener. Might have a Hercule in hand, but maybe the Vegito isn't the way.
I'm going to just say we need Pencil. We got Sharpener, we got Eraser. We just need the final for the trifecta.
Not a pen?
Okay, listen up, buddy. 10K combo out of Creos' hand here. We got, that's going to be our 4th Satan City name here on board. Going to need to hit 6 to be able to Great Saiyaman. We do have the Great Saiyaman 2 in the top of our deck there, so we'll be able to Great Saiyaman for free. We're going to go ahead and utilize You Prefer Girls with Short Hair to be able to draw cards from our deck. Being able to put one back on top of the deck, stack it the way that we want. See if we can't get ourselves a couple more cheap Satan City names to kind of flood the board here. So 1 drop Videl, 3 more energy remaining. Top of the deck, Great Saiyaman 2. We put that back on top, going into 2 drop Videl once again. Videl swing here into leader. Go ahead and grab our Hercule. So Hercule is one way to definitely not have to go all the way to 6. So that's going to be a take here from Creos, down to 3 life.
Yeah, I like how Wilson is mixing in all the attacks and still staying on task, as in utilizing the Hercule and now removing the Vegito.
All right, so go ahead and before girls with pretty hair, stack up the deck.
Short hair. I guess pretty hair too, huh?
It's short hair, yeah. You prefer girls with short hair. And yeah, there goes the Vegito, and then back on over.
Still a lot of energy being put down. What do you think about a Zeno here?
That's a pretty good Zeno. You lose your own field card, but like you don't care.
Yeah, it's 1. I mean, you can probably get it back.
We did charge 1. I think if I recall from Creos' deck list, he's running something like 2. So might be potential to be able to see another one. Would be pretty impactful here, especially since, with 1 Videl in charge, you'd be shoving the last 2 Videls at the bottom of the deck. Which would feel pretty good here for Creos, not having to worry about that for a few turns at the very least until, maybe Wilson's able to erase the cards back to the top of the deck.
I don't know. I guess it depends on what you have in your top end slot. that Vegito, or is it going to be Zeno, or is it going to be both?
I'm going to go ahead and swing here into the leader.
Never mind. I don't know if you saw it, but there is a Zeno in hand.
Yep. So going to go ahead to send that to the top of the deck. See if we just kind of leave it at 20K here. No combos. We're going to go ahead and utilize the field card. Incoming Zeno?
Yeah.
No.
Uh-huh.
Crack the fields.
Sure.
Going to go ahead and play the Gohan.
Okay.
Bottom deck, the Videls?
Yeah. Why not?
Technically still have the energy of Zeno afterwards if we want to. Don't know that we need to if we're going to go ahead and Gohan. Can always save that in our back pocket stills, especially since our opponent have already used the activate ability on the Goku. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the 2 actives. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of combo power. That's kind of how we're deciding now. We're going to swing on lead here, try to force some additional cards out of hand.
Interesting.
And then potentially just Zeno here. Or maybe go into another Gohan. That is a possibility here. We're going to go ahead and, nope, pay the 6. Going to say, we're going to get rid of everything.
Oh. Oh, my.
Oh.
That was Vegito.
Never mind.
Okey-dokey.
All right, down to 2 life here for Wilson. And Creos saying, you know what, maybe this is kind of it. Maybe it's just a timing here. Gonna go for it. Big ol' swings here.
I heard it's not looking too bad as far as combo power. There are a couple extra cards, or at least one. But, I mean, we have 2 pretty big swings here.
Yeah, not a ton of combo here on Creos' hand. I think he has 3 10Ks, one of which is a super combo. 40K swing here onto the leader. Wilson in the tank now, figuring out how many cards out of hand he's going to have to get rid of here. Looking like we might be pushing 50. Yep, so there's the sharpener. 50K on the leader.
50K is a pretty hefty number. That's 2 super combos, a super combo, a few 10Ks, that kind of thing. And we really don't want to, I believe, go to 1.
Yep.
So
5 cards in hand here for Creos. So Wilson here just kind of figuring, like, if I take this, cans I survive?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know. I can't see his hand. And like I said, man, all that work and all the energy taken. Just checking about this, double checking the super combo there. To rebuild this board as Wilson, it's all for naught when it comes down to it.
Oh, so big combos here. And I think the decision marker here now is just like, all right, well, that didn't get there, but I can still restand, bounce a Videl back to your hand, and then swing into a Videl once again here to be able to kind of clear that out. So I'm going to go ahead and mill 5. I'm going to bounce one of the Videls back to hand. We got Gohan, look kind of dead for the most part, the things that we got rid of. And we're going to go ahead and swing into Videl. Videl gone here. Wilson, his hand absolutely shattered here, but Creos not having a whole ton defensively. I believe now we're stuck to 110K and a super combo in terms of things that are useful to us. So I have to remain and see here what Wilson opts to go, but doesn't have a ton of options. I believe 3 or so cards in hand, or 2.
I think he has 2 because he went down to 1 after pitching 4, I believe, and drew 1 for the draw, for turn draw. We're going to be able to draw 2, place 1 down, try to clean up our hand a little bit. Obviously, we have 1 Videl in hand, right? Because we returned it?
Yes, we got 1 Videl in hand, so good chance. I mean, odds are here we probably just keep it in hand so that we can play it and start getting our advantage engine here. Naturally, if we end up in a position of just... we could definitely do a lot of peel-off stuff here. We have a lot of energy to make it happen. Just not too sure what the peel-off situation is in Wilson's drop, as he did charge 1. I think there's 1 in drop, but I'm not too sure that there's anything else to be able to continue looping after that.
Right.
We're in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an important part of the game, I would say, because one wrong move from either one of these players is going to spell disaster, I would say. But
Yep.
we're going to start out with the Videl. We're going to see if we can get some incremental value and build that up to something that is going to be a good defense. Because honestly, I don't know if the
Whoa.
Wilson has the gas for this.
Yeah, so draw into the comboing out of peel off. Maybe we just have another peel off in hand. So Creos here had to use a super combo to be able to defend against the leader swing, in which we should pitch a sharpener here. Here, I think we swung Videl. I believe we picked up a peel off and then we comboed peel off. So I'm not too sure if this is kind of indicating that all we have is another peel off in a drop here, or we drew into another peel off. One card in hand for Wilson after this. So Creos, if he has a means to be able to defend his attack, probably starting to feel kind of comfortable. Does have a 3-life buffer here. And every card that gets drawn just gives him more potential gas to be able to defend future attacks here. So the beauty of the Dragon Ball Fusion World catch-up mechanics showing their value here. Looks like we do have 2 comboable cards in hand, while leaving us 2. So there goes the Zeno that you had seen previously. And another card be able to combo out of that attack. 1 card left in hand.
Yeah, I would say, this is going to be the battle of attrition for both of these players' hands. And we're just going to continue to keep going through and finding out what we actually have. The difference here is that Wilson is the turn player with a lot of energy left. Videl's going to
Nope.
create more, and
Forget
never
about it.
mind.
That's the scoop up there. We
Okey-dokey.
paid the 1 energy, use the You Prefer Girls with a Short Hair just to look at the top of our deck here, see if there's anything that'll be able to get us out of this. And Wilson said, you know what? No, that's just not
Yeah.
working out. It's not getting there.
He's like,
Uh,
nah, I'm good, man.
So scoop up here for Creos, and then going into Game 2, 1-0, and just inching himself that much closer to becoming the Dragon Ball Fusion World Physical World Champion.
Yeah, Creos played it really well, representing Latin America, and obviously Wilson has to adjust for this game too. They, again, went back and forth. It was a true and tried mirror. A lot of the stuff was pretty much the same with the first few turns, and then we kind of got to the difference and the mirror breakers for both of them. We played some Great Saiyan Man on one end, and then we played 2 Vegetos on the other. And that was kind of the thing about what I was talking about before. If I was playing this Halo Cube Mirror, I'm playing 4 Vegetos, baby. Maybe not all at the same time, and maybe not in the same deck, but still, I'll have 4 Vegetos ready.
I mean, look, the 40k swings just kind of chips away at that hand in a way that's really hard to deal with, and then being at that 6 energy, not impossible to remove. We saw the Great Saiyan Man multiple times over, being able to get rid of the Vegito, but it just takes so much more effort to be able to make that happen.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Alrighty, so
Alright.
regardless, players are getting geared up and ready for the top cut match. We've got the first win in for Creos here, and we'll see if he was able to lock that down. 2-0. Wilson will be clawing that back, trying to force to his best of his ability to go for a game 3. So with that in mind, players are getting ready, geared up, shuffled up. What adjustments do you think that we need to go into this game 2 to close it off for Creos, or potentially just kind of force into a game 3 situation for our Wilson over here?
Don't get Vegito'd, I guess. I don't know. I think it's one of the things of like expecting that Vegito's going to come down and like be ready, and maybe I understand like for both of these players, they're very familiar with the mirror, but maybe don't charge that super combo. Maybe have that and make the decision to try to do literally anything else. Pitch anything else, put anything else into the charge, so that way when it comes down, you're not going to be hit so hard when it comes to those 40k swings. But we'll see. I mean, the other part of it is just like continue the sequencing, continue to build up the hand, and honestly continue those swings. Like continue to swing over and over again as much as you can, but also be mindful with the correct amount of defense when the time comes.
Yeah, 100% here. So typical early plays here. You know what? Your eraser was kind of nice. How about I do that too? So setting up for our early game plays, and obviously does a little bit more than that. It's always nice when your cantrip can also play a part in your strategy here. So being an additional Satan City name to kind of play into additional removal in the future is always very much welcome. So we'll see kind of what the follow-up here. Sharpener revealing a super combo off the top of our deck. So unfortunately no proc there in terms of being able to use anything free. No Great Saiyamans for free, nothing of the sort. Just clarifying that we did not get the hit. Swing with the Goku leader into Creos here, taking it, going down to 7. So 7 all. And then we're going to pass it over to Creos here. So after playing 1-2, play the field card. Creos here thinking on charge. 7 life all at the moment. And then just making sure that we have our energy in the proper orientation.
Upside down?
Yep.
Crazy.
Hey, look, man. A lot of players just don't do it. All right, charging You Prefer Girls with short hair. Paying 1, playing the field cards, then paying an additional 1. Great Sayman, get rid of the Sharpener. And it's kind of amusing how specifically in this matchup, you just find yourself using Great Sayman to get rid of like 1-drops all the time.
Right.
Now, for what it's worth, Sharpener has that additional value of being able to give you some free usage out of extra cards. But it just is funny to see like where that ends up targeting and striking through.
Right.
All right, so pass it on over to Wilson now. I'm going to go ahead and charge a 3rd. Get a field card down. And then going to pay 1 with the swing. Final Hope Slash. Get the Eraser back to hand. So Eraser here, looks like we're trying to fix our hand a little bit. We're not liking the stuff that we're seeing. Creos with the take down to 6.
Yeah, I mean the second one in a row, or at least the one that we picked up and playing again. It was a bummer not to start out the game out the way that you want, but the bright side about Niloku is that you really do have a lot of options, and it's so archetype based that basically helps each other. Like you're gonna see the things that you're gonna see, or that you need to see eventually, as long as you continue to play the cards in the right order. We did kind of gamble there as far as the top deck with Sharpener. I think we were hoping to play like a short hair right after this, but unfortunately, going to have to pass, and hopefully these guys will continue to stay on the board.
Yep, so up to 4 energy now with the energy marker here for Creos. And we'll have to see where the players take it in terms of being the ones to self-awaken quickly. Got 3 energy to play with if we don't want to pop that marker, which Creos is more incentivized to not use the marker than Wilson would be, specifically because he's got those Vegito plays that can be so explosive.
I mean, that's usually the idea behind most of the things as far as the usage of a energy marker, which I was talking about before in both games, Fusion World and Masters. Those are the things that you kind of have to keep in mind. Like, do I want to protect my energy marker in the way of like holding it near and dear for the top end plays, or do I want to just get my value as soon as I can and just play it whenever I want? And I think in this instance, just like you were saying, Vegito was definitely a big difference maker, and if we can play that on turn 5, or when we have 6 energy with the energy marker, and then play another one back to back, that might be pretty detrimental.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see, though. I mean, we did just use short. You Prefer Girls with Short Hair, which did stack a card on top of a deck, and there's a world in which maybe we go and pay the 2 to get rid of the field card to be able to play the Gohan from the top of the deck here, get rid of all the names off of Wilson's board, and then swing 30k there. So we'll have to see where we decide to go. We're going to go ahead and reveal. We did put the Gohan on top of the deck. Going to go into the Videl here. We do have, from the looks of it, 7 cards in hand. We're going to pay the 2. Yep, so just like I thought here, we are going to go ahead and get that proc. Play out the Gohan, 2 Videls that are going to the bottom of the deck here. Bottom of the deck for the Sharpener and the Eraser. Now we got that 30k body kind of chilling there, just waiting and ready. We're going to go ahead and get the swing in here with the Videl. Maybe grab the field card once again now they've got rid of it. Let's see what the pickup is. Pretty good options here, but looks like we are going to prioritize card draw here. So short hair going to be the pick off here. 5 life for Wilson, and then swing with the leader, get a draw. That's going to be Wilson down to 4, and then we're going to get the 30k swing here with the Gohan, demanding super combo, or at least 2 cards here from Wilson. So Creos here going for the push. Very similar situation that we saw in game 1, where Wilson got the early awaken, and we'll kind of see how he plays out here. Super combo out for that defense, and then it's going to be pass turn here for Wilson. See what he can do with an awakened leader.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things of like, am I ready to make you awaken in this mirror? And having them go on field and asking for 2 cards after they awaken is kind of where Creos wanted to be when it came down to it. So we set up our the proper board state, and as well as have a healthy hand size as we show here, so we can protect our cards and do whatever we need to do and continue to go. And I think Creos just doesn't really care too much about not being awakened for the time being. And honestly, with Wilson being at 4, that is just closer and closer to the win as we continue to establish our board.
Yep, so here we go. Going into the Gohan ourselves. Going to go ahead and bottom deck some stuff out of the board.
And just double checking our hand size. Both of these players are continuing to do that. It's pretty important in these finals. Don't want to miss any of these interactions, and as well as just situational
awareness
effects.
Nah.
Yeah, situational effects. But yes, also awareness.
So swing into the Gohan here. We're going to defend it, then swing lead. I think on lead.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and draw 2, stack 1 on top of the deck. No effects here, but set up for the future. We're just going to take here from Creos, go down to 5 life, pass it on over here. We're going to be able to charge into our 4 energy turn. See what's possible from here on out. We do have the 30k swings here. Of course, we are more incentivized to go into the leader now that Wilson's already awakened, especially if we're trying to lead ourselves into some big haymaker plays after that. So remains to be seen.
I mean, we are at 4 energy. You have our own Gohan. We're going to do our own Sharpener. Erases on top. I don't know if that was a gamble. Was that a gamble? Or did we know?
I believe that was just blind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a gamble. So that's pretty funny. Okay, well, because of that, now we know what's on top, and now it is good to go to play this Videl if we have a 2 cost in hand. We did just get rid of one of them, so it's just one of those things of continuing to go through and get the value where we can, because now we're not awakened, right? We can't cycle through the deck like Wilson is right now through his awakening. We're just going to have to rely on our drop area instead.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and swing Gohan. Going to super combo out of that one. And then consider where to pay our energy. We do know the top of our deck is a Satan City, so we do know that we can get that proc off whenever we need to. For this Videl, I do believe we saw another 2-drop Videl in hand as well.
I think we have a short hair as well, so we probably will be able to do that. We're going to play another Sharpener, actually. Or is this a... yeah, are we...
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say, is this a combo? Like, where is the swing? But it looks like it is just a Sharpener. I'm going to go ahead and play the 2-cost Videl.
Yep, so Rasa here on top of the deck. You do need to be careful about the sequencing of the sharpeners. You gotta make sure that you utilize the free play on one of them before activating the other one, because both of them will activate at the same time if they're both active. So gonna go ahead and fetch the Great Saiyaman here. Gonna be able to get rid of this Gohan once this attack resolves. Gonna use the leader ability here to gain 10k by arresting this field card. Gonna use the Great Saiyaman for free, and now if we wanted to, we could go ahead and utilize the second sharpener, revealing the Erasa once more. And then we've got one more energy to be able to play with here. Does look like we have You Prefer Girls with short hair.
Yep. So I think that's probably what's going to happen. I'm going to go ahead and draw first. As we target leader to leader. I'm going to go ahead and combo for free to take back the
Nice.
Videl.
Yeah, very solid play here. And then we still have the 1 to be able to either play the Erasa to clean up the top of our deck and kind of find some more gas, or we could go ahead and draw 3, which, you know.
No big deal, right? No big deal. 2 and 2 is
Ooh.
looking pretty good.
Super combo as well in hand, and this is going to be a pass on. Wilson, nothing else going in on the field at the moment. See how he's able to respond. Down to 3 life here.
Yes, sir. So looking pretty good as far as the sequencing and as well as our decision making. I like to play with the Final Hope Slash to bring back the Videl and protect itself. You know, in general, it is just one of those things of, you know, how do I utilize every card in my hand efficiently? And that was one of the ways to do it. So I definitely commend Creos for that one. And just really thinking, and maybe we can take a look at Wilson right now as Creos just puts down his hand. We're really thinking about, like, what do we really do here We lost a Gohan. I think we lost 2 Gohans now. And yeah, I think we're actually out of Gohan. Didn't we? Isn't this game where we looked at the top 3 and it was?
Yeah,
Gohan?
it was like triple Gohan.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we're out of Gohans now because we lost 2 of them, and we bottom decked another.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we're out of Gohans, and now I think that's one of the things that Wilson is kind of keeping in mind. I'm like, okay, well, I don't really have a beat stick anymore, and I don't have removal anymore. What else do I do? You know, do I rely on my Videls? Do I play Great Saiyaman after I build my board back up and try to remove this Gohan? You know, so it's just one of those things that we're gonna have to consider and try to get through this game too.
Yeah, 100%. See what options here Wilson has for him. You know, it's a back and forth of I clear your board, you clear my board, and these kinds of games can very much be decided on the fact that if I'm unable to do that for one turn, the tempo completely shifts as I start to lose way too many cards to kind of defending myself here. So we can't afford to leave things clear. We'll start with a Sharpener here. Top of the deck is a Gohan, so I guess we were able to erase our way back into getting a Gohan there. Maybe those were foils of something else. It just definitely looked like it was like triple Gohan. Either way here, top of the deck, another Gohan. We do have the ability to activate an extra card for 1 cheaper, which in this deck effectively means free. And we'll see what the follow-up plays here are from Wilson. We're going to go ahead into a Hercule. That is a clean way to be able to deal with the Gohan. So we're going to see the swing here, reveal the Gohan once more. And then we can go into Gohan off the top of our deck to be able to clear out some sharpeners and stuff too. So going to go ahead and pay the 2, crack the field card, look at the top 3, grab ourselves a Gohan, Erasa, and you for girls with short hair down to the bottom of the deck here. Bottom decking Gohan and the sharpener. And then we're going to go ahead and draw 3 cards and put 1 back on top of our deck.
Looking pretty good. Clearing out the board as we need to. I guess we answered the question of what we're going to be doing and what about the Gohan. So I guess that's fine. Wilson found what we needed to do and did the math right beforehand. That was pretty much why we were taking a pause there. And, of course, this is untimed. So these players will need to think about it and make sure that we are good to go with every single play and take the time for every single play. And we're going to see more of that in the coming games.
Yeah, 100%. Spent the last energy here to get rid of the last sharpener and kind of sending Creos back on stage 1. Not stage 0 quite, but stage 1.
Very funny.
So kind of figure out where we need to establish here. Get the field card maybe established, start establishing their names so we clean up the board. Always very scary when your opponent has a Gohan that you kind of need to figure out a way to kind of deal with their way around. So
yeah, it's just that back and forth. Really focusing on the board state from last game and as well as this one. So it's just one of those things that we're going to have to continue to focus on. And no surprise that we are continuing to focus on these Gohans. They're 30k beat sticks. They remove, etc., etc. And you know, you're incentivized as the player playing them to continue to play them, to clear the board, and to get that 0-0 out of hand. So, you know, all of these things kind of add up, and we're going to see more of it as one of these players try to close out this game.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and swing Videl into the Hercule. Might as well get the freebie while we're going to go into Videl anyways. 4 energy up here for Creos.
Revealing the Videl. Already kind of probably knew that. I mean, you could swing with leader and draw the other Videl and play it. Well, okay. Too late now, actually. I was literally thinking of it in reverse. That's so funny.
All right,
so it looks like we're just going to play
peel off here. Gonna potentially grab the Great Saiyaman. Be a bit of work here to actually get enough names on board to be able to get rid of the Gohan. So maybe we just kind of decide we need to be the more aggressive deck here. Thinking about the Videl grab. Looking back, considering on our pickup.
Could get the okay. Never mind. I was gonna say you could get Great Saiyaman if you erase a.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's just hard to get all the names on board, right? Because you're gonna have to get to 4.
Yeah.
So you have to like erase something else, sharpener. Yeah.
Sharpener, probably the one drop Videl, but those are all kind of a waste. So we're gonna go ahead and just Great Saiyaman the
sharpener.
The sharpener. 1 cost. So And just kind of go through that. This is
All
going to be,
right. Final Hope Slash.
let's see, a Final Hope Slash with the peel-off.
Swing. All right, we're going to use the leader ability here. Always nice when you can turn your 0 combos into 10k combos. 2 energy remaining here on Creos' side. Still has the leader swing also. Going to go ahead and peel off, grab his best friend peel off.
Oh, no, not this again.
Swing leader onto lead, draw, probably combo away the peel off. Or no, Final Hope Slash maybe? Put the peel off for Videl back to hand. Final Hope Slash Videl back into hand. Combo the peel off here for a massive swing. Down to 2 life Wilson goes. So a lot of aggression here on Creos' side, but unfortunately still has to face over against Gohan. No board. So this is a very scary position where your opponent has a threat, has free reign to be able to not have to care about your board, but potentially just established another threat, which could be very scary here. So Erase here, see what we can kind of find ourselves. And the big opportunity here, even though he's at 2 life, for Wilson to be able to apply pressure and push for a closeout of the game, or putting Creos in a very uncomfortable position on the follow-up turn, which, I mean, I guess Creos does have Zeno, so if things ever get too crazy, you can kind of reset everything, but this is going to be a very tough turn in terms of just losing a lot of advantage in hand.
Right, yeah. I would say, at the very least, Wilson probably doesn't play Vegito.
We haven't seen it.
I was going to say probably. So, you know, that's kind of an upside. You don't have to deal with that. Yeah, being tapped out here, being at 5, just trying to get some, you know, the free reign out and about. Peel off coming down pretty hot. I think we grabbed a short hair. I can't actually see.
Yep, from the looks of it, wanting to grab a short hair here, and then 4 more energy to play. So Creos here defending the 10k leader swing, because you know what, if I'm going to defend a swing, it might as well be the one that only costs me 1 card, as opposed to once I'm awakened having to defend multiple here. So 15k swing with the peel off combo here. We're going to go ahead and say, you know what, fine, I guess I'll take that one. We're going to go ahead and reveal Great Saiyaman off the top of a deck to go ahead and pump Videl back into our hand to play the 2-drop Videl. And now this is where things get really spooky here for Creos as Wilson swings, gets a draw. Creos will be able to awaken, but now is in a very uncomfortable position where he's going to have to be defending against multiple swings here.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. You know, when you choose to awaken your opponent in this mirror, you're going to have to set up your board as best as possible. And in this instance, you know, having all this energy along with the Gohan on the field, this is a really good time to actually go in and keep this going, keep this train going as far as the aggression. Yep.
Yeah, so a couple of energies still available here for Wilson. Super combo out of that defense from the 30k swing here. We do have another UVR girls with a short hair, so we're going to go ahead and draw 3, stack the top of our deck. 1 more energy available to us does give us the opportunity to maybe be able to extend something like that. So nothing too crazy. We'll go ahead and erase. Wilson definitely could have extended his advantage even more. Don't get me wrong, did a lot of very good things. Drew a ton of cards just because he didn't have to spend this turn dealing with his opponent. But this is definitely a board that you can surmount. And you know what? Maybe heads up play on Wilson, knowing that like Zeno could be coming next turn. Yeah. So he just kind of, or just like
in the later turns,
or you know, Hercule into Gohan. So maybe just understanding that his board isn't necessarily safe, so he might just be better off not committing too much into it and just getting some additional value instead.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's really just the decision making here and in the pivot.
Pay 6, Zeno.
We're just gonna go ahead and get a Zeno down on the field. So no other card. I think the Zeno is gonna be a good one, taking away all the value, taking away the 30k beater, all that other stuff. So I'm liking this.
Yep, the great equalizer here. Must feel good for Creos whenever you're able to get that off and still have 4 life left, down to Wilson's 2. So probably feeling cozy. I mean, not fantastic. It's not like Zeno's a threat on board, but just the fact that you're able to cleanly reset everything, get rid of all the names that Wilson could potentially have on board, and have a bit of the health buffer, knowing that you're probably going to make it through to the next turn afterwards.
Yeah, true that.
All right, so go ahead and draw for leader. Draw 2, put 1 back on top of the deck here. Zeno's going to go. I'm not going to defend it. Shocker. Pay 2 here for the Vidal. Going to be able to get some swings and recursions here. So Wilson going to be able to refresh his hand a little bit after all those combos from the previous turn.
Which is nice. You know, that's one of the things that you have to consider always when you get Xenode. How do I recover? And we're just going to find out right now when we are going to try to, like I said, recover. Through the Sharpener, and as well as now the Vidal swinging. And trying to draw even more cards, I suppose.
Yep, draw 3, pretty good. So putting ourselves in a position, 1 more body. Now we've got the 3 Satan Cities required. We're going to reveal top of the deck. Sharpener will be able to go into another 2-draw Vidal here if we wanted to.
Why not?
We could be in a position now to short hair, then swing Vidal, pick short hair back up from the deck, be able to short hair 1 more time after that, and just have a massive defensive hand going into Creos' turn where he has to respond with these Vidals. Potentially could Vegito, especially with Wilson being down to 2 life. So you could do another heads-up play like we saw in the last game where you swing into the leader, force a bunch of cards out of the hand there, and then you bounce a Vidal back in hand and then crash into the other one. So a few decision markers here, but the Vidal into the Vidal, very powerful. Can net a ton of value here. So swing into the lead.
Not too much else going on as far as his lead swing goes. Just asking for a card. Anyway, you get the Payoff. And ironically enough, a Payoff does come.
What did Pilaf grab? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? Another one.
Interesting. Seems pretty good. Drawing 6, huh?
It's pretty decent. All right, back to the top of the deck we go. And then back over to Creos here. So we'll see what Creos decides to respond. Not a crazy board, but one you definitely need to respect. 1 Gohan here, bottom decks, both of these Vidals, which you'd feel very comfortable about. We are going to go ahead and charge to 7. Does look like we do have the Vegito in hand. So we're going to go swing leader into Vidal. Got a short hair back in hand. And then just kind of thinking out here, a little Vidal likely to be protected from Wilson, especially since we drew like 9 cards this past turn. So
no big deal. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think the Vegito actually comes down then?
Probably not. I can't imagine it does in this position just because Wilson's hand's huge. Look, which might be an excuse, which might be the reason as to why you do it. But you do need to respect his Vidals and understand that if you don't actually get rid of them in this turn, they will in turn. They don't just generate 1 card because they grab a card that in turn will net an additional 1 to 3 cards of additional value. So for each Vidal that you're not keeping on board, you're potentially looking at like a 6+ card swing here, which is not something that you want to do if you weren't able to actually take out the opponent, especially if the goal is to just kind of eat their hand away. But if you're going to eat their hand away so that they can recover another 4, then you don't feel great there. So I do think you just need to respect these Vidals and kind of make the moves that kind of put you in the best position to deal with them. But we'll see where Creos lands. I mean, he is currently in the top 2 players in the world fighting it off for the #1 title. So see where he decides to land on this one.
You are definitely right. You know, I think the other part of it is just what is the better play, and it could be something like a Gohan if you have it, and I guess he does.
So Gohan here, bottom decking both these Vidals, cleaning up the biggest issue with this board. Of course, Wilson does have the opportunity once he gets to hand size to be able to get the 10K off of the field card as well. So it won't be too costly to defend against this swing, but at least we'll see Creos potentially get rid of a card from hand at a minimum. We got shove a couple of peel-offs into that as well. Maybe actually force a little bit out of Wilson's hand, make him feel a little uncomfortable. Got 2 energies still up, lots of options available. Can't go in short hair at the moment because we just don't have the traits on board, but see what we can do.
Yeah, I have some confidence that we can make something happen. We have 2 energy left, so there's not many options in general. But I would say, you know, with this, Wilson is in a pretty decent spot just because we have such a high life total, or not life total, but a hand total, despite our life total. And we did reveal Hercule there. Gonna go ahead and put out our own Videl and see if we can swing and get some more value from our drop.
Yep, one super combo down for Wilson as he had to defend from the last swing. Here we're going to be able to Videl grab back anything that we want here. So do we want more cards? Do we need more utility? Kind of decide there. This will cost effectively nothing for Wilson to defend if he's down to a 7-card hand size, just because we can go ahead and use the field card to get that additional 10k. We'll see what the grab is here, considering our hand once more. Back into the drop we go. And reviewing our options. And the
just look
grab.
Yes.
Peel off? Best friend? Best friend? Double best friend.
Yeah, looks like we have 2 of them. Both of our players do have a sizable drop area now. So there's plenty of options and things to consider. I think we have about 5 or 6 cards in Wilson's hand.
All right, so we grab the best friend. No combos here. 10k combo from Wilson. Play 1. Peel off, grab, peel off.
Mm-hmm.
Pass turn. 2 peel off on board.
All right. Gonna actually charge here. It's gonna be the Hercule. Gonna use the Eraser to look at the top.
Grab ourselves a
We'll
Gohan. Pretty good here.
This is interesting because we've cycled through our deck so much. We've actually probably hit the
yeah, we
initial,
brought them back.
Yeah, the
ones that
initial
we bottom
bottom.
decked.
It's actually crazy. It's such a powerful deck. It just gets through.
Lots of energy available to both players here. Looks like we're toying with maybe paying 3. We'll have to see. We do have the Gohan in hand, so we have the ability here. We're going to go ahead and swing into the Videl, draw 2, put 1 back on top of the deck.
And I'm not sure which one they're putting down, but we'll probably see it as we continue to use these reveal effects. And it's going to be a Hercule.
All right, so Hercule here. We know it exists, so potentially if we want to get rid of this Gohan with our own Gohan, we totally could. Nope, we're just going to go ahead and pay Gohan, bottom deck the peel-offs. The play that we've been saying people should maybe consider be doing since the beginning of this tournament.
Yeah, honestly, but we are seeing it now. 30 to 30. I don't know if there's going to be any combo here, but no. Creos says that's okay. You can go ahead and take that bad boy.
Yep, going to go ahead and short hair here, draw 3, put 1 back on top of the deck. Then we're going to go ahead, 1 drop Videl, top of the deck, 1 drop Videl, 2 drop Videl, hits the board.
Videl into Videl into Videl. It's like a peel off to peel off to peel off, but the Videl version.
Yeah, Videl grab back short hair, 20k swing on lead, so advantage definitely on Wilson's side here, down to 2 life, but has the board and has been consistently been able to stave off what Creos has been able to do. That'll be the take here from Creos, down to 3 life. Go ahead and play peel off. Going to go ahead and look into the drop. Going to go ahead and grab peel off. 1 more energy up. We're going to pay the 1. Short hair, draw 3 cards. And then top of the deck, I believe we're going to put a Gohan back to the top of the deck. So we've cycled enough to be able to see every single Gohan back again from when they got bottom deck. So just going to keep on running it through here.
I'm starting to think that maybe you should just KO these. I mean, that's the right move, but obviously it's a little harder because you do have to swing into them. Bottom decking is a lot more easier as well, but it just seems like that we are in the space that we're going back and forth, establishing board states. We are tapped out. Don't really need any of our energy anyway defensively, as Wilson. And I think regardless of our 2 life, again, this is just a war of attrition. Creos really trying to find out what do I really need to do to combat right back. I actually
Zeno?
Zeno's not terrible as we draw at 1. That might be the emergency button that we're going to be pressing pretty soon here. We have the energy and we also have the energy to peel off, so I mean it's not going to be the worst idea.
Into the Videl.
Gonna go ahead and combo out the Eraser. And I think we're just gonna get a chunk of energy and then go ahead and play the thing that we were talking about, which is gonna be the Zeno. Starting to feel like
Hey, Zeno!
Yeah.
Board wipe, baby.
Yeah, Zeno. I'm glad that you can read the card. I would say, yeah, this is the second Zeno coming down. Not a terrible time to do it because Wilson did take all of that energy and time to establish the board, and now it is all for naught. Losing the field card too. The only downside here is that Creos only has a handful of cards in hand. This Vidal's gonna get a couple more, but it's one of those things that we're gonna try our best to continue to at least try to put some pressure on.
Yeah, 100%. One energy left here for Creos here. The Vidal follow-up on the Zeno is nice here because just the Zeno play leaves a lot to be desired, but the fact that with the Vidal swing here, we're actually able to net ourselves some additional draws really helps a lot.
Yeah.
In terms of just like establishing more tempo and giving Wilson more things to concern himself over than just having to kill a Zeno that we know we're not going to protect no matter what.
True that. I mean, so far we are playing into the Zeno. Zeno is playing into itself, and we're just kind of going through.
Looks like we're going to pay the 1 here for the field card, and while that's a bit, comes off a bit as a dead draw or dead play, it is a free 10K combo. So you're effectively turning a 0 into a 10. Heads up play here in terms of keeping the Zeno up for the additional 10K combo as well. And, I mean, infinite energy here for Wilson.
Yeah, we're probably going to start charging here. And I would imagine that, compared to all the other cards that are in Creos' hand, it probably feels a little bit better just to get the field card out now. Going to utilize it later, just like you said, as well as a 10K combo. And now it's just really all about protecting ourselves. We're at 3 life as Creos, and Wilson still is a little scary at that too. I'm going to go ahead and swing, most likely to the Vidal as we're pointing at it. We're going to try to get a card out of hand, but we're not going to do that.
All right, so Vidal are the board. Kind of was the most dangerous thing on board, and now Wilson's about okay. Now how do I push my advantage here? Do I just go for the game? I mean, I've got a lot of energy to start peel off looping. With something like 8 energy, I think we have available to it. No, more than that. We got like 9. Oh, alrighty, our own Vegito.
Oh,
here we go.
When did this happen?
Alrighty, so I don't know if this is a tech 1 of or 2 of. Would have to double check, but it looks like Vegito. Perfect time for a Vegito, actually.
Yeah.
Very painful swing here on Creos, especially having the additional energy up to be able to make something else happen. Very nice timing here. We'll see what we can do.
This must be the 1 of. We didn't see it in all game last game, and we just now saw it in Wilson's hand. So this might be, again, what we were talking about before as a mirror breaker. So having the Vegito down, swinging for 40K, we're going to go ahead and see probably another swing right after. 2 cards coming down along with the leader effect. So this is becoming very, very expensive for Creos. As we return the Zeno. I'm surprised we return the Zeno. I think Zeno is a little bit better to stay on the field as a 10K combo.
I think here we're just valuing not having more attackers against us if we're not able to break through.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 20K swing, but I do understand that.
It's just a number of swings when you get to such a low life total, like 2.
Yeah, and speaking of, Creos does come down to 2. Eraser comes down to see if we can get another card from the top of our deck.
I think we have about 10-ish cards left in our deck from the looks of it.
Yeah, really cutting it close here on a lot of different things. But this is the World Championship. I mean, both of these players, again, knows exactly what they're doing. Finding the lines where we need to, and, really squeezing out the orange for everything it has.
Yep, 100%. So Vidal into short hair.
Can't imagine we're going to play short hair, are we?
And then we're going to go ahead and combo out of it. 1 more energy up. We're going to go ahead and erase. We know the top of our deck is another eraser, so we're going to go ahead and short hair. Draw 3, top of the deck 1, peel off back in hand. And then I think we're just gonna. I mean, I guess we technically could attack, but likely just a pass here.
I think we just pass here. There's
Yep.
not really a way to get rid of the Vegito very
Well,
easily.
I mean, he's only got 5 cards in hand.
You're right. I mean, you're right. but I think you're better off just passing and
Yeah.
allowing Creos to try to figure out how to get through the last 2 life with those 5 cards. And I think Wilson has plenty more than 5. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yep, he's got a pretty sizable hand. I mean, he was just able to cycle through his short hairs
7,
a
I think.
lot throughout this game, so always keeping a fresh hand. We do have a Vegito here in Creos' hand. Charge the Videl. Wow. I mean, look, we're paying 6 potentially for the Vegito, and then potential plays after that. So we'll have to see. Do have the Gohan in hand as well if we wanted to get rid of the combo power on board. We're going to go ahead and leader, swing, draw 2. I think we have double Gohan in hand now, so we'll probably put one back on top of the deck. We're just going to go ahead and combo away the Erasa. And see what the follow-up play is, but kind of a dire position for Creos if he's not able to break through this turn. So 2 energy here, proc off the high school, Vegito bottom of the deck, super combo bottom of the deck. Going to be able to get rid of those 2 cards there. Almost make us consider that maybe he could have went for that first to be able to get rid of that super combo, or combo on board, and force a card out of hand.
Yeah.
1 energy here, peel off. Gonna go ahead and grab Hercule, probably just any 10k combo. Well, actually not true. As a Rodan Reggie, we're actually using Hercule here. So we're gonna go and swing 30k. Gonna combo the peel off here. 40k swing onto the Goku, demanding super combo plus card if we've got it.
I don't know if we do. Yeah, we're gonna
3
have
cards.
to pitch 3 cards. It feels pretty bad.
All right, looks like we're just gonna go into the Vegito here. Pay 6, secret rare Vegito, 6 drop.
Make an appearance again.
And probably announcing here that we're effectively going for game.
Yeah.
So swing here, 50k swing. See what happens on the follow-up. If Creos isn't able to get here, he'll effectively probably just be conceding to Wilson. So this will be the deciding point of the game. 50k swing. We've done the math and just kind of hope on super combos here at this point. Wilson here also knows that if he defends this one, he's guaranteed to go into game 3. Well, probably.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Still have another swing. Don't really know the last remaining cards in Creel's hand. We don't really know what's in Wilson's hand either. But we're definitely doing the math and trying our best here as far as this stuff goes, or this turn goes.
Look to drop. Mathing it out. Tie position here. Game 2. See if Creos can close it out and go 2-0 to crown himself Fusion World Champion.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. This is going to be a very important Vegito, and it doesn't look
the
like
entire
it.
1 card left in hand.
Yep.
Oof, tough as I mean. Look, now we can go into restand, and then get rid of that Vegito. So very tough position here.
Unfortunately, we're probably just going to play it as Wilson again, considering they only have 1.
Well, you don't bounce it; you just swing into it, right? And then Wilson only has 1 card in hand. You cannot
you're
go
right.
for the best. Yeah.
You're right.
So here it's likely you've got a couple of cards in hand. Just swing into the Vegito, hope for the best. Do you put the 10 on it? Like, you kind of have to, right? Yeah, so you don't put the 10 on it, unfortunately, here, and that's going to be the peel-off combo. We're going to have the double Vegito. Swings here available for Wilson. If he mills himself out, that'll be additional 10k as well. 40k swing over on the leader. 3 cards in hand here for Creos. Fortunately, probably should have comboed his way against this Vegito. Now shots are slim. Ho into the Videl here. We're gonna go ahead and grab potentially peel off. Go into the peel off. That's it. Scoop up. Wilson with the win here in game 2, forcing out a game 3 in this finals.
Nicely done, Wilson. I mean, we talked about it time and time again throughout this match, in which that we're trying to find the mirror breaker, and I think it should be pretty clear.
Yeah, 100%.
What that would be.
Vegeta incredibly strong. I will say though, I think in hindsight, even looking back on what just happened. We did get a top deck Videl, or the last card in hand was the Videl,
Yeah.
which makes you think about had we comboed a certain way, maybe we would have been able to get there one way or another. But nevertheless, the last card in hand was a Videl, so I think no matter what, we would play the Videl, swing with the Videl, be
Yeah.
able to peel off, loop our way into additional advantage to still be
Yeah.
able to get there. So tight position nonetheless, but incredibly close game. Could have went either way. And now we're going to see a game 3 in this finals.
Kind of crazy how much we're gonna see, or how much gameplay we have seen through this incredible mirror, and obviously the best decks, the best players, Chile and his wool from Taiwan. It is very, very exciting to see a game 3 and finally see who is going to be our champion. But before we do that, we're gonna take a quick break, make sure that we're all freshened up, and gonna go right back into gameplay. So we'll see you guys soon.
It's all coming down to this. Welcome, everybody, to the final game of the best of 3 for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Championships. Wilson versus Creos here, fighting it off. Halo Cool Mirror breaking it down into this game 3. I'm Aspira. Joining me is Android. We'll be breaking down this game. Android.
Oh.
Game away from crowning our physical world champion. How we feeling?
Yeah, we are. The thing about this is that we already seen 2 different matches or 2 different games of this match come down to the wire, and it really just came down to Vegeta. Really, we were talking about the mirror breaker. We were talking about the back and forth. We were talking about the literal mirrored battle cards, and really we cycled through the entire deck for both Wilson and as well as Creos as we start this game 3. The final game of the grand finals of the World Championship. I don't know how else I'm supposed to put it,
Couldn't say it better myself. Here we
I
go
think you
with the
could
one
have,
drop. Here we go into the one drop eraser. Grabbing ourselves a sharpener here and pass. Wilson going second with the energy marker here. And kind of see how we lead up. We're going to go ahead and charge the Hercule. Now I am curious. Gonna have to get some probably not this match, but at some point get some verification on in a best of 3 scenario. Do you get to choose whether you go first or do you just automatically go first?
In a lot of different card games and as well as situations like this, you actually do end up choosing based by seed. So I don't know if that was the case, but I mean I'm sure whoever lost gets to choose.
I would assume so, yeah.
So for Creos, he was able to choose to go first.
Charge of the super combo here. And then see what options are available to us here. Gonna pay 1, get out the field card, so high school down. Pay another 1, great same, and get the fact that we're using removal spell, on a 1-drop 5K cantrip, effectively.
we, we hate Eraser here.
All right, so 7 life here for Wilson, 7 life here for Creos. Creos here going down to 6. Pay 1, another Eraser. Top 5, gonna be able to find ourselves something. I'm gonna grab a sharpener. All right, so go ahead and put down the field card here.
Yeah, looks like we're going to go ahead and put down the field card. It's been quite good as far as a free 10K. Not free 10K. Well, I guess free 10K later on, right? But paying that 1 to make sure that we have another Satan City on board and continue to start out the turns out right. Because the earlier you play it, the better. And it just makes your life a lot easier as Halo Q later on. We'll go ahead and go into short hair. Found a Zeno pretty early on. We have all the targets on the field with the Satan City tag, so looking pretty good so far.
Yep, we're going to go ahead and proc off our sharpener here. Gohan on top of the deck.
We're going to go on the Eraser. We hate Eraser here.
Potentially play out the field card for free. Oh, we already got the field card. I mean,
yeah, we got the field card.
Another
Probably
short hair.
Yeah.
Got another one of those rocking there, and then could do one more energy to maybe stave down another Eraser, another sharpener, or something of the sort.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. I'm going to keep it simple here. Again, charging the super combo pretty early. That's just, free knowledge for Wilson as we do math later on.
Yep, just something to consider here when we do short hair is that if we don't awaken next turn, which high likelihood that we don't, we might just have to blind hit on the on our future abilities. So something to consider here if we use that and we don't have anything else to be able to stack our deck. Just something to think about. Of course, we could just do the sharpener to gauge what's on top of our deck, then use our leader swing to draw, and then try it one more time with whatever card we're actually trying to hit. So, go ahead and play down the peel off here. Grab short hair. Never mind, we just have the short hair for next turn to be able to set up our deck.
Yeah, why not?
Draw into the Gohan that we had put there.
I mean, that's kind of reminiscent of like earlier Dragon Ball decks in Masters, right? When it first came out. With this game, it's like I said, drawing cards early on, and then later in these sets, you kind of rely on battle cards and etc. But this is more of an engine. This is more of an archetype that is catered to itself to allow this many cards to be drawn and allow all this stuff to be recycled. And yeah, I think in the future we're probably going to see more and more of these type of decks. Maybe not at the ceiling that Halo Q has, as we do get to bottom deck these two cards, but we'll see. I'm excited to see what kind of design elements and as well as choices we'll see in this game in the future.
Yep, so we got the leader swing here for the draw. Let's see if we decide to protect ourselves here. We do have that peel off on board if we want to go ahead and do that. And to try to kind of explain to you, for the viewers at home who've just been kind of seeing Halo Q all day, but haven't really kind of understood decisions in terms of what we're bottom decking or not bottom decking. Oftentimes, you're going to see the players kind of ignore the peel offs on board and opt to go for the 1-drop cantrips, the sharpeners, the erasers, what have you. A big part of that is because the biggest thing in this game is who's able to sustain a board for an entire turn cycle. So, for example, here, if you're Wilson, you got yourself out the Gohan, you've been able to bottom deck 2 traits. 2 of the Satan cities. And then your opponent, for whatever reason, has a hand that does not allow them to be able to then get rid of said Gohan on a subsequent turn because they weren't able to get enough names on board to be able to Great Saiyaman or anything of the sort. Now you're in a much more advantageous position to start applying pressure and have free reign to kind of do what you want in the mirror. So because of the fact that the high end means that you get to punish your opponent because they can't punish you, or at the very least you prevent them from being able to go overboard with the amount of names on board, it's kind of why we see them prioritizing the removing traits on board, which we see all the time with like the turn 1 Great Saiyamans getting rid of bottom decking eraser or what have you. Specifically because, or the turn 2 at the very least, because we kind of just want to play around giving our opponent too much free advantage by having those traits on board and not responding to them.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's just about really making life and as well as the game difficult for your opponent. And one of those ways to do it is getting rid of some of those Satan City traits and those cards. So it's not really a surprise that we do have that, and it's not going to change anytime soon as we continue to bottom deck and get rid of these cards. Now, for Creos, we're just kind of figuring out what we want to do for the rest of our energy. Might want to deal with this to Gohan, might not. I don't know. But it looks like we're just going to go ahead and hardcast a Videl and swing right into face.
Yep, so gonna go ahead and Videl grab back. Was that
Great save, man.
Great save, man? Yeah.
So we haven't used the sharpener effect, so we might just go ahead and play another Videl. Or another sharpener. I guess we did use the sharpener effects because. Oh, okay. We're gonna play it first.
Yeah.
Got
and
it. Got it.
And then we have another sharpener after that.
Yeah, so we're going to remove the dice here to indicate that, rotate the other one, make sure that we get the top card right after, and then utilize everything properly. We're going to go ahead and short here, just thinking about this.
If we do so, end up probably putting the Gohan back to the top of the deck. Oh, we're going to swing for... Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So we're going to swing first, get that draw. I think we were just deciding whether we wanted to swing at all.
Yeah.
And now that we got that draw, now we can go ahead and set the top of our deck. So we're going ahead and use the free play here. Going to get a Great Saiyaman, a Videl, and another Gohan. We're going to go ahead and take Gohan back to the top of the deck. You go. And that'll likely be a pass over to Wilson here. So 6 life to 5.
Mm-hmm.
As we go into Wilson's 4th energy turn.
Yeah. I think it was just a matter of fact of, do I want to draw the card that I reveal now, basically? Because like you're technically revealing 3 cards and then choosing one to give away. And do I want that one card to give away? And just taking the chance to do that. And now we're going to be able to draw the card in the following turn. Now for Wilson's turn, we're just checking out how many cards we have in our hand for Creos. Just to make sure in our next coming attacks, we're going to be good to go on numbers. Biggest thing here is that Videl, as you can tell from the last couple of games, we've been really trying to figure out the best way to remove the battle cards. So that way they just don't have that value time and time again. Videl is going to be one of the biggest ways to do that in this deck. So I think Wilson's just doing some energy and Sugan some math.
Yep, so Creos here chilling over at 6 life. We're unlikely to awaken on the next turn, whereas Versus, depending on how Wilson plays out this, could potentially see an awaken the turn afterwards being at 5 life. So depending on if we give any targets in rest mode, could potentially be dangerous here. We could end up just seeing a 4-cost Gohan here to be able to bottom deck from the board instead. So we'll have to see where we go. We'll start with the leader swing here. We'll go ahead and get that draw. And we're actually going to combo up quite a bit. Maybe go down to 7-card hand size. I wonder why. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of Pilaf and a Resa from the looks of it.
That's not bad.
Indicating here clearly that we're intending to Gohan if this doesn't get through. So now Creos has to consider how much do I... Not so much value this Videl, but how much do I value these 2 sharpeners? Because if this goes, then both sharpeners go. If I protect Videl, there's a good chance that Videl and 1 sharpener go, as opposed to on the Gohan play. So we'll have to see here kind of how much he values having a sharpener on board. Looks like he decides, I'm just going to combo both sharpeners, make the decision for you. And now you're not going to get infinite value on your Gohan, although kind of if you do decide to play Gohan, the output's kind of the same. So instead, we're just going to go ahead and pay 1, go into the sharpener here.
Sure.
Top of deck. Going to go ahead and short hair, draw 3, put 1 back on top of our deck. Considering our options. High stakes. Last game of the World Championship. A lot on the line here. Alright, looks like we're going to go ahead and proc off the sharpener now. Pay 1, Vidal. Going to go ahead. Vidal, top of the deck. Vidal. Going to go ahead. Vidal back to hand to play 2-drop Vidal.
I think you said one too many Vidals, actually.
Swing Vidal into Vidal.
Okay, that was
Going to
correct.
add the Eraser back to hand. Vidal going to the drop.
Probably going to play the Eraser. Yep. So look at the top of our deck.
I think what's fun about the interaction of Eraser plus the way that Halo Coup works is that if you have a card that you really don't want in your hand, you can put it on top of your deck, then you can Eraser and effectively send that down to the bottom so you're not just kind of stuck redrawing it over and over again.
Yeah.
So it's a nice way to be able to cycle out a card that you're not kind of looking to keep, and then eventually, and then additionally, you know, the benefits of being able to play Eraser to be able to find yourself into a stronger top end or just more cards that you're looking to get yourself out of a sticky situation.
That's true. I mean, it's also just good to draw a card.
Oh, 100%. But like that's what I'm saying, right? Like it's just the fact that it does a multitude of things.
Oh, sure.
And then it's a Satan City, which we can appreciate here. 5 energy here for Creos. Charges the Zeno that he would have been able to play on the 6 energy. We'll have to see what options we're kind of landing on. Leader swing here on leader. So I guess saying, Wilson, you can awaken now. I'm going to allow that to happen. So Wilson happily taking that, going down to 4 life. I'm going to pay 1 Great Saiyaman. Get rid of the Sharpener here. We got 4 energy here to Gohan, presumably. Yeah, so go ahead and Gohan. We're going to go ahead and bottom deck the Pan and the Eraser. 30k swing on the lead, demanding a card here because we're going to be able to use the leader ability potentially if we have 7 cards. I'm not too sure what the hand situation actually is. Between taking a card from life and also drawing from Awaken, we actually might not be there yet. So we're just going to have to combo out of that instead, and that's going to be a pass over here. So now Awakened Leader does give Wilson a lot of flexibility in terms of not having to commit short hairs to stack up the top of his deck.
Yeah, I mean, this was a turn to put a little bit of aggression on. It's pretty clear to after we force the awakening, and you know we put ourselves in a position just like last time to have a 30k swing ready after the awakening, and you know we also got rid of 3 cards. Although we have 3 of the egotistical peel-offs in the drop, we're still going to be pretty good as far as this stuff goes.
Best friend peel off.
Egotistical. It's actually the other way around. It's peel off the it's egotistical.
Yeah, okay.
Someone make a custom card of that. That'd be great.
All right, so going to go ahead and pay 1 Vidal. Then we're going to pay 1 for the Eraser top of the deck Gohan. Then we're going to go ahead and get that free activation of an extra card here. We're going to go ahead and Great Saiyaman away the Gohan now that we have 4 names or 4 Satan Cities down on the board. We're going to go ahead and Vidal here reveal the Gohan once more. Vidal back in hand to play a 2-drop Vidal SR. 3 energy open still here for Wilson. Swing with the Vidal into the leader. Grab the peel off. Best friend. Then see what the follow-up is from here. But if Creos ends up taking this, does end up putting himself in a position to awaken himself. So we are going to take, going down to 4 life now, 4 life all, will be able to awaken.
Yeah, still 3 energy though. You got to be a little careful. This is where some of the aggression comes from, or this is where some of the peel off stuff comes from.
Peel off, grab peel off, play peel off, grab short hair, play short hair, draw 3.
Top deck 1.
Top deck 1.
All right, we'll get a pass. Just a measly, 35k combo on the board, a swing, and 3 cards taken from the drop area, and then 3 cards drawn from the deck. No big deal.
Yeah, we love netting 7 cards of advantage off of off of like 3 energy.
No big deal.
All right, so pass it on over here to Creos here. Big 6 energy turn for him. We do see the Vegito in hand, although he's not in a position to be able to. Well, maybe.
We have a Zeno. I think we have a Zeno.
This is an okay Zeno. Yeah, go ahead and awaken our leader. Draw 1.
Yeah, wait a second.
I don't think it's a terrible Vegito either, because then you could like top deck. You could send Vidal back to hand, which isn't amazing, but then you could just kind of swing for a lot of value into the leader. I mean, I don't know, because then you could just combo away the peel-offs and kind of do most of the work there. Go ahead and swing into leader first. Go ahead and draw 2, send 1 top of the deck, and I guess after that we'll kind of decide where we want to go from there. Always do have the option to be able to Gohan, of course, and do that in a way to be able to get rid of the Vidal and maybe an Eraser.
Yeah.
Or a Sharpener, I mean.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I think the part of here is since we don't have a Zeno, we're not going to be Zenoing, and we have plenty of Videls in hand. I do believe we have both, so we can do some multiple Videl actions. We're actually
All right,
just gonna play
Vegito. All right, so
Vegito.
playing the aggression here, 6 drop Vegito here, 40k swing on the leader, super combo plus peel off, and now we're going to be demanding some cards out of the hand here. Restand the Vegito, mill 5 from the top of the deck, thinking on bounce. We're going to go ahead and bounce. That's an option?
I will verify what it says. I think there's one card in the battle area.
Just battle area. All right.
Yeah,
So
what is it?
bouncing over the field card here. I guess we're gonna go into the Videl potentially. No, we're just leaving the Videl on board, saying I do not care. Vegito swing into the leader here, 40k.
Wow. What a decision, honestly, because we all know and are aware of the fact that we are focusing on battle cards a lot of the time, but now we're just focusing on the field card. We're focusing on the leader, and we're asking for a lot from Wilson for these 2 40k swings, and basically saying like, hey, can you remove this Vegito, and hey, can you sustain these 2 attacks?
Yeah, very bold here to leave the Videl. I mean, that's something that we've seen up until this point. Pan has been like enemy number 1 in terms of this mirror match. So to see actually keeping it on board is quite bold on Creos' side, just because of the free value you get from not having to concern yourself. And one Videl on board, it can be swing, and then you swing again, final hope slash, Videl back into the hand, and continue playing into it. So very interesting play here. I think Creos just appreciating the value he gets from the aggression on the Vegito to be able to dish out attacks, and pray that you're not able to deal with it. And if you're not able to deal with it, and we're going to go back into Creos' turn, then you'll feel very comfortable being able to try and chip away at Wilson's resources. So we'll see here what Wilson can do. He's got 3 Satan Cities on board already. It just takes 3 additional ones to be able to get 6. So interesting decision here. We're going to swing with the leader here.
It is 1 card in the battle area, by the way.
All right, cool. Looks like we're just going to combo Videl to get out of that. Sharpener top of the deck. We're going to be able to show a Gohan here. And then we're going to use the short hair here to draw 3 cards. Put 1 on top of the deck. Or thinking about it.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.